What a coincidence that I traveled to the beautiful boss's bed. Don't worry about the Huayi endorsement, I've already locked you in. But you have to go to new hip-hop no temper tantrums, you know I don't like artists who don't listen. After a bout of intense activity, the previously passionate sounds had disappeared. Yaqing's voice returned to its usual cold, aloof tone, as if nothing had happened. She got up from the bed, grabbed a cigarette box, and skillfully lit one. From Shukong's perspective, he could clearly see the delicate makeup that had somewhat faded but still remained pristine, and the lingering flush on her face. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel, money really does solve everything. Despite being in her early 30s, Yaqing's skin still looked like a woman in her 20s, without even a hint of sagging. From his experiences in his previous life, Shukong knew that women in their 30s, and especially those who hadn't been able to afford good maintenance, aged quickly. Without hesitation, Yaqing swatted away Shukong's hand as he tried to get too comfortable. She coldly spoke. That's enough for today. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Shukong didn't feel embarrassed. He just flashed a shy smile, a gesture he had mastered by now. All right, boss. Also, don't smoke. It's bad for your throat. And if you're not careful, those paparazzi will catch you. Shukong didn't dare to argue as Yaqing took the cigarette from his hand. He nodded silently, agreeing. This woman was truly heartless. She only cared about her own pleasure and didn't bother with his feelings. But there was nothing he could do about it. She was like the young girls he encountered in his previous life. Now, the roles had reversed, he was the one trying to please someone else in bed. Luckily, youth was still on his side. If it had been his previous self, worn out by drink and indulgence, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Yaqing's strength at this age. By the time Shukong reached the garage of Yaqing's high-end residential complex, he had already transformed from being bare to being fully equipped. Sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, the typical star's three-piece suit. As one of the top idols in the country right now, Shukong knew that even in an empty underground garage, caution was still necessary. Being caught on camera walking into Yaqing's apartment would cause a lot of trouble. A year ago, Shukong debuted through the reality show Create 101. In just 1 year, he had become one of the top stars in the entertainment industry. Of course, this success was thanks to his company, Fengqing Entertainment, which used all kinds of resources and money to propel him to the top. Shukong wasn't exactly a professional. His singing and dancing skills weren't the best. But he still managed to debut in first place after Create 101 thanks to his awareness and dedication. Even though his performances on stage were often less than stellar, he still managed to keep progressing, overcoming all the criticisms. However, this was also due to his hard work behind the scenes, which no one else saw. Yaqing, the CEO of Fengqing Entertainment, could testify to that. Strictly speaking, everyone's efforts were the same, and Shukong had even put in more work than others. Shukong didn't think there was anything wrong with this. However, none of it had been voluntary. When he reincarnated last month, he had ended up in Yaqing's bed. Everything was out of his control. If he had a choice, this wasn't the life he wanted. Let us go. After leaving the underground parking lot, Shukong walked out of the high-end residential area where Yaqing lived and got into a black luxury business car. Shu, what did Zong say? The Huayi endorsement is a big deal. If you can secure it, it will be very beneficial for you. Shukong interrupted his manager, Huayi, who was about to keep talking. It's already done. Right now, no one in the company knew about his relationship with Yaqing. This was because every time Yaqing asked him to meet, she took great care to prepare everything. For instance, this time, his manager truly thought he had been at Yaqing's house discussing business for nearly 2 hours. It was thanks to Shukong's sincerity that he had secured the endorsement. But from the moment he entered until he left, the only thing Yaqing mentioned was that one line at the end. They hadn't even discussed the endorsement much. That being said, it was his smooth talking that had helped him seal the deal with Huayi. I knew Zong valued you. Upon hearing Shukong's words, his manager was visibly excited. Yeah. Shukong responded wearily, closing his eyes to rest. Shukong wasn't really interested in these so-called big brand endorsements. It was Yaqing who had actively asked him to come over. Shukong had been in this parallel world for almost a month now. The life of a top idol didn't faze him in the slightest. After all, he had been a top star in his previous life too. The process was mostly the same, except for the fact that his previous life had ended in scandal, and he had become a hated figure. Entertainment was a messy industry, and Yaqing had quickly gotten absorbed into it. He also picked up a lot of bad habits. He had been led astray by a so-called big brother in the industry and ended up in a scandal that had ruined his career. Countless young women, innocent or seductive, all wanting to enter the industry and fulfill every whim. The experience was overwhelming for any man. This led to sponsorship cancellations, no more job offers for dramas or variety shows, and his company ultimately abandoning him. The breach of contract penalties alone were enough to drown him. Yaqing spiraled down for more than a year before slowly recovering. Who would have thought that just when he thought he was starting to enjoy the life of an ordinary person, he crossed into a parallel world? And to make matters worse, he was now living as a top star in that world. Given the chance, Yaqing really had no interest in this life. He had had enough of the entertainment industry and all its backstabbing. If he had the choice, he would have preferred to be an ordinary young person. Even though this version of him had a promising career, he had no desire to continue as a top idol. Chapter 2: The Trouble Left by the Original Owner. This is today's schedule. Their main tasks are attending 2 events, and also negotiating the details for the Huayi endorsement and its subsequent ad shoots. Guozha was a chubby man, fair-skinned and clean-cut. He was about 4 or 5 years older than Yaqing. Given Yaqing's current popularity, the company should have sent a more experienced manager to handle him. But the original owner, Yaqing, was nostalgic. When he first joined the company, it was Guozha who became his manager, and he didn't want to change after that. Of course, Yaqing thought that Guozha's professional abilities were somewhat lacking. Judging from the barely concealed joy in Guozha's face, it was obvious that this guy was too inexperienced. But it wasn't entirely surprising that Guozha was so happy. After all, Huayi was a major luxury brand in the fashion industry. The endorsement fee was just a small part of it, but the real significance was that Yaqing had secured this endorsement, officially making him one of the top stars. For someone who had only been in the industry for a year, this was a big deal. It was a symbol of his rising status in the entertainment industry. Cancel the afternoon events. Yaqing barely glanced at the schedule and spoke directly. Unlike most other artist-manager relationships, Guozha and Yaqing's dynamic was such that, most of the time, it was Yaqing who called the shots. But this event was confirmed in advance. They just need you to do a short opening performance. It won't take long, and the pay is. Guozha instinctively began to speak. He thought Yaqing was trying to avoid the hassle. It's just the opening of a shopping mall. At my current level, attending will make me lose face. And I can't let this event interfere with the Huayi endorsement. For future events, if I can push them, I'll leave it to you. In his previous life, Yaqing had been a top star, not a newbie like the original owner. He had been in the entertainment industry for nearly 10 years and had been famous for 3 or 4 years, so he was naturally well versed in this. Clearly, the original owner had a clear but problematic stance. When he was popular, he just focused on making money, squeezing every drop out of his fame. He had no plans for long-term development, often accepting high-paying, unworthy gigs in large bars just because of the money. Of course, Yaqing had his own plans. As a top idol, he was swamped with work, with more events than he could handle. But Yaqing didn't want to live like that again. At least his health was the most important now. He didn't want to burn out at such a young age. Guozha looked at Yaqing on the treadmill with some surprise. He felt that his little brother had changed. A month ago, he had seemed like a different person. It was like he had suddenly woken up, not only becoming more opinionated, but absurdly, he even started working out. He no longer went to many social events at night, waking up early and even starting to jog in the mornings. After finishing his run, Yaqing took a quick shower and was ready to leave. The morning event was simple. It was the launch of a new mobile phone model. He didn't need to perform on stage, just stand there as the so-called Chief Experience Officer. The script had been prepared in advance. He just needed to follow the brand's instructions, making it a low-effort task. Aha! Yaqing? Yaqing, I love you. Brother, you look so handsome today. Outside the venue, Yaqing was already surrounded by a sea of his fans. This was the influence of a top star. Or more precisely, this was the fan culture. If it were a so-called powerhouse actor, maybe their status would surpass Yaqing's, but they wouldn't receive this kind of reception. At most, there would be a few casual onlookers snapping photos, posting them on social media. It was only the fans in their fandom who remembered every detail of their idol's schedule. They spend money on plane tickets and hotels, traveling thousands of miles just to see their idol, take a few photos, and feel that sense of closeness. Yaqing stepped out of the car and flashed a radiant smile, waving at the crowd. The fans erupted in screams. Of course, they didn't notice that, apart from the media cameras, Yaqing was secretly striking poses for a few specific directions in the crowd. These were Yaqing's dedicated fan club leaders, their station mistresses. Most of these fans weren't obsessed to the point of fanaticism, but rather, they treated their fan duties like a job. Every month, Fengqing Entertainment spent a lot of money on them. Their job was to gather fans to meet Yaqing at the airport, show support, and take their live photos that were shared online. The angles and post-editing were crucial to make the photos look like spontaneous, casual shots that still had the feel of a high-fashion magazine shoot. Yaqing's station mistresses were relatively fortunate. At least for him, unlike other stars whose photos and editing required huge effort from their fans, Yaqing, being young and conventionally handsome, only needed minimal editing to create stunning images. Yaqing briefly spoke with the head of the mobile phone brand during the launch event. He hadn't used the phone much before, but he had to act like he had been using it for months. The script was already prepared. He just needed to follow the brand's planned responses, and there was no difficulty involved. In less than 20 minutes, Yaqing had completed his task. The rest of the event involved introducing the product in detail, which wasn't related to him. He just needed to return at the end for another quick appearance when the event wrapped up. Yaqing, big brother. While Yaqing was touching up his makeup backstage, he heard a cute voice. The voice belonged to a young girl in a white dress with a ponytail, wearing a strawberry-themed hairpin. It was Song Yuyu, another celebrity attending the event as a chief experience officer for the brand. She was younger than Yaqing by 2 months, but she had risen to fame through a popular youth campus drama last year. With her cute face and sweet voice, many netizens had dubbed her their national first love. Yaqing suspected that this title had been heavily marketed by her agency. "Come with me, I need to talk to you," Song Yuyu said normally, as if they were just catching up. Under the watchful eyes of the backstage staff, Yaqing followed Song Yuyu out of the makeup room. In the secluded storage room, surrounded by promotional stands and event props, a faint, sweet fragrance filled the air. Song Yuyu had already wrapped her arms around Yaqing's neck. This was the trouble the original owner left behind. Yaqing felt helpless inside. He had to admit, this body was undeniably handsome. Unlike some so-called idol stars, Yaqing had the type of charming, sunny puppy look. From powerful CEOs like Yaqing to young girls like Song Yuyu, he had no trouble attracting attention from all kinds of women. In his previous life, Yaqing would never have deliberately flirted with someone like Song Yuyu. He would have avoided it if anything. From the way he had talked to her before, it was clear that she was well protected by her agency. She was an innocent, naive girl. And it was obvious that she liked him. In the entertainment industry, women like her were the most troublesome. It was that he was afraid of dealing with their terms after the deed was done. It was dealing with their emotions. This was a lesson Yaqing had learned over the years. "Be careful, someone hears us." Yaqing pushed Song Yuyu away and spoke coldly. "It's fine. I checked beforehand. No one will come in here. And I sent my manager, Hong Jie, away too." Yaqing knew that Song Yuyu was referring to her manager, Hong Jie. Song Yuyu looked at Yaqing, her eyes soft and tender, like they could melt him. When Yaqing remained unmoved, Song Yuyu bit her lip and moved closer again. "I've been wanting to see you today, and I'm not wearing anything." Seemingly wanting to prove something, Song Yuyu pulled Yaqing's hand closer to her body. "Damn it," Yaqing muttered under his breath. Chapter 3, I used to be a rapper. My ancestors. Where have you been? The event is about to end, it's your turn to go on stage. When Guo Zihao saw Yaqing, who had disappeared for more than half an hour, he was obviously relieved and started speaking. "Miss Song, you are here too. Sister Hong is getting really anxious, I think you should go over there quickly." Song Yuyu's face flushed at this time. After hearing what Guo Zihao said, she also reacted. Her nervous expression was so cute. I forgot. I'm going to be scolded by Sister Hong again. After Song Yu left, Guo Zihao looked at Shu Kong with a strange expression. I'm warning you. Don't set your sights on Song Yu. It is said that she has connections with Fengge's top management. We can tell from how much Fengge praises her. If you offend Feng Ji, President, you probably won't be able to protect you. Shu Kong glanced at Guo Zihao with a complicated expression. Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? What's the point of saying this now? The original owner had already been hooked up with someone else. You can't really. Shu Kong interrupted Guo Zihao, who was about to continue speaking in time. Stop, what are you thinking about? Just ordinary friends. Can the nation's first love be interested in me? Guo Zihao was somewhat skeptical about what Shu Kong said. If it were any other top star, it would definitely be unlikely. But if it was Shu Kong, looking at the other's face that made him envious, Guo Zihao really felt unsure. The morning activities ended, and according to the schedule, Shu Kong had to have lunch and then rush to another event site. But because I was pushed back, I was able to take a short lunch break. Guo Zihao is preparing for the afternoon meeting with Huayi. Guo Zihao had been preparing for this endorsement for quite a long time. But now, with Yaqing's words, Shu Kong was not too worried. Mr. Yu really intends to let you record the show, China New Hip Hop? Guo Zihao spoke with some disbelief. Shu Kong nodded with a normal expression. The New Hip Hop show is a self-produced variety show by Kiwi. It was very popular in the first season last year and brought about a rap trend in China. I had asked Shu Kong to be my mentor before, but he refused. If I go this time, I should be a guest in the finals. Shu Kong guessed that the reason why Yaqing asked him to go was probably because of the cooperation that the company had discussed with Kiwi some time ago. In addition to marketing its artists, Fengqing Entertainment has also been moving towards variety shows and film and television in recent years. For example, in the show Produce Producer, in which Shu Kong participated and made his debut, Fengqing Entertainment was the largest investor. Therefore, it is not surprising that they cooperate with domestic video platforms like Kiwi. Of course, Guo Zihao had his reasons for objecting to his participation in this program. Mr. Yu, don't you know Renacheng? His song gave you such a big rhythm. You appear on the same show with him, what on earth does Mr. Yu think? Guo Zihao has a lot of complaints about Yaqing in private. It was also because he trusted Shu Kong enough and didn't think the other party would tell these things to others. Strictly speaking, the two are actually in the same camp. Even Fengqing Entertainment does not have only Shu Kong as a top artist. After you are on the show, don't interact with Renacheng. He might go out of his way to provoke you, but if you respond, you're being played by him and his agency. Guo Zihao instructed Shu Kong very seriously. Shu Kong nodded without much concern. Of course he was aware of this. In fact, he encountered this incident when he first came here. This Renacheng is actually an old acquaintance of the original owner. The two were high school classmates and even had a pretty good relationship at the time. They even shared a house together for a while after the college entrance examination. However, subsequent developments were completely different. Shu Kong was discovered by Fengqing Entertainment, signed a contract, and participated in Produce Producer to make his debut. In just 1 year, he has become a top star in the country. During this period, the other party contacted the original owner several times, and his words implied that he hoped to help his brother and let Fengqing sign him as well. However, Shu Kong did not agree, and later he even didn't bother to reply to the messages. Later, Renacheng participated in the first season of The Rap of China. Although he did not win the championship, he only got the runner-up, which made him famous. It's just that the two have not been in contact for quite a long time. When the other party participated in the show as a mentor in the new season of Hip Hop, he suddenly wrote a song to diss Shu Kong. It's actually quite common for rappers to diss each other. But Renacheng suddenly went to diss a popular star, which attracted a lot of onlookers. In the other party's song, Shu Kong became a two-faced, treacherous villain. Shu Kong had heard that diss song, it was quite dirty. Of course, in Shu Kong's opinion, it was indeed a bit speechless. The two of them did participate in some talent shows together, but because of Shu Kong's outstanding appearance, he was quickly signed by Fengqing Entertainment. Renacheng didn't become popular until he participated in the hip-hop show later. Shu Kong moved out at the company's request. Because of this incident, Renacheng was obviously jealous and resentful of him. After dissing Shu Kong on the show, he also expressed his hope that Shu Kong could come out and respond, and resolve the issue in the so-called rapper's way. That's right, Yaqing was a rapper for a while before his debut. After all, rap is the best medical beauty for men. Yaqing might not be able to tell because he is handsome. But I have to say that there are always some young girls who just like to rap. A guy like Yaqing, who was a misfit, had never been in a relationship before he started rapping, but after he became a rapper, he was almost always surrounded by women. As far as Yaqing could remember, the other party had brought back no less than 10 different girls. In comparison, Yaqing felt that the original owner had been quite honest at that time. At least we can see from Yaqing and Song Yu that the original owner had quite high standards for selecting people. However, Yaqing's sudden move was most likely the idea of his agency. With the other party's brain, he can't think of such a solution. He even sang on the Rap of China program, wasn't he? It just for the traffic and popularity that Yaqing has as a top star now. After Yaqing's diss song was released, the other party experienced the power of the fan circle firsthand. Yaqing's fans even closed all of Yaqing's Weibo comment section and private messages. This is actually an opportunity. As an experienced top star in his previous life, Yaqing naturally knew very well how to deal with such things. Being hyped up is a treatment only top stars get. If it were other stars, like Yaqing, I guess no one would be willing to get involved with them. Most of the time, just ignore it. The more you respond, the more intense your reaction is, the more you actually achieve what the other person wants. Yaqing's previous plan was actually that he was too lazy to participate in the show. The production team of the Rap of China couldn't possibly be unaware of this, and they deliberately invited him, obviously with some ulterior motive. But since Yaqing asked him to participate, he now planned to solve the problem in another way. Chapter 4. Remember to wear this when we meet next time. Don't even think about writing a diss song back. This is my bottom line. Guo Zihao noticed Yaqing's pensive expression and spoke quickly. He had listened to some of the rap songs Yaqing had written before. They were not unbearable to watch, but simply horrible. As a top star, Yaqing does not need to have any very high business capabilities. Just maintain your image. The best thing to do is to just sing a random song and get away with it. Anyway, there is no requirement that it must be rap. That's impossible. Who would be a rapper if there's nothing wrong? Yaqing answered directly. In his opinion, it was a completely high-risk industry. The hip-hop circle talks about real a lot, but the level of chaos is much more outrageous than the fan circle he is in. At least the idols will restrain their behavior, otherwise their reputation will be ruined if they are not careful. But those rappers, despite all their outrageous actions, still have fans who think it's normal. Their worldview is distorted. For example, in Yaqing's opinion, having too many entanglements with fans is something that a top star absolutely cannot do. However, in the rap circle, this is not a big deal at all. Things like fried noodles are the best way for me to give back to my fans have all come true. He felt that with Yaqing's personality, there was a high probability that he had some bad habits. The negotiations with Huayi went very smoothly. Because it has basically been decided that Yaqing will be the spokesperson. Subsequent endorsements and commercial promotions also revolve around him. The endorsement fee was 12 million and the contract was for 3 years. As a top streamer, it is actually not too high. But Huayi's status is there, and many traffic stars are scrambling to come for free, but others don't want them. Although Yaqing's business ability is not outstanding, it is almost non-existent. But there is really nothing to fault with its image. The person in charge of the contact at Huayi saw Yaqing and had a satisfied smile on his face throughout the whole process. Of course, Yaqing deliberately ignored the provocative words of the other director and politely declined the invitation to have dinner in private. Judging from that face, he is at least 40 years old. Yaqing doesn't he have such a heavy taste? At least we have to reach Yaqing's level, right? Although this requirement is a bit too strict. After all, Yaqing's appearance and temperament are far superior to some stars of the same age in the entertainment industry. It's finally settled. Do you know how excited I was just now? Guo Zihao spoke as soon as he got in the car. Yaqing always felt that it was a bit embarrassing to have such an agent. I see. You're just short of kowtow to the people at Huayi. Guo Zihao didn't care at all about Yaqing's words. This is Huayi. After all, the original owner had only debuted for a year, and even though he was considered a top star, his foundation was not stable. This is the first time such a high-end endorsement has happened. Shu Kong thought of himself in his previous life, and it seemed that it was the same when he first debuted. But after that, I gradually became numb to the words. To be more realistic, when you are valuable enough, these so-called coveted resources will be given to you even if you don't want them. You can take a break for the next few days. But the next step is the recording of the hip-hop show. Why don't you prepare a little? Guozahao spoke up to remind him. After thinking about it for a while, Shu Kong nodded. It does require a little preparation. The original owner's voice was actually quite good, but he had never received any systematic vocal training. There have been many crashes on some stages before. As a top star in his previous life, his business ability was not that bad. In this regard, I have worked very hard. Unfortunately, I couldn't resist the temptation. He has now figured it out since there is no way to change the current situation. Then the top star in this life should be treated a little differently. Let us start with this show, The Rap of China. Song Yuyu would send messages to Shu Kong almost whenever she had time. As soon as he returned to their hotel, Shu Kong saw more than 10 messages on his mobile phone sent by the other party at different times. 10:31. I was scolded by Sister Hong, grievance.jpg, but she didn't out us. 15:11. Why do I feel like you're getting more and more proficient? Brother Shu Kong, you are not allowed to practice with other people. If you really can't help it, you can tell me and I'll come find you tilder. 1909. I saw in your super topic that you are going to Beijing on the 21st of this month. We can still meet then. 2031. I'm finally done. I'm exhausted and stink all over. I have to take a shower right away. 2114. Picture. I bought it according to your previous request. Does it look good? Shu Kong just felt a little tired. I have to say, the original owner was obviously obsessed. Although I don't have a formally confirmed relationship with Song Yuyu, this is not much different from an underground relationship. Falling in love with the nation's first love might indeed be quite attractive, but when thinking of Song Yuyu's identity, Shu Kong just felt a headache. Finger is one of the largest companies in the domestic entertainment industry, with industries covering all aspects of film, television and music. It must be impossible for a newcomer to be promoted by such a big company. At least if he was the original owner, he would never be so stupid as to provoke Song Yuyu. But in terms of XP, the original owner and him are quite compatible. Their maid suspenders and white silk stockings I chose for Song Yuyu are quite nice. After looking at it critically for a while, Shu Kong replied. I just got back to the hotel, you should go to bed early. Remember to wear this next time we meet. In fact, during the day, Shu Kong subconsciously wanted to refuse. But there was no way I could hold on. Now, we can only make the best of it. It was Friday, and Shu Kong and Guozahao flew to Shanghai to participate in the recording of the second season of The Rap of China. As soon as he arrived at their hotel, the news that Shu Kong was going to participate in the recording of hip-hop had already spread. In less than half an hour, the related topic directly rushed to the third place on Weibo's hot search. Shu Kong would never believe that there was no one pushing him forward. As for whether it was the production team of The Rap of China or Yaqing's side, or both parties involved, he didn't know and was too lazy to care. There was quite a heated discussion online about Shu Kong's participation in the recording of The Rap of China. Har, I didn't expect Shu Kong to actually go there. Isn't he afraid that Yaqing will diss him in person again? I can only say that the program team will create topics. Although Shu Kong is a popular star, I would not mind if he participated in the program. If I went to the scene where Shu Kong was, I'm afraid I would be hung up and beaten by Yaqing, right? As a traffic star, Shu Kong is not surprised by these comments. Apart from his fans, Shu Kong, as a top star, does not have a very good reputation in the eyes of passers-by, and he has a large number of black fans. Of course, not long after, when Shu Kong refreshed the page again, all those comments that wanted to make fun of him had disappeared. Instead, his huge number of fans flooded the screen with messages. Support my brother and look forward to the next hip-hop stage, love. Shu Kong, you are a musical genius, and we fans just need to enjoy the stage. The baby is great, I love it. Chapter 5, Diss to my face, aren't you angry? Our special guest for the finals, let us welcome singer Shu Kong. In Shanghai, at the recording site of The Rap of China, in the contestant lounge, no one present seemed too surprised by Shu Kong's arrival. After all, news about Xu Kong's coming was already flying around long before the program started recording. Most of the people present applauded enthusiastically. Of course, a small number of people showed no disdain at all. As a rapper, what I want is authenticity. If I hate something, I hate it. I will never hypocritically cater to others. Some people even curled their lips in disdain, and Xu Kong accidentally heard a rather harsh sentence, "Is he a singer?" Xu Kong glanced at the director on the scene. It was obvious that the program crew had no intention of stopping this situation. If I'm not mistaken, the other party will probably directly edit the singer's feedback into the program. The program crew is planning to take advantage of his traffic to the fullest. Compared with the contestants, several mentors on the scene greeted Xu Kong more normally, with the exception of Yaqing. Although the other party might be Xu Kong's only old acquaintance on the show, he had no intention of talking to Xu Kong at all. Xu Kong analyzed that this was most likely a deliberate request from the other party's agency. Otherwise, how could we create topics on the show and get more shots? Because Xu Kong is participating in the recording of the Rap of China finals, and the finals will be broadcast live. So this time it was actually an advance rehearsal and recording of some live shots for later editing. The actual live broadcast of the finals was still held on the next night. Even though Xu Kong is a top star, it is still difficult for him to get such treatment on a show. Apart from the director who occasionally came over to say a few words, there were hardly many people from the program crew who took the initiative to discuss the details of the program recording with him. This is especially true for the contestants on site. The only people who might talk to him the most were probably some young female staff members on the scene. Come here to ask for autographs or take photos. Xu Kong kept his usual business smile throughout the whole process and agreed to everything. You didn't hit anyone impulsively. On their way back to their hotel after recording the show, Zhao asked. Do I look like that kind of person? Xu Kong rolled his eyes at the other person. The main reason is that Yaqing really looks like he deserves a beating. I'm about to start. After hearing this, Xu Kong was actually a little afraid that his agent would take action first. By the way, has the song for tomorrow been decided? Or different? Xu Kong shook his head after hearing this. I plan to sing a new song this time. New song? How come I don't know about it? Obviously, this unexpected event surprised Zhao. Different was written by a ghostwriter hired by Fengqing Entertainment to help Xu Kong. A pop song of decent quality. This is also the song that Xu Kong sings the most in performances and is often mentioned by fans. The theme is to thank the fans. As a traffic star, Xu Kong's positioning is indeed very clear. In fact, apart from occasionally trying to make his presence felt in public, the only audience he needs to be responsible for satisfying is his fans. Pleasing the fans is the key, and ordinary audiences are not taken into consideration. Don't worry, it's not rap. Xu Kong explained. However, Zhao continued to ask questions all the time, and later on, Xu Kong simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. Welcome everyone to watch the second season of the Rap of China. I am a host. The final of the second season of the Rap of China will be broadcast live in its entirety. Compared to the popularity of the first season, the popularity of the second season has shown a clear downward trend. However, due to the past entanglement between Xu Kong and Yaqing, the program obviously gained a lot of attention. In addition, Xu Kong took the initiative to participate in the program, which greatly increased the popularity of the live broadcast of the second season of Hip Hop Finals. Following their host's opening introduction, there was then a group performance by all eliminated contestants from the entire season. Kiwi is still willing to spend money. The stage scale of the finals is not much smaller than their produce trainee that Xu Kong participated in. After that, a total of 5 contestants came on stage to compete for the championship. Xu Kong had never watched the previous shows, so naturally he didn't recognize any of them. He sat in his so-called special guest seat the whole time, feeling a bit bored. It was not until the camera swept over that he smiled cooperatively. Didn't they fight? How could Xu Kong tolerate being scolded like that? I'm here just to watch the show. This show is boring. But I also hate Xu Kong, but Yaqing's diss song is quite to my liking. Who is Yaqing? Xu Jijin, follow me and charge at him. At this time, on the live broadcast barrage, you can find that many of them are bored netizens who saw the hot search and came to watch the show. Soon, the mentors' opening performances began. The first person to appear was the champion of the first season of the Rap of China. He was very popular and Yaqing also knew him. It can be seen that, although it has only been a year, the professionalism of the stage has improved a lot after commercialization, and it is no longer at the same level as the previous grassroots stage. Yaqing himself doesn't like rap very much. But the camera would sweep over him from time to time, and he had to pretend to sway and pose to cooperate. It was not until Yaqing appeared that the scene suddenly erupted into huge cheers, and many people secretly looked in the direction of Yaqing. Yaqing remained calm, as if nothing had happened. But soon, his expression changed. Because a large part of the lyrics of Yaqing's song is still diss himself. This Dogecoin thing actually dares to do this. Although Yaqing had expected this, he was still a little surprised at this time. After all, he is a top star, and Fengqing Entertainment is not a small company. He feels that since he has agreed to participate in the show, Yaqing's agency will most likely be able to hold back a little. Who knows, the other party has obviously ignored everything for the sake of traffic. And the program crew obviously knew about it in advance, and they would let the camera scan his direction from time to time. I know that everyone may be concerned about what happened between Yaqing and me. I care, too. So this time, I hope to hear your answer on this stage. After Yaqing finished singing, he did not leave the stage directly, but said these words on the spot. Yaqing found that everyone's eyes were looking at him. He actually wanted to curse loudly. But he knew that if that were really the case, it would actually be what the other party wanted. So the audience watching the live broadcast at this time could see that Yaqing, who was sitting in the special guest seat, sighed with a sad look on his face and even couldn't help shaking his head. What does he mean by that? Even after being scolded like this, Yaqing is not angry at all. Why does Yaqing have such a complicated expression? How can he tolerate this? Chapter 6, Best Friend. It was obvious that Yaqing did not have a sullen face or even curse at anyone, which disappointed Yaqing and the production team of the Rap of China. This is not the result they wanted to see. Yaqing's calmness was predictable. After all, the agency must have given some instructions. It depends on whether Yaqing can bear it. But what does that slightly sad and regretful expression mean at this moment? The show will definitely not stop because of this episode. But for most of the audience, what happened to Xuan and Yaqing obviously outweighed the outcome of the game itself. Who cares who is the champion of this crappy show, the Rap of China? What everyone wants to see is that Yaqing, the top star in the domestic entertainment industry, would burst into curses or break down because of Yaqing's diss to his face. But Yaqing's performance made everyone disappointed and confused. Next, welcome to our special guest Yaqing for the finals. After Yaqing's performance finished, it was Yaqing's turn to perform. If Yaqing was told that this was not something deliberately arranged by the program team, he probably wouldn't believe it. Yaqing stood up without much burden and walked towards the stage. At the same time, information about the song that Yaqing was going to sing this time appeared on the big screen on the stage. Best Friends. Singer, Yaqing. Lyrics, Yaqing. Composition, Yaqing. Yaqing sang softly as he walked. Friend, I'll be your friend for a second. My friend, I will be your friend forever. Strange, the past is too painful to look back on. Remembering, there is always a time for you. Before Yaqing came, except for his fans, no one had much expectation about what song he was going to sing. Even ordinary passers-by don't think that Yaqing is a top star, and that his agency would allow him to sing a rap diss song on this show. Most likely, these are some songs arranged by the company just for the sake of formality. What everyone wants to see is Yaqing's reaction to Yaqing on the spot. But when Yaqing's Cantonese came out at this time, many people were obviously dazed for a moment. Yaqing has definitely never sung a Cantonese song in the more than 1 year since his debut. Not to mention that many people have noticed just now that the lyrics and music of this song were written by Yaqing himself. In other words, this song was actually written by Yaqing, who is recognized to have extremely poor professional ability. What the hell, after Yaqing was scolded like that, why did Yaqing sing a song like that? Friends for 1 second means friends for life? What does this lyric mean? Does Yaqing still consider Yaqing a friend? Yaqing has something to say about this song. Although he has not responded before, he has clearly expressed his attitude by writing a song like this. At this time, many people have started discussing in the live broadcast barrage. At the same time, as Yaqing walked to the center of the stage, the piano sound in the song's background gradually became louder. Friend, you tried to rescue me. My friend, you have tried to criticize me. I can't join hands with you anymore. After all, it's rare to have a best friend. Many viewers actually don't understand Cantonese, but that doesn't prevent them from being able to clearly see the lyrics of the song on the big screen. The originally noisy scene gradually became quiet with Yaqing singing. In the past, I shared a cup with you. All night is not enough. I've had a good time, have you? At this point, any audience member with a little bit of intelligence could hear that this song by Yaqing was obviously written specifically for Yaqing. When Yaqing said all kinds of bad things about Yaqing, everyone subconsciously thought that the two of them had become complete enemies. But who would have thought that the other party scolded Yaqing like that in the diss, but he wrote such a song in response. Ask me if I have any, I don't have any. The excuse for avoiding it all the time is not some great grudge. Why can't old friends become old friends in the end? Yaqing's vocal conditions have actually always been good, but his singing skills have always been criticized. But this was a live broadcast, and most of the audience were immersed in the song. No one noticed that the stage presented by Yaqing this time was completely incomparable to before. Yaqing traveled through time for a month, and this was the first time he sang properly on stage. Although I am very busy most of the time, it is either due to commercials, various activities, and variety shows. So I sang with great devotion. Of course, he also likes this song, Best Friend, very much. However, the person being substituted was naturally not Yaqing in front of him, but some of his few close friends in his previous life. No one tried to build relationships with him when he was popular, but when he was down and out, the people who sent him condolences were those who he hadn't contacted for a long time. For Yaqing at that time, he had seen clearly the true faces of many people. This song is really touching. Although I know Yaqing is singing Yaqing, I can still relate to myself when I hear it. He has turned from a hater to a passerby. Just based on this song, we can tell that Yaqing is still a nostalgic person. Compared to Yaqing's diss song that was all about slandering Yaqing, I actually like this song more. The lyrics are heartfelt and the melody is pretty nice too. When Yaqing was singing before, Yaqing's fans could no longer bear it. Even if you want to rely on the old-fashioned method of swiping the screen to control comments, live streaming is not Weibo, and the comments are all in real time, so it is impossible to do that. But until now, many of Yaqing's big fans suddenly discovered that public opinion seemed to have completely reversed. The comments that had just been mocking Yaqing and preparing to laugh at his joke, now all changed their expressions. The one who will be a stranger next year is the one who was closest to me yesterday. It's better than that day when I didn't have. No, I have met someone. Yaqing's singing was still going on, but the one with the most complicated expression at this moment was Yaqing at the scene. Of course, he listened to this song very carefully. Originally, he thought that Yaqing would most likely diss him. After all, they used to rap together and he knew the other person's level, so he was not worried at all. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that Yaqing would actually write such a song. It has to be said that when he saw the lyrics of this song, he couldn't help but think of the days when he had worked with Yaqing. He never felt how close his relationship with the other person was. Two unemployed people who failed to get into college got together for their illusory dream of music. Even when he heard that Yaqing was signed, he was quite jealous, thinking that the other party's ability was no match for his own. But what he didn't expect was that Yaqing had always treated him as a friend. So I am so important in his heart. He had no doubt about the heartfelt lyrics and was completely immersed in them. Yaqing suddenly felt inexplicably guilty about his agency's suggestion that he release a song to diss Yaqing. Chapter 7, Stay Away from Now On. Ask me if I have any, I don't have any. The excuse for avoiding it all the time is not some great grudge. Why can't old confidants become old friends in the end? When he saw these lyrics, Yang knew that Yaqing was likely to win this time. The lyrics of Yaqing's previous two diss songs seemed particularly dirty, almost scolding Yaqing from head to toe. In this situation, no matter Yaqing wrote another song to diss back or just gave a slight response, he would still be at a disadvantage in public opinion. No one expected that the other party would write a song like Best Friend. Break this deadlock. It is not uncommon for people to turn against each other in the entertainment industry. There are many female celebrities who were loving best friends the day before, but started exposing each other's dark secrets the next day. But this time, no matter how hard Yaqing cursed at the beginning, no matter whether it was true or false. But Xu Kong's words, "Why can't old confidants become old friends?" in the end really amounted to a decisive blow. It no longer matters who is right or wrong. Instead, Xu Kong has become a person who values feelings in the eyes of the public. Even if his former friends slander him, he is still unwilling to say bad things about them. Yaqing was embarrassed, because he was the one who started this matter after all. After Xu Kong finishes singing this song, he will be accused by the media of having ulterior motives or of disregarding old friendship. The initiative is no longer on his side. Do you think Xu Kong wrote this song himself? As the producer of the second season of The Rap of China, Yang asked the director beside him. The director was stunned for a moment before answering, "Actually, I don't know much about Xu Kong, but what has been reported is that he can't even sing clearly, let alone write songs." This time, from Yaqing publicly dissed Xu Kong on the show, to later inviting him to participate in the finals of The Rap of China. Everything was made possible by the producer Yang. There is a reason why Yaqing was able to grow Fengqing Entertainment to its current size at such a young age. Although Yang did not say it explicitly, he implicitly assumed that this song was most likely not written by Xu Kong himself. No wonder they agreed to let Xu Kong participate in their show. I guess he had already found someone to write the song "Best Friend" a long time ago. In addition to being the executive producer of Rap of China, Yang is also a senior executive at Kiwi. Of course, it is clear that the cooperation between Fengqing Entertainment and Kiwi Fruit that was finalized some time ago played a big role in inviting Xu Kong to participate in the program this time. After the performance, Xu Kong calmly returned to his seat. He actually noticed Yaqing's gaze quietly moving towards him, but he pretended not to see it. Xu Kong, who is very familiar with public opinion, knows very well that after he finishes singing this song, the discussion about the two of them on Weibo will probably be completely reversed. He originally planned to handle the situation coldly, but since he had to participate in this program, if he continued to remain silent, it would be regarded by the outside world as a sign of his guilty conscience. For a top star like him, there is no benefit in arguing with Yaqing. Sometimes, the more powerful the opponent's attack is, the more soft and delicate moves are needed to resolve it. You called me treacherous, and I recalled the days when we struggled together. You called me a villain, and I lamented why our former confidant could no longer be old friends. That should be the end of his pace this time. Of course, even if Yaqing jumps around again in the future, it will not have such a big impact on him. The next competition was still going on, but Xu Kong had completed the recording task of this program, so he didn't continue to pay attention to it. He was almost always distracted, or quietly chatting with Song Yu when the camera wasn't looking. Did you really write this song? The person who found Xu Kong's performance on the show the most incredible was his agent Guo Zihao. Others may not realize it, but Guo Zihao is very clear about how poor Xu Kong's business ability is. When he first participated in Producer, he was very busy with the sound adjustment and post-editing for Xu Kong's various stages. Forget about writing his own songs, this ancestor can hardly even sing them clearly most of the time. This song, Best Friend, from the melody, lyrics to the subsequent arrangement, is extremely professional and highly completed. It is impossible for it to appear out of thin air. Has Boss Yu already prepared for you? That must be the case, otherwise, why would she agree to let you participate in this show? Xu Kong admired Guo Zihao's imagination, but he didn't intend to explain. The main thing is that it is really hard to explain. The original owner, who was a complete loser except for his good looks, suddenly became able to create independently. This is really hard to understand. But after doing it more often, everyone will gradually get used to it. When Xu Kong left the recording venue of The Rap of China, he was already surrounded by his fans outside. After a quick glance, he found that they were still those familiar faces. Although Fengqing Entertainment spent a lot of money on his fans, it was still worth it. These sisters are really hardworking. They almost always follow him wherever he appears in public. Even though I knew Xu Kong's schedule in advance, with this level of work intensity, the money I earned was not bad. Xu Kong, wait. Suddenly, just as Xu Kong finished posing in his familiar style, greeted his fans and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Xu Kong turned around and found that it was Yaqing. After hesitating for a moment and seeing that there were still some media at the scene, Xu Kong stopped. Yaqing walked quickly in front of Xu Kong. Then he whispered, "I was forced to do it." Those lyrics were all written by me at my agency. You know, in our line of work, we have no choice. Renacheng's expression at this time was also a little complicated. In fact, he didn't take Shukong seriously before, and thought that the agency's idea of letting him ride on Shukong's popularity was a good one. However, after listening to the song Best Friend, Renacheng's thoughts were somewhat shaken. I didn't expect that you actually considered me a friend. Renacheng's seemingly sincere expression made Shukong stunned for a moment. Then he quickly smiled. He pulled Renacheng over and hugged him as if they had let bygones be bygones, taking photos in front of the media on the scene. Reporters also took various photos. No one expected that the previously sensational incident between Shukong and Renacheng would end with the two reconciling. The whispers between the two just now, coupled with their current behavior, clearly showed that they had reconciled. Shukong's action left Renacheng unable to react for a while. I could only cooperate and show my signature smile. But at this moment, a very small voice suddenly came to his ears. "Get away from me from now on, you stinky ass." This was Shukong's voice, and he was sure he had not heard it wrong. Renacheng's expression suddenly changed. Just when he was about to speak, he found that Shukong had already got into a business car and left, surrounded by his agent and assistants. Chapter 8. Then tell me in detail. Shukong is not that magnanimous. He is not the type of person who would take revenge on the spot. As a top star for many years, it is impossible for him to lose his temper on the spot or throw a tantrum or something like that in most cases. But Shukong is very vindictive. In Renacheng's case this time, no matter what role the other party played, it was either stupid or evil. Shukong felt that Renacheng was most likely both stupid and evil. The idea was most likely proposed by the other party's agency, but given Renacheng's personality, how could he let go of such an opportunity to gain popularity? Under the circumstances at that time, it was impossible for Shukong to give the other party a cold look. It only appears that they have reconciled on the surface, which is consistent with the character he had when he sang Best Friend on the Rap of China. But privately, Shukong didn't want to have anything to do with Renacheng anymore. Number 1 on the trending search list. Everyone on Weibo is talking about your new song now. It has even surpassed the popularity of the finals of the Rap of China. Guo Zihao spoke with some excitement. What's that? Shukong didn't seem to react much. As a top star, he has been a frequent visitor to Weibo hot searches, both in his previous life and this life. To put it in a way that would make other ordinary stars feel a little bit Versailles, isn't it possible to be on the trending search whenever you want? We have long been accustomed to it. It's different. Guo Zihao explained. As far as I know, our company didn't deliberately market this time. And it's the first time since your debut that your work and performance have become a hot topic. In Guo Zihao's opinion, the hot searches that Shukong had been on in the past actually had no value at all. In addition to the fact that Fengqing Entertainment itself spent money on marketing. Almost every time, there are some raw photos of Shukong attending an event, or some unfounded scandals or something. The whole time, it was Shukong's own fans who were having fun, and there weren't many passers-by paying attention. This time, because Best Friend became a hot topic, and generally speaking, netizens had high opinions about the song, public opinion almost completely turned to their side. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the first time that Guo Zihao has seen Shukong have such a good reputation among passers-by since Shukong debuted. Hearing what Guo Zihao said, Shukong felt helpless. He was so terrible before. Even though he was a top star, it was a bit too outrageous that he was almost entirely promoted by Fengqing's money. A few days after the recording of the Rap of China, Shukong had no announcements or schedules, so he finally had time to go home and have a good rest. Fengqing Entertainment's corporate headquarters is in Hangzhou, and Shukong's rented house is also here. The large flat of more than 200 square meters has a monthly rent of more than 60,000 yuan, but it is empty most of the time. Shukong is away for more than 20 days a month. Because someone is hired to clean the house every week, the house appears spotless, but it lacks the atmosphere of life, and looks like a fully decorated model house. The original owner didn't seem to have many hobbies or interests. Even when he was resting at home, he would be checking Weibo and watching short videos. Every now and then, when he sees his haters at night, he would switch to a secondary account and pretend to be a fan to confront them. Shukong is not that boring. Although he has all of the other person's memories, their personalities are very different. He seldom goes online when he's resting, let alone searches for himself. Instead, I like playing games quietly by myself. In my previous life, I almost finished all the standalone 3A games on the market, to the point where I didn't even have time to play new games. Although the level of game development in this world is similar, there are many new games that Yaqing has never played. So after returning from recording the rap of China, Yaqing bought himself a top-notch computer, a new gaming console, and a large collection of various 3A games. Just when everything was ready and he had no time to have fun, he received a call from Yaqing, asking him to come over. Yaqing knew that if his boss didn't explicitly ask him to go to the company, he would most likely be asked to go home. The community where Yaqing lives is almost the one with the highest housing prices in Hangzhou. Of course, the boss of Fengqing Entertainment would definitely not only own this one property. Although he makes money as a top star, Yaqing has only been in the industry for a short time and has only saved a little over 10 million yuan so far. Moreover, most of the profits he made during his debut 1 year went into Yaqing's pocket. It seems that the people who make the most money in the entertainment industry are the stars, but in fact it is the capital behind them. Even when Yaqing was at the peak of his popularity in his previous life, he was very clear that he was just a tool for capital to make money. Of course, he has always been unwilling to accept this. But there is no ability to change it. Coming. Yaqing has the access card to Yaqing's community, and also knows the password to her home. But before, unless Yaqing took the initiative to call him over, he would definitely not be so tactless as to come over without permission. As he changed his shoes after entering the room, Yaqing looked at Yaqing, who was lying on the sofa with her legs crossed. The other person was wearing dark red silk pajamas, and her slightly wet long hair was not tied up but fell naturally on her shoulders. Holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she sipped it elegantly. Her curvy figure could be vaguely seen, and the surging spring light on her chest seemed about to burst out at any time. Based on Yaqing's understanding of Yaqing, she probably wasn't wearing anything under her pajamas. Although he and his boss have a close relationship where each knows the other's strengths and weaknesses, Yaqing actually doesn't know much about Yaqing. I could only vaguely hear some rumors in the circle that Yaqing founded Fengqing Entertainment when she was in her 20s. She had a good background and then moved easily between various capitals, making many newcomers famous and making Fengqing Entertainment a well-known large company in the entertainment circle. Speaking of which, when the original owner first signed the contract with Fengqing Entertainment, he didn't receive much attention. But at a company party of Fengqing Entertainment, after waking up from being drunk, he found himself lying on the bed in Yaqing's home. After Yaqing sat down next to the other person, he first took the initiative to pour himself some red wine, and then added some to Yaqing's almost empty glass. I listened to your new song, it's pretty good. Did you really write this yourself? Yaqing looked at Yaqing with a hint of curiosity. Others were speculating that the song, Best Friend, was written by someone hired by Fengqing Entertainment to help Yaqing, but Yaqing, as the boss, knew that it was definitely not the case. She had doubted it before, mainly because Yaqing's previous performance showed that he did not have any talent in this area. But after thinking about it, Yaqing was a newcomer and had no other resources except Fengqing Entertainment. I did write this song. It reminded me of many things in the past and I suddenly got inspiration. After Yaqing took a sip of red wine, he answered. Yaqing slowly put down the cup in her hand, then reached out and took Yaqing's cup and placed them side by side on the table. She leaned close to Yaqing's ear and whispered softly with a hint of charm. Then tell me in detail how this song was written. A familiar scent of shower gel wafted over, and Yaqing's head had been buried in it by the other party. It also confirmed that Yaqing's previous guess was correct. You don't have to worry too much about silk pajamas made of good material being uncomfortable to wear. Even if you don't wear anything underneath, it won't hurt certain fragile and sensitive parts. Under the guidance of his boss, Yaqing easily untied the belt tied into a bow and began to explore gradually downwards. Until he felt his head was clamped tightly and he couldn't move. What followed was a moan that instantly made Yaqing's both ends filled with blood. Chapter 9. Leave a day for Song Yu. When Yaqing woke up, it was already the next morning. He was woken up by Yaqing. Although she didn't say anything, the excessive breakfast she prepared proved that Mr. Yu, as a boss, was very considerate of his subordinates. Actually, I know about some of the things that happened on the show's production team this time. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would feel pressured. Fortunately, you surprised me by writing a new song that even shocked our company's music director. I've compensated you for everything. You won't blame me, right? Yaqing rarely spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. How could that be? I follow the company's instructions on everything. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, boss. Shukong looked honest and had a shy smile on his face. But my heart was not moved at all. Of course, he knew that he would be treated like that when he participated in the Rap of China program, and it was most likely tacitly approved by Yaqing from Fengqing Entertainment. To put it bluntly, if he hadn't sung the song Best Friend this time, he would have become the target of ridicule online long ago. Yaqing tacitly allowed Shukong to become a victim of the cooperation with Kiwi. He could not even be called a victim. At most, he was a tool used by Fengqing Entertainment to show goodwill. Of course, Shukong could also understand Yaqing's thoughts. He didn't have a very good reputation among the public to begin with. When he was on a show, at most he was mocked by Renacheng. As long as he spent some money on marketing later, it really wouldn't affect his fan base. He will continue to accept any endorsements he is entitled to, and will not receive less announcement fees. As long as Shukong is not exposed to some real black material, he will still be the top star that Fengqing Entertainment can happily reap the leaks from. He didn't think he could get on and off Yaqing's soft bed at will, and that the other party really cared so much about him, a newcomer in the company. After his vacation, Shukong started to get busy again. The most important thing is the advertising shooting with Huayi. Shukong couldn't help but feel a little excited. It's not that he is looking forward to shooting the commercial. In this endorsement by Huayi, he is just a tool and does not have much decision-making power. Because this advertisement shoot is taking place in Beijing. It just so happened that Song Yuyu was filming a new drama in Beijing, and he and Song Yuyu had been chatting during this period. From time to time, the other party would send him 2 artistic photos that fans of the nation's first love could never imagine. Even Shukong had to sigh that Yuyu did have some talent. This is not referring to the other person's acting talent. Shukong is willing to call Song Yuyu the ancient Greek god in charge of contrasts. She really understands so much, and with that pure and lovely face, it's simply impossible to resist. Shukong swore that he did not teach anything and that he learned it by himself. We will arrive in Beijing this afternoon. On the 20th and 21st, we will be shooting advertisements at Huayi. On the afternoon of the 22nd, we will be performing at the music festival. There will also be a variety show on the 23rd. You will be a guest on the show. On the plane, Guo, who was sitting next to Shukong in the business class, was talking about his specific itinerary for this trip to Beijing. As a top star, his schedule is indeed very full. Some netizens are very confused. Most of the top young actors are so busy, how can they still have time to do all kinds of things and then have their reputations fall apart? But in fact, the busier you are and the more tired you are, the more you need various stimulations to cheer yourself up. In this regard, Shukong is considered to be quite experienced. In his previous life, as a time management instructor, he would squeeze out an hour or so every day to relax no matter how busy his schedule was. But since he has traveled through time, Shukong still doesn't want to make himself so tired. Please postpone the performance at the music festival. I have some personal matters on the 22nd. Guo was stunned for a moment, and just when he was about to say something, he saw that Shukong had closed his eyes, so he could only say helplessly, "Okay, I'll arrange it. Tell others that you are not feeling well." Song Yuyu has been talking for such a long time, and out of respect, Shukong still feels that he needs to give her a day. The hotel arranged by Huayi is quite nice, a 5-star hotel. Even Shukong's assistant had a separate room, which exuded the style of a high-end luxury brand. However, this does not prevent Shukong from still not liking shooting commercials, because it is quite tiring. Although they appear to be just a few short commercials of just over a minute in length, it still took 2 days to shoot. In addition to advertisements, there are also various promotional posters. Shukong arrived at the shooting location early in the morning and spent 5 hours just on makeup and styling. It has nothing to do with Shukong's appearance. High-end clothing brands like Huayi have strict requirements on every detail of their spokesperson. The clothes were the other party's new styles of this season, while the one Shukong was wearing was specially made. For a long time afterwards, Shukong had to wear Huayi's clothes when attending various activities and public occasions. Of course, although he was tired, Shukong was quite cooperative throughout the whole process. In this regard, he is quite professional. It was the same in the previous life, and there was almost no situation of being a big shot. After all, Shu Kong knew very well that compared with the makeup artists and other ordinary staff on the scene, his job was relatively easy. He was surrounded by assistants who served him tea and water, and the brand also cared about whether he was satisfied with the air conditioning temperature in the lounge. When the photographer was taking pictures, he kept praising him for how handsome he was, although he was telling the truth. Compared to what he earned from this endorsement, these are actually nothing. Part of it is also Shu Kong's most basic professional habit as a top star. Even if there is no camera pointing at you, you still need to maintain your own personality at all times, such as being approachable, easy to get along with and not arrogant. Huayi's staff are unlikely to leak details of the filming, but this has become a long-standing habit. No one can predict whether there will be accidents. But if there really is a so-called insider who broke the news, it would be because of this insignificant little thing that his image in the eyes of his fans would be even more impeccable. Thank you for your hard work, teacher Shu Kong. Everyone has worked hard. Let's stop here for today. We will add some more shots tomorrow. I stayed in the studio until 8 o'clock in the evening and finally finished work. The Huayi executive who had met Shu Kong before and obviously had feelings for him did not come. Almost all of them were employees of Huayi's own film and television team. The entire filming process was relatively smooth. Even top star Shu Kong did not encounter any situation where he was ridiculed or badmouthed in person. Even if there are people who really look down on traffic stars like him, they won't be stupid enough to say it to his face. Many times, although as a traffic star, although the reputation among passers-by on the internet is not very good, most people in the circle have to respectfully call him teacher when they meet him. Strictly speaking, opportunities like the one in the rap of China that allowed Shu Kong to show off and get slapped in the face are actually rare in the entertainment industry. Chapter 10 Thrilling Moments. Brother, tell me the truth, what are you going to do? If you don't explain clearly, how dare I let you run around on your own? If those paparazzi take pictures of something they shouldn't, Mr. Yu will probably kill me. After Shu Kong got up and packed up, he was about to leave the hotel, but was stopped by his agent Guo Zihao. The filming of Huayi's commercial was completed yesterday, and Shu Kong told Song Yuyu in advance that he would visit the crew today. Guo Zihao changes the way he addresses Shu Kong every few days. Usually, in order to maintain his dignity as an agent, he calls him Xiaoshu. But sometimes, when I am in a hurry, I would say things like big brother or my ancestor. Shu Kong's seniority has changed again and again. Why ask so many questions? Shu Kong said something perfunctorily and prepared to go out. However, Guo Zihao still blocked him firmly, as if Shu Kong could not leave unless he explained clearly today. After a somewhat helpless sigh, Shu Kong finally spoke. After all, the other party is his agent, so it is normal for him to worry. I knew it, I knew you, kid. What surprised Shu Kong was that after knowing that he was going to visit Song Yuyu on the crew, Guo Zihao's expression actually revealed a hint of excitement. So are you going to let me go or not? Shu Kong looked at the fat man with a lot of changing expressions in silence. Go ahead. Why not? Shu Kong was stunned for a moment. Aren't you worried that something might happen between me and Song Yuyu? The other party who had warned Shu Kong before completely changed his attitude at this time. Will you not go if I don't let you? And that's Song Yuyu, it's normal that you can't control yourself. As an agent, I shouldn't agree to it, but as a good brother, I support you. Seeing the other party looking so proud, Shu Kong was speechless. Although he knew that Song Yuyu, the nation's first love, was very popular, wasn't Guo Zihao's behavior a bit exaggerated? Song Yuyu is currently filming a costume film, which is currently being shot in the suburbs of Beijing. Song Yuyu has already sent over the specific location information. Fortunately, it is relatively remote, so Shu Kong doesn't have to worry about being recognized at any time. Of course, after knowing Shu Kong's destination, Guo Zihao considered it very carefully and arranged a car for Shu Kong to get there. The outskirts of Beijing are a bit desolate in autumn, but the filming location chosen by Song Yuyu's crew is good, and the scenery has a unique charm. When he arrived outside the crew, Song Yuyu's assistant brought him in. The assistant was a girl who looked young. She would occasionally glance at Shu Kong, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask, with a curious expression on her face. When he arrived at the set, Shu Kong spotted Song Yuyu, who was dressed in ancient costume and filming a scene, from a distance. She was wearing a white skirt that dragged on the ground, and she still had that pure and lovely face. Compared with the simple school uniform she wore in the drama that made her famous, she gave people a different feeling. Song Yuyu, who was filming, suddenly glanced at Shu Kong. The corners of his mouth inadvertently lifted up, and the joy on his face was almost beyond words. Crack! When she came to her senses and realized what she had just done, Song Yu quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, director." Of course, although the director was somewhat dissatisfied inside, he still looked friendly. "It's all right. Let's just have another one. All departments, get ready. Let's do this again." Shu Kong found it quite interesting and simply watched Song Yu filming with interest. Although he was affected by Shu Kong just now, the other party quickly got into the state. Song Yu was extremely dedicated and serious during the filming, which was a side of her that Shu Kong had never had the chance to see before. It can be seen that although Song Yu debuted at a different time, she is still quite talented in acting. But Shu Kong soon remembered that Song Yu had mentioned to him that the other party was currently a sophomore student at the Beijing Film Academy, and could be considered a graduate of a formal school. Of course, all the resources Song Yu has had since her debut have almost all been the leading female role, which is definitely not something that students in an acting class at an ordinary film and television academy can have. Shu Kong sat there for nearly an hour. During this period, many people in the crew discovered Shu Kong's presence. Although he was fully armed, he was not recognized. After knowing that it was Song Yu's assistant who came in, no one came over to ask anything. It was almost noon when the crew finally finished filming. Almost as soon as the director said it was over, Song Yu couldn't wait to trot towards Shu Kong at the edge of the set. "Brother Shu Kong, are you getting impatient waiting for me?" Shu Kong could see that Song Yu was planning to rush directly into his arms, but then she realized that they were still on the set, so she restrained herself. "No, it's fun to watch you filming. Brother Shu Kong, you are making fun of me." Song Yu wrinkled her cute nose and spoke in a coquettish tone. "How could that be? The company asked me to learn acting, and I wanted to learn from you." Shu Kong started to talk nonsense. At present, Fengqing Entertainment has no plans for him to act. Okay. Then ask your company if they can let you come to Fringer to study." Song Yu took it seriously at this time and expressed some ideas that seemed a little naive to Shu Kong. He quickly changed the subject and asked about Song Yu's new drama. The star of this costume drama was specially created by Fringer for Song Yu. Although the investment is not large, it can be seen from the attitude of the entire crew, including the director, towards Song Yu. After chatting for a while, Song Yu quickly pulled him into the nanny car where they usually took a rest on the set at noon. After making sure that no one was around, he quickly closed the door like a thief. Before Shu Kong could even react, a soft and slightly cool touch appeared on his lips. Song Yu sat on Shu Kong's legs with her arms around Shu Kong's neck. The kiss lasted for a long time. When Shu Kong felt a little breathless, the other party reluctantly broke away. Shu Kong couldn't hold back any longer at this point. Just as he was about to take action, he heard Song Yu's somewhat shy voice. "Brother Shu Kong, don't move. This time it's my turn." Soon, Song Yu slowly squatted down, while Shu Kong closed his eyes and leaned on the soft back seat of the nanny car. Crack! The sudden sound startled Shu Kong. Almost subconsciously, he leaned forward, supporting his elbows on the front seat to cover the shadow between his feet. The door of the nanny car was opened, and Shu Kong also recognized the person who came. "It's Song Yu's agent, Sister Hong. Where's Yuzu?" Chapter 11. Let us go public. Shu Kong's expression was quite complicated at this time. The main reason was that it was a little too exciting. Even though he had experienced a lot of storms, he still couldn't adapt for a while. There was no way Song Yu didn't recognize her agent's voice, but she had no intention of stopping and instead worked even harder. This girl looks so well behaved and cute on weekdays, but she is really bold in private. Of course, the car doors were already opened, so Shu Kong couldn't possibly speak to stop it. He could only kick them twice with his feet to give them a reminder. But it has no effect at all. The only thing I can do is to try my best to control my expression and pretend to be confused. "I don't know. She asked me to wait for her here." Lin Hong stared at Shu Kong for a while with a puzzled expression before she spoke. "Then wait for her here. Don't go out and wander around the set, and don't let anyone recognize you." Shu Kong nodded quickly. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" As if she noticed Shu Kong's expression, Lin Hong couldn't help but ask. "I felt a little car sick when I got here. I'll be fine after a short rest." The car door was closed and Shu Kong felt relieved. He looked down subconsciously and saw that Song Yuyu was still wearing the ancient costume she wore for the previous filming. At this moment, she was looking up, with her pure and lovely face, looking at him with an innocent expression. You swallowed it. Shukong looked at Song Yuyu wiping the corner of her mouth with her fingers and couldn't help but ask. I see that in all those movies. I didn't expect it to taste so weird, it's so unpalatable. Shukong's face was full of black lines. Watch less of those things in the future. The two of them spent some time tidying up. Shukong found the car air freshener and sprayed some of it. Only after making sure that no odor was left did he relax. Brother Shukong, I was scared to death when Sister Hong came just now. Song Yuyu leaned tightly in Shukong's arms, not wanting to separate for a moment. Shukong couldn't help but complain. You didn't act like you weren't scared just now. Suddenly, Song Yuyu climbed up from his arms and stared at Shukong seriously. Brother Shukong, do you like me? Shukong was stunned for a moment, but he reacted promptly and said. Of course I like it. Before Shukong could continue speaking, Song Yuyu spoke again. Then let's make it public. Shukong was startled by this sudden sentence. Why do you suddenly want to make it public? Although Shukong was frightened, he still appeared calm on the surface. He felt he should be able to handle the situation. Strictly speaking, this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. In his previous life, the girls could just coax him through it with a little comfort. But he obviously overlooked one point, that is, Song Yuyu was very different from the girls he met in his previous life. Those who said they wanted to make it public didn't really want to do so. Their real purpose was just to get some benefits, or some extra money, or some resources in the entertainment industry. But Song Yuyu, she really wants to make it public. I've thought it through. I'll take you to see my dad. It's no use for him to object. I've already decided on you. Song Yuyu looked determined. Yuyu, this matter is not that simple. Our current jobs are not suitable for public disclosure. My company won't agree, and neither will yours. And isn't it doing pretty well now? Shukong tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. But I already feel some regret in my heart. Keep scolding yourself. Shukong, why don't you learn your lesson? I know it will be troublesome if Song Yuyu gets involved, but why can't I help it? Not good. Shukong wanted to continue finding reasons to persuade the other party, but he didn't expect Song Yuyu to suddenly speak with a look of grievance on her face. I don't think it's good. This is my first time in a relationship, and I don't want to be secretive. I want to formally introduce you to my friends, I want to date you openly, and I want to be with you every day. Let's go to the amusement park together, go hiking to watch the sunrise together, go out for dinner, go shopping and watch a movie together. Faced with the girl's passionate and direct feelings and confession, Shukong felt a little guilty for a moment. Does he like Song Yuyu? Of course I like her, but in fact, at the beginning, the source of everything was just lusting after each other's body. On impulse, Shukong wanted to agree directly. But Song Yuyu's next words made Shukong calm down completely. And brother Shukong, you don't have to be afraid of your company. I can ask my dad to sign you to our finger, so that we can be together every day. Shukong swallowed, then asked tentatively, your father is the chairman of Finger. So you don't have to worry, brother Shukong. Shukong was almost sweating coldly. He thought that Song Yuyu had an extraordinary background, but he didn't expect that Finger Entertainment was actually owned by her family. What the hell is this? He was certain that Song Yuyu's father doted on his precious daughter very much, as could be seen from the fact that he allowed her to enter the entertainment industry as an actress. Even if the showdown really came to light, there was a high probability that Song Yuyu would not be harmed. But he, a small figure in the entertainment industry, is in a miserable situation. He put himself in the shoes of his daughter. If it was his own daughter who was abducted by a celebrity in the entertainment industry, eating the celebrity alive would be the least of his worries. Shukong was silent for a while, then he looked at the other party seriously and said, Yuyu, I have a serious question for you. Do you like acting? Song Yuyu didn't expect Shukong to suddenly mention this matter. Of course I like it. In fact, I really enjoy playing those interesting characters and experiencing their lives. I even wrote a lot of biographies for them. Shukong clapped his hands, and then continued, that's right. We are both still young, and I have things I want to do, as well as ambitions and ideals. If I got into Finger through your connections, what would that mean? Wouldn't that make me a gigolo? I still want to prove myself with my own abilities, so that no one will say that I am not worthy of you. Song Yuyu looked a little confused, really. Shu Kong almost couldn't hold it in. The main reason is that his current reputation isn't that good. As a traffic star, it's enough to just establish your own personality. He talked a lot about his dreams and ambitions, but if he wasn't forced by the situation, he would be embarrassed to say these things. Of course it's true. So I think what we can do now is for you to act well and for me to sing well, so that you can become a movie queen and I can become a singer king. But I don't see you often. Hearing Song Yuyu's tone soften, Shu Kong's heart finally settled down. Chapter 12: The youngest singer in the Chinese entertainment industry. How about it? What's up? Guo Zihao had a curious expression. You and Song Yuyu? Did it work? Shu Kong shook his head and said nothing. Don't worry, she is the nation's first love after all. It would be strange if she was that easy to woo. After hearing Guo Zihao's comfort, Shu Kong didn't know what to say for a moment. When he left Song Yuyu's crew, he was almost covered in cold sweat. If he hadn't calmed her down in the end, he would have been really afraid that Song Yuyu would suddenly announce their relationship on Weibo one day. But even so, this is a hidden bomb. Shu Kong decided to avoid meeting Song Yuyu as much as possible in the future. The other person is young and ignorant, and he might fall in love with someone else one day. This is the best outcome. Shu Kong still couldn't resist the girl's passionate love. This is the script for the variety show that will be recorded tomorrow. Take a quick look. The guest lineup is quite impressive. Don't say the wrong thing. Before Guo Zihao left, he handed Shu Kong a paper document. Star Forum, an interview-style variety show, will invite some celebrities in the circle to participate. Everyone sits together to eat and drink, and talk about some so-called secrets in the circle, but most of them are scripts designed by the program team. The stars and the program crew know what really should and to be said. The same goes for Shu Kong. There is almost nothing explosive in his script. Including the colleagues complained about on the show, they were all fabricated and fictitious. They were hot topics enough that the gossip media might make wild guesses, but they did not name any names, so no one would take them personally. It is relatively friendly. Shu Kong has only been in the industry for a short time and his foundation is not solid. But there are also advantages, which is that it is not so easy for his personal image to collapse, and people will not find too much negative information that can have a huge impact on him. The only thing that was criticized the most was his poor business ability. After taking a look at the guest list of this program, Shu Kong was actually quite familiar with several of the regular guests. For example, Bai Ziyang, one of the main hosts of Mango TV, and Lu Bo, who has completely transformed from an actor to a variety show star and can record more than 10 or 20 variety shows a year. Shu Kong had met these people once before when he participated in some programs. The only one he was not familiar with was probably Suji. Although she is young, only 25 years old, she has quite a lot of experience in the entertainment industry. She is also the youngest singing queen in Chinese history. When Shu Kong was only in junior high school, Suji, who became famous overnight through a music talent show, had already become famous all over the country. In the following year, the first album released many hit singles and won various domestic awards including the Golden Melody Award. Of course, Suji hasn't had any hit new songs in the past few years. Although her status is still one of the top singers in the country, her presence is not very high. Shu Kong guessed that the reason why the other party participated in this program was probably to promote his new song or new album. Because Suji has not participated in variety shows very often in recent years, she must have come with a purpose. The host of Star Forum is Bai Ziyang, but it is not a program produced by Mango TV. It is an online variety show from Penguin Video, so the recording location is in Beijing. A few years ago, online variety shows were almost at the bottom of the contempt chain within the variety show industry. But in recent years, with the emergence of a series of hit variety shows on platforms such as Penguin Video and Kiwi, celebrities have begun to no longer reject the idea of recording online variety shows. The guest lineup has evolved from some third and fourth tier artists and even amateurs in the beginning, but now even top stars like Shu Kong can be easily invited. The main reason is that the program crew is wealthy and looks like they have no shortage of money, making it difficult for people to refuse. Shu Kong was able to receive nearly 1 million yuan in announcement fees just for recording this episode of the show. Remember, talk less and listen more. When arriving at the recording site of the program, Hua Zihao spoke and gave instructions for the umpteenth time. Unlike Shukong, who only had a vague understanding of the program, Hua Zihao had done very detailed background research on the program. A pure talk show is the easiest place for a top star like Shukong to say the wrong thing. Bai Ziyang, a host with a long history in the industry, is almost famous for his sharp words. Among the guests who participated in this program before, some fell into the question trap designed by the other party. Although the program team had prepared the script long ago, no one could guarantee that no unexpected situations would occur. Shukong didn't care too much about it. It was just a variety show, and he was confident that he could handle it. After finishing the makeup, the program finally entered the formal recording stage. Bai Ziyang was giving the relevant opening remarks and introducing several guests present. Although the recording was conducted in a recording studio, the setting was quite warm. The guests gathered around a round table, eating shabu mutton and attempting roast duck. A few people ate slowly and started chatting. These are all topics related to the script. Shukong would interject a few words from time to time, but he would never steal the show's attention. He tried his best to maintain a certain presence without causing offense among the audience. For a traffic star like him, without much work to support him, there is no need to force himself to create show effects when participating in shows, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. In comparison, Shukong discovered that the person who spoke the least was Suji. It was obvious that she was not interested in the topics given by the program team at all. Shukong, I remember you wrote a new song some time ago. I think it's called Best Friends. I listened to it several times and I really like it. Can you tell us how you wrote this song? I see that many netizens are curious about the song's creative background. Bai Ziyang suddenly called Shukong. Although this was not the first time, the previous ones were mostly trivial matters, but this time it attracted the attention of other guests on the scene. Even Suji looked at him curiously. Shukong's expression didn't change much, but he knew clearly that there was no such problem in the script he got. If it were the original owner, or other artists who have not been in the industry for long, they would definitely jump into this trap-filled question. But Shukong would definitely not fulfill Bai Ziyang's wish. I have always agreed with one point of view. That's the moment a song is written and sent out, it no longer belongs to the person who wrote it. Anyone can hear their own story in the song. I also saw many netizens say that they felt a resonance in the song Best Friend, so I won't add anything to it. There are almost no major loopholes in Shukong's words. He knew that Bai Ziyang brought up this matter specifically because he wanted to dig out some secrets about his and Renacheng's past. After hearing Shukong's explanation, Bai Ziyang was obviously dissatisfied. But as a respectable man, he did not deliberately continue to ask questions, but naturally started talking about other topics. Chapter 13, he is so handsome that even the singing queen can't resist him. In subsequent programs, Bai Ziyang would set traps from time to time. But Shukong didn't jump at all and his answers were all very smooth. There were no very direct and pointed questions. It can be seen that the other party is still restrained. After all, it is just a variety show, and it is very different from a real interview show. Compared with Shukong's caution, another guest star of this episode, Suji, is a bit straightforward. Although he hasn't said much from the beginning till now, every sentence he says is somewhat shocking. Strictly speaking, I hate that most of the people I meet are so hypocritical. The overall level of the Chinese music scene is declining, at least compared to a few years ago. There are too many singers who are just filling in the gaps, and some of them can't even be called singers. Everyone is just thinking about how to become famous, and they don't work hard on their singing skills and their music. Too many people in the industry don't even understand the most basic music theory. Although these words, Shukong, the top star, can almost perfectly fit in. But he wasn't angry at all. I'm just a little curious and surprised. Has this girl always been so brave? What you said is true, but it's just a variety show. You are a singing queen after all, and you are here to promote your new album, right? It's unnecessary. Including Bai Ziyang's expression changed many times in a short period of time. At the beginning, I was quite excited to hear Suji's answers that were full of topics. Until later, when Suji looked very serious the whole time, without any sign of restraint at all, Bai Ziyang became a little scared. I'm afraid that the other party will suddenly call me by name or something. So he quickly changed the subject and stopped asking Suji any questions outside of the script. As for the others, including Shukong, they were all trembling with fear. No one dared to interrupt rashly. It was obvious that after the show was broadcast, Suji would inevitably face the pressure, and no one wanted to get involved. It looks like AoE damage, but it's hard not to think of some artists. Even Shukong was inevitably caught. Finally finished recording. After Shukong finished and returned to the car, he stretched. He is different from the cynical Suji. His many years of experience as a top star has taught him that in the entertainment industry, the most taboo thing is to not get too involved. Especially for some variety shows, I don't know how many weird things the production crews can do for the sake of effects. At the end of the day, no matter how special being an idol is, it's just a job. Cooperate when necessary, and be cautious in what you say and do when you cannot. Let's go back to their hotel first. The production team of Star Forum arranged a hotel for them. Although the specifications are not as good as the previous one in Huayi, it is only the last night since he will be staying here before leaving the capital, so Shukong doesn't care too much. Our cooperation with Kiwi has been finalized. Guozahao first asked about some things about the recording of the show, and then suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Shukong understood what the other party meant. In fact, this news had been released a long time ago. Fengqing Entertainment had plans to develop into the film and television industry. Even a year ago, they started signing a lot of actors. From Shukong's debut to now, apart from participating in some variety shows and performances, his exposure has not been high. It is entirely thanks to Fengqing Entertainment's various marketing efforts that his popularity has barely squeezed into the ranks of the top stars in the domestic entertainment industry. But anyone with a little common sense knows that no matter how traffic stars develop, the end result is still acting. Whether it is movies or TV series, these are the mainstream directions that the top stars are striving to develop. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Shukong spread his hands helplessly. As far as he could remember, from the time he joined Fengqing Entertainment until now, even though he often had in-depth exchanges with Yaqing, the other party actually never mentioned this matter at all, and the company did not seem to have any plans for him to enter the film and television industry. I will try my best to help you get it. The investment cost is not important, but you must be the leading man. Guozahao spoke up. Given Shukong's current status, it is unlikely that he would play a supporting role in a TV series. While fans cannot accept it, it is also not good for his future development. From this aspect, it can be seen that there is an essential difference between traffic stars and real actors. What actors care more about are roles, scripts and the like. But for a top star like Shukong, with his status, investment, and character, what is more important is that he can maintain his perfect personality. To be honest, Guozahao didn't have much hope for Shukong. I don't have any acting experience and have never learned it, so it would be strange if I could act well. The most important thing is to have a work to pave the way for entering the film and television industry later. As for acting skills, they can be improved slowly. Anyway, fans all have filters, so they will naturally support it. As for the verbal abuse from passers-by and netizens, it has happened more than once or twice, so it won't have much impact. It was almost 11 o'clock when we got back to their hotel. The recording location of the program was not far from their hotel, and it was just after 9 o'clock when the program was finished. The main reason was that Shukong and Guozahao went out for a midnight snack. The big table of food on the show was indeed very sumptuous, but the camera was always on them and they were chatting all the time, so most of the time they were just pretending to eat their fill, and it was impossible for them to eat their fill. After Shukong traveled through time, he forcibly adjusted his disordered biological clock. Although his daily routine as an artist is indeed quite chaotic, he still tries his best to maintain the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. After taking a shower, I was about to go to bed, but suddenly I heard a knock on the door. What happened again? He thought it was Guozahao, but after opening the door, he saw someone who surprised Shukong. Senior Suji. The person who came turned out to be the singing queen Suji. What surprised Shukong even more was that Suji's attire at this moment was completely different from what she had worn during the recording of the show. The black sleeveless suspenders exposed a pair of arms as white as lotus roots, making the big thunder on the chest even more eye-catching. The lower body is a pair of simple style 5/4 pajama pants. In addition, Suji's hair was wet at this time, and she looked like she had just taken a shower. It's hard to stop Shukong from thinking too much. Damn, does this body really look that handsome? How come even the singing queen can't control herself? Can I come in? Suji suddenly asked, interrupting Shukong's wild thoughts. After Suji came in, Shukong closed the door of the room and at the same time fell into a struggle between his conscience and his desires. It has to be said that Shukong knew very well that he should refuse, as Song Yoyo's similar trouble had already occurred once before. But the other person is the singing queen Suji. The main reason is that Suji's temperament is really attractive. A neat head of short black hair, impeccable facial features, and an ascetic face with rarely any expression changes can easily make people have the inexplicable urge to conquer the other person. Never mind. After Shukong closed the door, he hesitated for a few seconds and then walked quickly towards Suji, who was standing beside the bed. Then he skillfully put his arms around the other person's waist and kissed her. Tilde. Chapter 14. This is a huge misunderstanding. What Shukong was praised most for by Yaqing, Song Yuyu, and many women in his previous life was the flexibility of his fingers. Suji still had that ascetic face with little expression change, but her flushed face and lustful eyes said it all. Just as he was kissing her and moving his hands, preparing to help the singer undress, he suddenly felt a brute force pushing him away. Bang! The clear sound echoed in the room. Suji slapped him directly. At this time, you can still see the slightly messy hair and clothes. After picking up the shoulder strap that Shukong had pulled down, Suji left quickly without saying a word, leaving Shukong standing there with a confused look on his face. What the hell is this? Shukong felt speechless. Didn't Suji come here by herself? How come you suddenly turned against me? Could it be that the other party was not satisfied with the way he just handled it? That's not right. There's no way the other party didn't feel anything just now. At this moment, Shukong's cell phone rang. After he picked it up, he found that it was a message from his agent Laogua. The company asked you to write a song for Suji. This collaboration is a great opportunity for you. If you can't write it, let me know in advance and I'll help you contact the songwriters I know. When he saw the news, Shukong realized that something was wrong. This is a huge misunderstanding. Suji came over so late at night, not because she had any feelings towards him, but because she came to discuss cooperation. Finished. Shukong covered his face helplessly. How about it? Are Suji's requirements very high? Don't force yourself. It's okay if you can't write it. Just ask someone to help you. It will still be signed under your name. The main thing is to establish your image as a singer-songwriter. Early the next morning, the first thing he asked when he met Guo was. Shukong was eating breakfast in the hotel and didn't know what to say. He had absolutely no chance to talk to Suji about songwriting. After what happened yesterday that was so embarrassing, he didn't think this collaboration would be successful. It is even unknown whether anyone will hold him accountable for what he has done. It's probably cold. I will explain it to the company. Shukong answered. When Guo asked why later, Shukong didn't know how to explain. Everything that happened last night was really too embarrassing. It can even be said that he made a rather low-level mistake. Or maybe because of everything that happened after the time travel, Shukong himself was a little too presumptuous and too confident about the appearance of this body. If I had asked Suji a little, the result would not have been what it is now. But it was hard not to think too much when she came here alone in the late evening dressed like that. Shukong quickly boarded a plane back to Hangzhou with Guo, his assistant and others. What surprised him was that after the plane landed, he received a friend request message. There were only 2 words in the note, Suji. After what happened yesterday, the singing queen actually took the initiative to add him. After clicking yes, Shukong began to organize his words, thinking about how to explain to the other party what happened last night. But soon, Suji sent a message first. Your company should have told you to write a song for me. Although he was talking about helping the other party write songs, being able to work with a singing queen like Suji would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Shukong. It is very likely that Yaqing helped him get this cooperation opportunity. Any specific requests? Just write whatever you want, but let me make it clear in advance that your song will not be included in my new album. Suji is still the same business-like person who speaks her mind. This is almost telling Shukong that this collaboration was not actively requested by the other party, and they did not have high hopes for Shukong's song. I'm sorry about last night, I may have misunderstood. Shukong hesitated for a moment, but still sent an apology message. But obviously, Suji ignored it and replied. Try to give it to me within this week. I may not have time to record your song later. I still suggest that you don't need to refuse. After all, it's just a single, and you don't have to sing it on a formal stage later. In Suji's personal studio, her agent began to persuade her. This situation has happened more than once or twice. Suji is indeed a singer with strong personal ideas. This can be seen from her insistence on setting up her own studio and the fact that she doesn't like being forced or having other people interfere in anything. But this time, in the eyes of the agent, it was a completely profitable deal. Fengqing Entertainment just wanted Suji to sing a song written by Yaqing, a popular star. In addition to receiving a considerable salary, they also received some resource exchanges. This is definitely a good thing for Suji, who has just separated her studio from her agency. I agree. Suji's answer made the agent feel relieved. Yesterday, Suji did not agree directly, but said that she wanted to see the quality of the songs written by Yaqing, and at the same time observe him as a person. It seems that Yaqing has passed the examination. That's good. The cost of your new album is too high. The company said they won't be giving us much help with promotion. Singers from Mango TV, prepare well. Ranking is not important, but you must ensure the popularity of your new album. Although Suji is a singing queen, her current situation is still quite embarrassing. After setting up an independent studio, she had to bear almost all investment and expenditure by herself. In addition, Suji herself did not like to participate in variety shows and even rarely accepted endorsement advertisements, so the financial pressure on the studio was quite great. It was for the promotion of the new album that Suji made the concession. Otherwise, Suji would probably not have accepted a program like Star Talk Show in the past. Who? At this time, Yaqing had just arrived at the Fengqing Entertainment Company building, preparing to start recording a demo of a new song for Suji. Teacher Yaqing, the other party said it was your father, and he is currently in the lounge on the third floor. Yaqing took a while to react, and then found the specific details about his family in his memory. The original owner's father, Xu Jizai, was a complete freak. If you count it, this guy should have disappeared since high school. Why did he suddenly appear now? And how did he find the headquarters of Fengqing Entertainment? In any case, Yaqing still followed the company's front desk's instructions and went to the lounge on the third floor of the company. Chapter 15, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. Although his appearance had indeed changed a little, Yaqing still recognized him. He was Xu Jizai. At this time, Xu Jizai had hair wax on his head and his hair was combed back in a slicked back style that looked a little weird. He was wearing a black leather jacket and ripped jeans, looking like a rock veteran. Of course, although Xu Jizai is almost 50 years old, he has the special charm of a mature man. All I can say is that the other party has indeed made some contribution to the fact that Yaqing is so handsome now. I saw my son's talent from a young age, and I even took him to concerts. The young lady in charge of reception looked like she was listening with great interest. It is obvious that he is quite interested in the childhood story of Yaqing, this top star. Concert. How come I don't know? Is it a KTV? When Yaqing's voice came, Xu Jizai's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly smiled with joy. You go out first. Okay, teacher Yaqing. After Yaqing asked the company's reception staff to leave, he looked at Xu Jizai with a cold expression. Why did you come here, old man? Yaqing was not polite at all when he spoke, and it looked like a loving father and a filial son. Xiaokong, Dad had no choice at the beginning. I was deceived by that woman. After the outsiders left, Xu Jizai quickly lost his cheerful and talkative demeanor and put on a flattering expression. Yaqing didn't believe this explanation at all. This kind of nonsense character of the other party has happened more than once or twice. Yaqing's mother died early, and it was really not easy for him to grow up alive with Xu Jizai. When Yaqing was a child, Xu Jizai often took him to various places, such as bars, KTVs, and underground gambling venues. Relying on his cute son and his own good looks, he won the sympathy of many young women. But Yaqing is just a tool that can be thrown away after use. During the summer vacation after graduating from the third year of junior high school, Xu Jizai hooked up with a rich woman from another place and then disappeared, leaving Yaqing alone. Stop talking nonsense and be direct. How much do you want? Yaqing interrupted Xu Jizai impatiently. Xiaokong, why don't you believe me? I have really changed for the better. I came to see you this time just to see your. Xu Jizai spoke. Well, since you've seen it, if you're okay, I still have work to do. Yaqing turned around and pretended to leave. etc. Shukong turned around with an expression that said, as expected. I promise, the one I met this time is definitely my true love. Actually, she is also in a very miserable situation. She is in poor health and cannot go to work. We are planning to open a small supermarket, but we are short of 100,000 yuan. I know that this 100,000 yuan is nothing to you now. After hearing this, Shukong was too lazy to listen any further and decisively interrupted the other party. Okay, I'll have someone get it for you. Xu Jizai quickly took out a mobile phone. Let's add each other as friends, and you can just transfer it to me. Shukong waved his hand. Goodbye, I don't want to see you again. Shukong called Guo Zihao and the bodyguard assigned to him by the company. While asking the two to go to a nearby bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan for Xu Jizai, he whispered a few words in Guo Zihao's ear. After spending more than an hour, Shukong finally finished the arrangement of the song and recorded the demo of the new song for Su Ji. At the same time, Guo Zihao also came back. Nailed it. After hearing what Guo Zihao said, Shukong asked. Where did he go after he took the money? Just as you guessed, I went to the nearest foot spa and ordered a set meal worth more than 10,000 yuan. I have never experienced such a grand occasion. It was an eye-opener for me. Guo Zihao was amazed. I took Xiao Liu with me and beat him up right away. The money was also taken back. That place is not formal. I took a look and there was no surveillance. Shukong nodded, quite satisfied with the result. By the way, who is that old guy? A blackmailing paparazzi. Remember to bring back the photos and videos, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. Guo Zihao gave a serious reminder. As an agent, he actually has to supervise Shukong's private life. But over this period of time, the way the two get along has become different from that of ordinary top stars and their agents. He really had no way to control Shukong, and most of the time it was Shukong himself who made the decisions. Don't worry about that. That's my dad. That's good. Wait, who did you say that person was? Guo Zihao just nodded when he suddenly realized something was wrong. You said that man was your father. My own child. Shukong corrected, I am his biological child. Guo Zihao stood there for a while, then he reacted and gave Shukong a thumbs up. You are awesome. Shukong had guessed it long ago that it was simply a pipe dream to expect Xu Jizai to change. But after all, they are father and son, and Shukong is more experienced in how to control each other. That night, Su Ji had just finished taking a shower at home when she received a song demo sent by Shukong. Logically speaking, given Su Ji's personality, what Shukong did that night would definitely make her angry. When Shukong kissed her, she should have pushed him away. But for some reason, at that moment, she didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. It was not until Shukong completely crossed the line that Su Ji regained her sanity. After returning to her hotel room, Su Ji felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Because the clothes she was wearing, which were made of the least fabric, were completely soaked. Su Ji knew that she had a special physique, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Maybe it was because she was thinking about what happened that night again, but Su Ji took another shower, which allowed her hot body to slowly calm down. After opening the new song sent by Shukong, Su Ji did not have too high expectations. She had heard the song Best Friend before. It was indeed a good song, but the fact that Shukong was able to write it was mostly due to luck, and the possibility that the company hired a ghostwriter could not be ruled out. Anyway, it's just a collaboration, and she will only record this song and send it out, and it's unlikely that she will sing it on stage. Since her debut till now, Su Ji's representative works are mainly love songs. Her voice has also been described by the media as the most suitable for singing love songs, gentle and with a strong sense of story. Judging from the title of Shukong's song, it should also be a love song. It seems that no matter what the quality of the song is, it was written specifically for her. However, Shukong was so efficient that he finished writing the song in just one day. This made Su Ji even more suspicious that the new song given to her was most likely already prepared by Fengqing Entertainment. The sound of soft piano came from the phone, and Su Ji also opened the lyrics text that was sent to her. Soon, the song started, and it was obvious that this song was not suitable for Shukong. It was just a demo, so it did not affect Su Ji's judgment. As the chorus sounded, Su Ji's previous calm expression completely disappeared. Chapter 16, TV series, It's Not Impossible to Shoot. What? Are you serious? Suji's agent Yuan Anan has been in the industry for almost 20 years. Including Suji, the number of first-line artists she discovered and cultivated has reached double digits. Of course, the most successful one is Suji, who debuted at the age of 16, won the title of Queen of Singers at the age of 18, and now has established her own studio. At present, Suji has the most say in her personal studio, and even Suji herself has to listen to Yuan Anan's advice most of the time. Of course, I listened to Shukong's new song and it suits me very well. And compared to the other songs in my album, I think this one should be included in the album. Yuan Anan certainly knew that Suji was an artist with a strong sense of individuality, especially when it came to music. Can I listen first? After some consideration, Yuan Anan was forced to compromise. But less than 10 minutes later, her thoughts changed drastically. It's fine to put this song on your album. But, what you said about singing on the show, Singer, will it be possible? Yuan Anan has a lot to consider. Although she cannot be said to be professional when it comes to the quality of songs, she still has the most basic ability to judge. The key to the problem is that this song was nominally written by Shukong. Although Shukong is very popular, his online reviews are not very good. Especially for a talented singer like Suji, it is not a good thing to be associated with a traffic star. Suji has always had a very good reputation. Even though her traffic is not as high as before, she is still a queen of singing after all. The disadvantages of this kind of black and red traffic far outweigh the advantages. As long as the song is good, who wrote it doesn't matter. Suji didn't care. She had doubts in her heart that this song was not written by Shukong, but was just signed. After all, only less than 2 or 3 days had passed since she took the initiative to ask for Kong's help. However, since Fengqing Entertainment was willing to lose money in order to create a new song of such high quality and with the potential to become a big hit in order to establish Shukong's persona as a singer-songwriter and a talented person, she had no reason to refuse. Okay, you have the final say on this matter. However, this year's Singer will be broadcast live throughout the show, so we are a bit short on time to change the songs. Suji nodded. I know. I will concentrate on practicing during this time. In the 2 days after returning from the capital, apart from writing a new song for Suji, Shukong himself actually did not have any other announcements, but he was still very busy every day. Fengqing Entertainment has ushered in the busiest time of the year. Most of the time, the company's artists are running around the country for announcements, but now they have all returned in tacit understanding. This is closely related to Fengqing Entertainment's official announcement of a strategic partnership with Kiwi. Song Peiyu directly turned down performances at 2 music festivals, and Ding Qin did the same, even asking for leave from Mango TV's variety show. This time, the people in our company should show their best abilities. Guo Zihao had heard some gossip from somewhere and was sharing it with Shukong in a serious manner. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? I feel that the company has no intention of letting people like us play the leading roles in the new drama. Shukong is the most sober one. He knew that Fengqing Entertainment's high-profile entry into the film and television industry was a very good opportunity for everyone in the company. According to Shukong's speculation, the production cost of Fengqing Entertainment's first drama will definitely not be less than 100 million, and this does not include subsequent publicity and promotion costs. In such a big investment drama, if they can get the leading male or female role, or lower their standards and get a supporting role with more screen time, it will be a good thing for the future development of these top stars. But will Fengqing Entertainment really use these top stars in its own company who don't have much performing experience? Shukong thinks the answer is no. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed so many actors in the circle one after another. Did Mr. Yu tell you? Seeing Shukong so confident, Guo Zihao asked back. No, I guess. He rolled his eyes at Shukong. That's it. No matter what, we should try it, right? Shukong nodded without comment, obviously not taking the matter too seriously. Shukong? Long time no see. I heard that you recently got the endorsement of Huayi. I haven't had time to congratulate you properly. A slightly feminine voice was heard, which made Shukong instinctively feel a little uncomfortable. Although the tone was very sincere, Shukong knew that he was obviously being sarcastic. After all, strictly speaking, Song Peiyu is the best candidate for Huayi. Whether in terms of popularity or fame, it is not the turn of Shukong, a newcomer who has only debuted for a year. Thanks. But the person in charge at Huayi told me that you are the most suitable spokesperson for their brand. What a pity. The corner of Song Peiyu's mouth twitched almost subconsciously. But he adjusted himself quickly, and if Shukong hadn't been staring at the other person, he wouldn't have noticed. Har 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 har, stop joking with me. I really don't have much time to take on any commercials recently. I may have to prepare to join the crew to film a movie next. I don't have much experience as an actor, so it's very tiring. Shukong was stunned for a moment. He asked why Song Peiyu suddenly came to him. It looks like Fengqing Entertainment is planning to let the other party star in its new drama? This was somewhat beyond Shukong's previous guess. You're quite right. Act well and don't make the PR department work overtime every day. Song Peiyu originally came to Versailles, and when he heard Shukong's words, he almost couldn't control his expression. A lot of negative news about him was exposed some time ago, and Fengqing Entertainment spent a lot of money to finally settle it. This is a blatant mockery. Without saying anything else, Song Peiyu turned around and left since he had achieved his goal. After about a few minutes, Guozhao ran to the practice room where Shukong was, panting. The company has decided that Song Peiyu will be the lead actor. Shukong asked first. How do you know that? People came to show off, how could he not know? Of course, Shukong didn't care too much. After all, Song Peiyu was only 2 years older than him, but as a senior who had been in the entertainment industry for so many years before he traveled through time, such behavior seemed too childish to Shukong. What now? Guozhao looked a little anxious. What to do? Shukong, on the other hand, looked like nothing had happened. If the company really finalizes Song Peiyu, it's unlikely that you'll get any role. Is it impossible for you to play a supporting role? After hearing this, Shukong thought about it for a while, and then he spoke to himself. It's not like we can't film a TV series. Chapter 17: The necessity of a lounge in the boss's office. I know what you're going to say. But this matter has been decided. Song Peiyu is considered a veteran of the company. He is more popular than you and has experience in several dramas. If I choose you, I won't be able to convince the public. Yaqing didn't seem surprised at all by Shukong's arrival. Of course, these words surprised Shukong. Yaqing actually gave him a special explanation. However, Shukong didn't come here for this matter. Boss Yu, I'm not here to compete with Song Peiyu for the role. Walking over to sit opposite Yaqing's desk, he spoke slowly. Yaqing in the company is indeed very different from when she is at home. Wearing a professional OL suit, she loses some of the charm of a young woman and gains some of the heroic spirit of a professional woman. Yaqing is indeed a very strong leader. In all the decisions made by Fengqing Entertainment, he has almost always been the one who has the final say. So why are you here? Yaqing's eyes were still fixed on the computer screen in front of her, without looking at Shukong at all, but at this moment, Shukong's thigh suddenly felt a cold touch. He subconsciously looked down and saw a small foot wrapped in black stockings. There were beautiful patterns on the stockings, and you could vaguely see the red nail polish that Yaqing had asked him to help paint last time. I thought about it and decided to still film the movie, but not the role played by Song Peiyu. Mr. Yu, if you customize a drama for me, how much investment can the company give? After hearing what Shukong said, Yaqing suddenly paused. A play specially tailored for you. If it was before, I might have considered it, but now, you know it's impossible. Shukong was of course clear that Yaqing was not just trying to fool him. This time Fengqing Entertainment and Kiwi have reached a cooperation. Shukong is not very clear about the specific terms, but Fengqing Entertainment is definitely taking risks. It is highly likely that the two parties signed a contract such as a bet agreement. What Fengqing Entertainment gets is that every drama can be broadcast on Kiwi, and there is a high probability that it will be supported by the best resources of their platform. According to the information Shukong obtained, Fengqing Entertainment plans to shoot 2 new dramas this time. A costume drama, the one starring Song Peiyu, had a conservative investment of around 150 million yuan, excluding the publicity and promotion costs. The other one is to buy the series copyright of a domestic fantasy novel. Although there is no official project yet, the budget is definitely high. Even though Fengqing Entertainment is considered a large company and has accumulated a lot of capital over the years, it is certain that it will be short of funds after this wave of investment. It doesn't require a huge investment. 30 million is enough. But I have one request, which is that I must have a certain degree of decision-making power in this drama. Shukong added. There was no overly begging tone, and he was always neither humble nor arrogant. 30 million. Obviously, Yaqing thought Shukong would come to find her. But the purpose was guessed wrong. The other party didn't come to complain why the leading male role of the new drama was given to Song Peiyu, but was planning to shoot another new drama himself. The most I can give you is 20 million. You haven't helped me earn this much money since you joined the company. But I also have requests. After thinking for a moment, Yaqing suddenly said with a serious expression. No problem. Shukong agreed without much thought. As for the fact that 30 million was reduced to 20 million, he felt it was completely acceptable. After all, Shukong originally thought that 10 million should be enough, and at most he could just use it a little sparingly when the time comes. First of all, since you want the decision-making power, you will be responsible for the project of this drama, including the director, screenwriter, and other aspects. You will make the decisions yourself. The second thing is to attend the company's actor training. You have no acting experience before, so you need to work harder in this area. Finally, if this drama loses money, some of the company's subsequent resources may not be available to you. So, have you really decided? Yaqing felt that Shukong was just a young man acting on impulse. This happened because the role was snatched away by Song Peiyu. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed an opportunity for Shukong to gain experience. It can be said that Shukong has almost not encountered any difficulties since his debut. From being unknown to becoming a top star in the domestic entertainment industry, with the help of Fengqing Entertainment, the process has been too smooth. It's good to let the other party suffer a loss. Yaqing is very optimistic about Shukong's future development. After all, based on this face alone, Shukong can be considered a natural star. Compared to top stars like Song Peiyu, Shukong's appearance is much better, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. So in Yaqing's plan, Shukong's entry into the film and television industry is certain, but it just requires careful preparation. But after Shukong made the request just now, she thought it through and realized that it would not be a bad thing to let him suffer a little loss. The other party is still young and has a lot of room for development in the future. Of course, the premise of all this is that he is Shukong. If it were any other artist in the company, Yaqing would not have so much patience. Although she never said it herself, Yaqing was still very satisfied with Shukong's performance after joining Fengqing Entertainment. Especially the other party's behavior every time he goes to her house. Certainly. Shukong didn't have as many thoughts as Yaqing. But he was not a fool, and he spoke up. But if my drama makes money in the end, I want a share of the profits, not just a simple salary. The investment is only 20 million, how high can his pay be? That makes sense. If your show makes money, after deducting the costs, we will split the profits 50-50. Yaqing said with a smile. She didn't care about the profit sharing at all because she didn't expect Shukong's first drama to make money. Mainly because I really like to see Shukong looking so full of fighting spirit at this moment. Compared to his usual maturity that is inconsistent with his age, Yaqing prefers Shukong's youthful vigor at this moment. Anything else? Shukong shook his head. The whole process went much smoother than he had imagined. Then it's my turn. Next, we have to mention the professionalism of Fengqing Entertainment's decoration designer. It is really necessary to have a soundproof and comfortable lounge in the boss's office. Chapter 18, we are all reborn, so we need something challenging. No, we don't need to. When Shukong went to find Yaqing, Huayi thought that Shukong was going to see if he could snatch Song Peiyu's role away. At worst, he can at least get a role with enough screen time in Fengqing's second investment drama. It is impossible for him to play the leading role. The news is that the company has asked another talented actor who has signed a contract with the company to play the leading male role. Huayi still had some expectations, thinking that since Shukong joined the company, he had always been valued by President Yu, including being able to negotiate the endorsement of Huayi some time ago. What he didn't expect was that this time he was completely unable to keep up with Shukong's ideas. Let me analyze it for you. You, even if you include me, are definitely laymen in the film and television industry, if not completely ignorant. Forget about acting, but why do you want to be in charge of the entire project? Just finding a suitable screenwriter to write the script and inviting a director to shoot these messy things, if you do nothing for the next 6 months, it's hard to solve them. Not to mention that this is just the beginning. If our show fails, we won't even have a decent excuse. It's not that Guo Zihao has no confidence in Shu Kong, but this matter is simply too outrageous. It's only an investment of 30 million, but not only will Shu Kong have to spend a lot of his time and energy, it may also affect his future career. It's not worth it at all. For a celebrity with a little fame, 30 million is not a huge investment. Not to mention top stars like Shu Kong. If he worked a little harder and took on more performances and endorsements without considering career development, Shu Kong could earn more than this in a year. All in all, in Guo Zihao's opinion, the risks and benefits of this matter are completely disproportionate. Is it difficult to shoot a low-budget TV series? That is definitely difficult, not only because there are all kinds of troubles in the process, but the most important thing is that even if the film is successfully completed, it is not certain that the copyright can be sold. As for the big fire, there is no need to mention it. It is indeed too far away. In his previous life, Shu Kong had seen countless dramas fail in the circle. It doesn't matter for big companies, but for small companies, the directors or producers just sell all their belongings to scrape together the money, and most of them lose it all in less than a year. So Shu Kong never thought that this matter itself was simple. In his previous life, if his reputation had not collapsed, he would have been considered one of the top stars who had successfully transformed himself. Although his private life is not open to the public, Shu Kong has always been a very hard-working and serious person. This is true whether it is singing or acting. So when he was almost 30 years old, although Shu Kong's acting skills could not be said to be excellent, they were definitely not bad. This was also the premise for Shu Kong to suddenly propose to Yaqing that he wanted to shoot a new drama himself, and after Shu Kong was reborn, he had a high sense of crisis. In my previous life, I was forced to do so, and also because I was content with the status quo, so it was a little too late for me to transform after my debut. Now, as an idol star who debuted for a year, his career is on the rise, and it is not difficult for him to make money and reap profits. But if he continues like this, it is almost certain that his popularity will decline and his image will collapse in less than 3 years. The best choice is to plan ahead. Moreover, for Shu Kong, continuing to follow the path of a top idol is indeed too unchallenging. After traveling through time and space, Shu Kong knew very well that although his schedule seemed full and he was very busy every day, in fact, most of the things he did not excite him. He was just repeating the old path of his previous life. You will be responsible for the production of the new drama, and I will take care of the rest. Shu Kong ignored Guo Zihao's complaints and made arrangements on his own. Shu Kong cannot say that he is familiar with the entire process from project establishment to final broadcast of a drama, but he is still very clear about the basic procedures. Well, I know a friend who has some connections in the screenwriter circle in Shanghai. Let's see if he can solve the problem of the script first. As for the director, I don't have any suitable candidates at the moment, but our company has signed a lot of new directors before. I will contact them first. Guo Zihao sighed, but still worked diligently to help think of a solution. Shu Kong suddenly patted Guo Zihao on the shoulder. You, although you don't have the ability, at least you are a good person. If you hadn't said these two heartfelt words, I would have considered changing my agent in the future. Guo Zihao was speechless. Can you please be serious? This matter is not that simple. You should know that in Fengqing Entertainment, President Yu is not the only one who has the final say. Since you joined the company, you have been given the best resources. I don't know how many eyes are on us. If this drama fails, no one will agree to give you the same resources as now. Shu Kong nodded. Of course he knew about the entertainment company's methods. Even though he and Yaqing had a special relationship, Shu Kong didn't think that if he no longer had the corresponding value, would Yaqing still be able to blatantly favor him as a newcomer. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Don't worry about the director and the script. I've already solved it. Guo Zihao was obviously stunned for a moment. So, this was part of your plan? Shu Kong hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Just barely. Shu Kong didn't directly say that he planned to write, direct and act in the film himself. Ever since Song Peiyu was confirmed as the leading male role in Fengqing's first drama, he has been in a very good mood. Among the top artists under Fengqing Entertainment, he joined the earliest. He has always been firmly in the top position. Until Shu Kong signed the contract, the company began to blatantly favor the other party, investing all kinds of resources as if they were free. Although Song Peiyu did not dare to express his dissatisfaction directly, he had already hated Shu Kong for a long time. The last time, the endorsement of Huayi should have been his, but it was snatched away by Shukong. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You said Shukong asked the company to invest in a new drama for him. 30 million investment, hee. When Song Peiyu heard the news brought by his agent, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. In Song Peiyu's opinion, such behavior is really like the result of the dog being desperate and starting to act recklessly because there is no role to play. He would not even look down upon acting in such a low-budget drama. Not to mention that Shukong was said to have asked for very high authority, as if he was planning to produce a new drama on his own. I just thought that Shukong didn't understand anything and took it for granted. Before, I was a little worried about Shukong's rapid rise. A lot of company resources were being poured into him, and his popularity was almost catching up with my own. But now that he realized that the other party was going further and further down the road of self-destruction, Song Peiyu didn't take Shukong seriously anymore. Chapter 19, Female Lead Selection. Shukong is not completely arrogant when it comes to writing, directing and acting in the film himself. He hadn't realized it when he was reborn. It was not until recently that I slowly discovered that the memories of my previous life were becoming clearer in my mind. Even able to remember various details that should have been forgotten long ago. This is why he dared to give it a try. Of course, even so, Shukong still maintained the habit of learning at any stage in his previous life. He even wanted to be more serious. In the past 2 days, he almost postponed most of his announcements. I stayed at home and wrote scripts while reading relevant knowledge about directing. In addition, Shukong contacted a director under Fengqing Entertainment who had little presence. Invite the other party to be the executive director of your own crew. After all, it's the first time, so I still need an experienced person to watch over me. Brother Shukong. Song Yuyu threw herself directly into Shukong's arms. Shukong was frightened and quickly pushed the other person away. Sister, are you going to die? Shukong didn't dare to be so presumptuous. This was Feng Ji's company headquarters. If he was seen by others, it was unknown whether he could get out given Song Yuyu's identity. But I missed you so much. We haven't seen each other for almost half a month. Song Yuyu pouted in dissatisfaction, but still wanted to continue sticking to him. Yuyu, have you forgotten our previous agreement? It's not time to make it public yet. After some coaxing, Song Yuyu finally calmed down. Where's Sister Hong? Shukong asked. He came here specifically this time, of course not to find Song Yuyu. With an investment of 30 million, even if Shukong did not take his own share of the salary, the budget was still a bit low. Besides, Shukong doesn't have any connections in the film and television industry. After thinking about it, Song Yuyu is actually the most suitable choice. There is no need to say much about the popularity of Song Yuyu, the nation's first love, and her acting skills also meet Shukong's requirements. The most important thing is that, relying on their extraordinary relationship, they might be able to negotiate a lower pay. I'll take you there. Shukong's arrival made Song Yuyu so happy that she couldn't express it in words. Shukong discovered that although Song Yuyu looked well behaved and cute on the surface, she was actually extremely bold. The other party never stopped working on their way to see his agent Sister Hong. Faced with such provocation, it would be difficult for Shukong, a normal man, not to react. Even if they were not in someone else's company, Shukong would really want to do it to Song Yuyu right there and then and make this girl obedient. Unfortunately, it's just a thought, Shukong is not brave enough to do that. Song Yuyu looked at Shukong's uncomfortable expression and became more and more presumptuous, covering her mouth and laughing from time to time. Only when she arrived at the door of Lin Hong's office did Song Yuyu calm down. After knocking on the door and entering, Shukong greeted politely. Sister Hong. Seeing Shukong, although Lin Hong had known that he would come, her expression was still a little unhappy at this moment. I heard about you. The current film and television resources of Fengqing Entertainment are indeed not enough to satisfy all of its artists. Of course, with your current traffic and popularity, there shouldn't be a shortage of crews looking for you, right? Organizing a show on your own, it's not a wise idea to be honest. Lin Hong was not polite at all and told the truth directly. Expected situation. Shukong had no experience at all and was a newcomer. Even though it is a top streamer, the risk is indeed too great. Especially for Feng Ji, the company has no shortage of film and television projects, and with Song Yuyo's identity, can't she just pick any drama in the company? Sister Hong, why don't you take a look at the script first? I just think this role is very suitable for Yu. Shu Kong did not try to argue, but went straight to the point. Lin Hong handed the script in her hand to Song Yu, who was standing beside her. Go read the script first. I have something to say to him. Before, Song Yu didn't seem to care at all when facing her father, the chairman of Finger. On the contrary, in front of Lin Hong, her agent, she appeared to be particularly well behaved. She did not dare to go against the other party's wishes at all. She nodded honestly and agreed. After Song Yu left, Lin Hong spoke. I won't beat around the bush. Do you know her identity? Shu Kong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Now that I know, I won't say anything more. As a senior in the industry, my best advice to you is to stay away from Song Yu and keep a good distance. Otherwise, based on my understanding of his father, if he knew that you had any evil intentions, he would prevent you from appearing in the public eye in the future. Shu Kong has always been very self-aware. Even when Song Yu expressed her desire to make it public, he tried his best to stop her. But at this moment, Lin Hong's words inevitably made Shu Kong feel a little uncomfortable. Is this a threat? Lin Hong shook her head. I've already told you this. This is advice for you. Of course, if you take it as a threat, that's fine. Lin Hong is not a fool. On the contrary, as one of the most experienced professional agents since the establishment of Finger, she is no longer surprised by various things in the circle. So when Shu Kong went to visit Song Yu's crew, she discovered that there was something wrong between the two. But she never made it clear to Song Yu. This time, I'll take this opportunity to talk things over with Shu Kong and give him a warning. Yu should be in your drama. If she wants to act, no one can stop her. But I still say that when you are on the set, don't think of any bad ideas. Lin Hong spoke up. Shu Kong complained in his heart. He didn't have any bad intentions, it was just that Song Yu was indeed suitable for this role. But he couldn't guarantee anything about Song Yu. Then the question of Yu's pay. He didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly, and couldn't help asking the question that concerned him most. Give it to me as you see fit. You only have so much investment in this drama, there's nothing to discuss. Besides, Yu became an actress because she loves acting. She doesn't care about the pay. No one will care about Finger either. Lin Hong's answer was quite casual. Shu Kong heard it very clearly. Song Yu is Feng Ji's little princess, and the entire company belongs to the Song family. It is normal that she doesn't think highly of the small budget of his drama. To sum up, we are not short of money. It was mainly Song Yu's decision to agree to perform. The other people in Finger couldn't stop her, so they just followed her will. But filming is filming, you must not have other thoughts, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lin Hong, the agent, probably didn't know either. Shu Kong had no such idea before he came. He and Song Yu were just friendly friends. Chapter 20. She really loves you. Are you sure you want to act in Shu Kong's play? Sister Hong stared at Song Yu very seriously and asked. Although she already knew the result, Lin Hong still wanted to confirm it. Song Yu seems to know nothing. From her debut to now, almost everything has been arranged by Feng Ji. But the only thing she insists on is that Song Yu has to choose the script and role herself every time. Of course. Song Yu answered without hesitation, with a firm expression. I really like the script of this play by Brother Shu Kong. Is it just because of the script? Lin Hong was a little bit unconvinced. In fact, I have thought about it before. If the script is not good, how can I refuse it so as not to make Brother Shu Kong sad? But after I finished watching it, I became even more certain that I must act in this play. Song Yu's answer surprised Lin Hong. It wasn't surprising that she agreed to act in the role, but the fact that it was because of her love for the script made Lin Hong deeply suspicious. Not to mention Shu Kong, a newcomer. Even at Fengqing Entertainment, they have little experience in film and television. Lin Hong knows best how scarce excellent screenwriters and quality scripts are in the industry. Show me the script. With doubts, Lin Hong began to read the script that Shu Kong had brought. Want to see you. When she saw the title of the drama, Lin Hong guessed that it should be an urban romance drama. With such a small investment, choosing to shoot a drama of this theme is a wise choice. Lin Hong's expression was no longer as calm as before. She spent about an hour watching this short 13-episode drama twice. The first time I watched it, I was a bit casual and didn't pay too much attention to the plot of the whole show. I thought it was probably just an ordinary urban romance drama. But as she watched more, especially when she saw the first time the heroine Huayi traveled through time, she realized that this drama was very different from what she had imagined. It actually contains quite a lot of suspense elements, and the plot design is much more complicated than one might imagine. So after reading it for the first time, Lin Hong became more careful when reading it for the second time, pondering over some of the foreshadowing and key information in it. The more he read, the more surprised he was. Lin Hong was an agent who had joined Finger almost when the company was founded. Although the number of scripts she had read was not over 10,000, it was definitely far more than most people. She knows very well how to choose the right scripts and roles for her artists. The positioning and quality of the entire drama, whether the characters are likable, etc., are all key factors in determining whether or not to take on a drama. That's why she was so surprised, because the script of Want to See You is of very high quality and completeness. There have been attempts to add suspense elements to urban romance dramas, but most of the results have been less than ideal. The script that Yaqing brought combined the two perfectly. The sense of suspense created is definitely sufficient, and at the same time it is able to maintain the perfect development of the love line between the male and female protagonists of the traditional urban romance drama, and there are no major logical loopholes in the whole drama, and it can completely justify itself. The quality of the script was definitely not low, and even far exceeded most of the scripts she had seen this year. The key is that the role is very suitable for Song Yu at present. There is enough room for her to show her acting skills, and her character is also very likable. What Song Yu needs right now is a drama like this to consolidate her popularity and reputation. Even if it wasn't because of Yaqing, after seeing such a script, Lin Hong would let Song Yu take over this drama. Who wrote this script? Lin Hong couldn't help but ask. He didn't expect that Fengqing Entertainment had such a promising screenwriter, and judging from his style, he was most likely a newcomer. If possible, it would be nice to recruit Fengqing from them. Brother Yaqing wrote it himself. Isn't the screenwriter's signature written at the beginning? Song Yu answered subconsciously. Yaqing wrote it himself. Lin Hong looked quite shocked at this moment. In her opinion, Yaqing is actually an artist with no redeeming qualities except for his good looks. But the entertainment industry is like this now. A bunch of top idols have no outstanding professional abilities at all. Perhaps it is because Fengqing has come step by step from a long time ago, which leads Lin Hong to look down on traffic stars like Yaqing. You know, back when Finger was first established, a star who had no acting skills, couldn't sing, and couldn't produce any works would not be popular, no matter how good-looking they were. Yes, he is also a director. Brother Yaqing said that he plans to write, direct and act in this play. It's really amazing. When mentioning Yaqing, little stars unconsciously appeared in her eyes, and she did not hide her admiration at all. She didn't know before that Yaqing could write scripts. But after knowing this, I can only say that Song Yu likes him more. She really loves Yaqing very much. Written, directed and acted by yourself. Lin Hong was stunned for a moment when she heard Song Yu's words. She realized she had been wrong. At first, I thought Yaqing was no different from those other young stars in the circle who became famous overnight. In the final analysis, it is just a cash cow that the company can abandon at any time. But now it seems that this young man has quite big ambitions. From the time they asked Fengqing Entertainment for decision-making power to the time they came up with a script like Want to See You, it was probably planned in advance. Most likely, Yaqing is still in the dark. When will the filming of this drama start? Maybe at the end of the month. Brother Yaqing said the specific time to join the group has not been decided yet. Noticing Song Yu's expectant expression, Lin Hong realized that her thoughts had gradually gone astray because of the script. I'll join the group with you then, she said without question. No need, Sister Hong. I've filmed so many scenes before and I've long been accustomed to the life on the set. Song Yu objected in a low voice, feeling a little guilty. No. Before, you were filming in our Finger's own crew, but this time is different. Lin Hong did not express her true thoughts. The reason why she insisted on following was to keep an eye on that guy Yaqing. Lin Hong knew very well that it was not a big deal to let Song Yu go to film a movie, but the key was to prevent anyone from being abducted by Yaqing. Not to mention Song Yu's identity, it is difficult to guarantee that Yaqing has no shameful intentions. If Song Yu's father knew about this, his anger would probably be something that no ordinary person could bear. As the agent, she has to bear most of the responsibility and has no way to explain it. Oh tilde. New. Song Yu spoke with some sadness. She originally wanted to go film a movie with Shukong so that they could be together openly. As a result, Sister Hong also wanted to go with them, so they had to continue to do it secretly. Chapter 21, Singer, Live. It was only after Shukong returned from the capital that Guo Zihao understood what the other party meant when he said that both the script and the director had been resolved. Are you really planning on writing, directing and acting in the show yourself? Brother, can you please not make it so big? No wonder his agent reacted so strongly. The key point is that this matter really sounds unreliable. Shukong is a newcomer, and not only is his first drama a low-budget one, they also have to organize the entire project themselves. This is already the beginning of hell. Shukong also plans to write the script himself and be the director himself. This is simply outrageous. His mother is the one who opens the door to outrageousness. It is outrageous to the extreme. Calm down and stop yelling. Shukong looked at Guo Zihao, who was making a fuss, speechlessly. From the current perspective, the whole process is much simpler than Shukong originally thought. Basically, most of the preliminary preparations have been completed. With the addition of Song Yu, the subsequent shooting should be able to start normally. Shukong has never been a director, so he can't say he has much experience. But this does not prevent him from copying homework, and this has always been the source of Shukong's confidence. Even if he could recreate the entire drama from his mind one-to-one, Shukong didn't think that Want to See You would fail without any splash. The small investment budget becomes an advantage at this time, because the difficulty of finally getting your money back is also reduced a lot. Guo Zihao stuttered for a long time and found that he could not win the argument with Shukong. He wasn't sure whether the other party's confidence throughout the whole process was just an act. By the way, is the first episode of Mango TV's Singer going to be broadcast today? Shukong suddenly remembered something and asked. At this time, Guo Zihao was still immersed in the worry of knowing that Shukong planned to direct and act in the show himself, and just nodded lightly. The show, Singer, is quite popular these days. Although this is almost the 4th or 5th season, it is the first time that the whole show is broadcast live, which is quite bold. You have to know that if it's a live broadcast, without the later sound editing and re-recording, the Singer is very likely to fail. The variety shows on Mango TV are really good at creating topics and hot topics. Shukong stood up from the sofa and turned on the TV, which he rarely watched on weekdays. Why are you suddenly interested in this show? Guo Zihao was a little surprised. Shukong himself is indeed very popular, especially after the song Best Friend became popular some time ago. It can almost be said that he has firmly squeezed into the list of top stars in the domestic entertainment industry. However, a highly professional music competition variety show like Singer has nothing to do with Shukong at all. He wants to be on Singer, but not only is it unlikely that Mango TV will agree, Fengqing Entertainment will not agree either. Because if he went on stage, with Shukong's singing skills and ability, it would most likely just be embarrassing. Suji is one of the singers participating in the competition. Didn't the company ask me to write a song for her before? It seems like she plans to sing my song on the show. Shukong answered nonchalantly. Guo Zihao took a while to react, then looked in Shukong's direction with a look of shock. What? Will Suji sing the song you wrote on the show this time? Shukong subconsciously covered his ears. Can you please stop being so startled every day? Guo Zihao still had a serious expression. Is the news accurate? Suji told me before. I don't know if she plans to sing my song in the first episode. Guo Zihao couldn't understand why Shukong was so calm. Do you know what it would mean if Suji really sang your song? Do you know how popular the Singer is this year? Shukong was holding the fried chicken that had just been delivered. After taking a bite, he shook his head. He has spent all this time on the early preparations for the drama Meet You. Even when he has free time, he is reading some books related to directors. He has not really paid attention to the hot searches on Weibo and various public opinions on the internet. Watch your figure and eat less. Guo Zihao reached out and snatched the fried chicken from Shukong's hand, then said seriously. If Suji really sang your song on Singer, it would definitely bring huge traffic. Of course, the premise is that you don't get last place. Otherwise, Suji's fans will probably blame you for the bad song. Shukong took another piece of fried chicken from the family bucket in front of him. I run and exercise every day, so what's wrong with eating some high-quality carbohydrates? Go on, so what? Guo Zihao rolled his eyes. Brother, can you please pay more attention? As long as we do a better job of marketing, we can get a huge amount of traffic from this singer program. Shu Kong understood very well what Guo Zihao said. For a popular idol with few works, such popularity is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With so many years of experience as a top star, Shu Kong certainly knows very well how this process should be carried out in order to maximize benefits. But since the project of the drama, Want to See You, was launched, he has also figured out that as a top star in this life, there is no need for him to follow the old path. In this case, such traffic is not that important. So from the very beginning, he had no intention of making his presence felt too much and riding on the popularity of the singer program. He was just going to let things take their course. You told the company that there's no need to buy trending searches or market me. I have my own plans for this matter. Guo Zihao was just about to speak when the singer program had already started broadcasting. The host on the stage is Bai Ziyang. He has so many years of experience as a host, and although his fame is partly due to marketing, his basic ability to control the situation is still quite strong. Even though it is a live broadcast, everything seems to be in good order. From the opening of the show, to the brand sponsorship advertisements, and the detailed introduction of all the contestants on the show, etc. If it weren't for the word live broadcast in the upper right corner, I would really have the illusion that the program was a recorded broadcast. Suji shouldn't be at the bottom, but it's too difficult to get first place. Guan Ting, Dao Zidan, and other veterans in the music industry have great stage experience and singing skills. Fuck, why did they invite William and Elvie, two talented singers from abroad? Guo Zihao was muttering to himself while watching the show and exclaiming from time to time, obviously quite immersed in the show. Shu Kong was also familiar with the 7 singers on the show, including Suji. Guan Yang is a national first-class singer and a member of the national team. There is no doubt about her strength. Taking part in the show feels like a dimensionality reduction attack. A singing king like Dao Zidan has won various domestic awards for Best Male Singer more than once. Although he has always been singing pop songs, no one doubts his singing skills and voice. As for the other 2 foreign singers, Shu Kong only knew their names and had heard a few of their representative works, but he could not find more detailed information from the original owner's memory. But European and American singers who are well known in the country are probably not idiots. The other 3, besides Suji, are Yuan Hong Band and a new generation singer named Huayi. Shu Kong doesn't know much about him, but from Bai Ziyang's introduction just now, Yuan Hong Band should be a rock band, and Huayi is good at R&B style rhythm and blues. To be fair, this lineup is already quite powerful. Suji, the youngest singing queen in the history of Chinese music, may not have many advantages. Chapter 22. 2 European and American singers are coming. The live broadcast has just started. How come it's already number 1 on the trending search list? Guo Zihao was amazed at the popularity of the show. Shu Kong, on the other hand, was not surprised. After all, with such a lineup of contestants and the fact that the show is broadcast live, it is normal that it is so popular. Not to mention that this is a program from Mango TV, and they are very good at marketing and promotion. Let's welcome the first singer. Avril. After talking for a long time, we finally entered the formal performance session. The first person to appear on stage was one of the European and American singers invited by the singer program team. Avril Lavigne is quite famous. Most domestic audiences, including Shu Kong, have heard her well-known representative works. Fuck, I feel like some of our domestic singers may not be able to get first place this time. Don't be fooled by the fact that Avril's popular songs in China are mostly pop songs, but she has won all the awards she deserves in Europe and the United States. There's no need to be pessimistic. Guan Yang and Dao Zidan are both strong. There shouldn't be such a big gap between them. Because it was a live broadcast, various comments from the audience appeared on the screen. As expected, Avril Lavigne, who was the first to perform, sang an English song, which was not one of the representative works that domestic netizens have heard. Shu Kong can be considered a half-expert. Although his singing career in his previous life has been criticized, he has also undergone systematic training. So as the magnificent piano music sounded, starting with the exaggerated high notes, Shu Kong knew that Avril's singing skills had indeed reached a somewhat exaggerated level. Moreover, the entire process was broadcast live, and we still didn't hear any obvious mistakes. Too stable. I couldn't help but sigh. With rich stage experience and incredibly steady performance, it is obvious that Singer invited him to come this time not to be a runner-up or just a cameo. Now, please invite the 100 media judges present to vote. Avril's singing ended and the voting session soon began. Because it was a live broadcast, the announcement of the votes was not delayed as usual. 92 votes. Congratulations. As their vote count was announced, discussions on the barrage of comments were once again sparked. A reasonable, almost perfect performance. WTF, the competition is so intense, but the first singer who came up got over 90 votes. Does it feel like inviting Avril and William to participate is a bit of a dimensionality reduction attack? Although it is just a variety show, because of the participation of European and American singers, it is inevitable that most viewers will compare domestic singers with others. If they lose on their own show, it will probably cause dissatisfaction among many netizens. Of course, in the live broadcast format, it's okay if you lose, but it would be more embarrassing if the votes were secretly manipulated or something. It can be seen from Avril's number of votes that the production team of Singer has no intention of doing any of those little tricks. The second person to appear is Guanyang. Before he officially started performing on stage, the comments were already full of cheers, and it was obvious that everyone had high hopes for Guanyang. After all, in a regular national team, with Avril, a European and American singer, performing so well, most people hope to see Guanyang's votes exceed that of the other team. Sandstorm. Lyrics, Cao Yixian. Composition, Cao Yixian. Singer, Guanyang. Guanyang did not choose his own song, but instead chose a more niche song. A professional competitive stage like this for singers is different from some ordinary talent shows. Especially when it comes to song selection, there are many things to consider, and the difficulty of singing the song largely determines the singer's performance ceiling. An ordinary love song, even if performed perfectly, still won't get a high score. This is a general consensus after the show, Singer, has been broadcast for so many seasons. Do you think Guanyang can get more votes than Avril? Guo Zihao asked. Shukong shook his head lightly. It's difficult. It's not because Avril's singing and stage performance are much better than Guanyang's. It's obvious that Guanyang is under a lot of pressure right now. Because it was a live broadcast, as soon as Guanyang came on stage, Shukong knew from his body and facial expressions that Guanyang, a veteran in the music industry, was a little too nervous. As an artist who also performs on some large stages, he is very familiar with that feeling, having experienced it too many times in his previous life. In comparison, perhaps because she didn't care about the public opinion in China, Avril Lavigne in front was quite relaxed. The more you do this, the better your performance will be when you sing. There is nothing that can be done about it, it's a definite home field disadvantage. Sure enough, before Shukong could finish his words, Guanyang, who had just started singing, made a very obvious mistake. Without post-production sound editing and editing, the risks of live streaming are revealed at this moment. Did Guanyang just sing out of tune? I went back and listened to it again, and there was indeed a mistake. What a pity. Such an obvious mistake happened at the very beginning. Even many ordinary audiences could hear it. Such a mistake was too fatal. Even though Guanyang, who had rich stage experience, adjusted himself in a short period of time, the result could not be changed. The final number of votes for singer Guanyang is 83. Almost because of that mistake at the beginning, the vote gap was widened to nearly 10 votes. Why do I feel like these two European and American singers are really going to take first place this time? Guanyang made a mistake. Otherwise, the result would be hard to predict. Alas, now we can only place our hopes on the other singers behind us. Most of the audience also felt sorry. In fact, Guanyang was quite stable in both song selection and performance on stage. Strictly speaking, she was not inferior to Avril Lavigne's performance earlier. But if you make a mistake, there's nothing you can do. It's already quite difficult to get more than 80 votes. The third band to perform was the rock band Yuanhong. They sang their own song, a rock song that was quite popular in the country. Compared with the previous two singers, Yuanhong band is much less well known. Many viewers on the barrage obviously didn't recognize him. This scene feels a bit off. The lead singer can't catch his breath. The difference in vocal conditions is too big. I don't like it. It's too noisy. It makes my ears hurt. The audience showed no mercy when they criticized people. In this era, the thing that is most lacking is keyboard warriors. Of course, it's also because Yuan Hong's performance is really hard to describe. Xu Kong could see that the lead singer had tried his best. Such a performance could be regarded as the finale at most music festivals in the country. But on a professional stage like Singer, defects in voice and singing skills will be infinitely magnified. Especially since the entire process was broadcast live, it was very obvious that there was a huge gap between the lead singer of Yuan Hong Band and the two predecessors mentioned above. There is no other way. Yuan Hong Band was mentally prepared to participate in the Singer program. The purpose is more to promote the song, and it is obvious that he does not care too much about the result of the competition. To use the words of many netizens in the barrage at this time, it is definitely a high-level game. Chapter 23: The darkest moment of Chinese music. The final number of votes for the Rainbow Band is 76. The results came out, as expected. Yuan Hong Band was ranked last among the three singers. Why do I feel like something is wrong going on like this? The first place in the first round is going to be taken by a European or American singer. Don't feel it, it's highly likely that Avril was the first to appear, and she performed perfectly. Why are you starting to show off to others? Don't be so impatient. Aren't there still the singing King Dao and the little singing Queen Suji behind us? Dao Zidan may be able to pull one back, but Suji is unlikely to do so. She is still too young and inexperienced. And don't forget, William hasn't even played yet. The show, Singer, was only halfway through and the comments were already noisy. There is no way. The singers this season are slightly different. The live broadcast format has brought for more popularity than before. Coupled with the participation of two well-known European and American singers, too many things are likely to cause controversy. Most people think that no matter which country the singer is from, strength is what matters, and if you lose, there is nothing to say. Some other netizens were unwilling to accept that the variety show they had hosted was won by a foreign singer in the very first episode. But everything is okay now, at least everyone thinks that Dao Zidan behind has the ability to get back on track. What happened next was the real bad news. The fourth person to appear was the European and American singer William. The good news is that the song William chose was not a very competitive one, but a very orthodox country song. The bad news is that William's performance was almost impeccable and it was another near-perfect performance. Just with a simple guitar accompaniment, the audience at the scene and in front of the screen were completely immersed in it. The song is not difficult to sing, but William's stage performance is quite charming. The singer is fully committed to it, and in this state, the stage's appeal is almost at its maximum. 91 votes. Second only to Avril Lavigne, who was the first to appear, but she also successfully reached the 90 mark. It's hard to imagine that the show won't be very popular now. As expected of a Mango. Guo Zihao couldn't help but sigh. As a celebrity agent, he is much more sensitive to public opinion than ordinary people. He could almost guess how big a public opinion storm would be stirred up on the internet after the first episode of Singer was aired. Isn't this a high number? I feel like the production team is intentionally manipulating the number of votes. Please calm down, conspiracy theorists. Isn't voting done with real names? And honestly, isn't William's performance worthy of such a number of votes? I think Mango is planning to completely tear down the fig leaf of the domestic music scene. I can only say that they are doing a good job. Strictly speaking, Avril and William are not considered the top singers in Europe and the United States. Is it true that there are no singers in our country who can even compete with them? Don't worry, everyone. Dao Zidan will be next. It's too early to draw conclusions now. After William's vote count came out, the discussion on the barrage became more heated. As a result, Guo Zihao also became a little nervous. Why do I feel something is wrong? If the current public opinion is that the two European and American singers really take the top two spots, then the other domestic singers on the show, including Suji, will probably be put on the spot. Guo Zihao's speculation is not unreasonable. Of course, what he was most worried about was the impact on Xu Kong. After all, he already knew in advance that the new song that Suji was going to sing on the show was written by Xu Kong. If the number of votes is too low, you will definitely be implicated. Before, Guo Zihao just thought that Xu Kong would be blamed by Suji's fans. But given the current situation, it will not just be Suji's fans who will join the public opinion crusade, there will also be many passers-by. It's still early. There's no need to be so nervous about watching a show. Shu Kong, on the contrary, appeared to be relatively calm. Strictly speaking, if Suji could really perform well, Shu Kong didn't think that the song he wrote for her would not be able to get more votes than Avril Lavigne and William. When he first wrote that song, Shu Kong was still a little hesitant. At first, I just wanted to be perfunctory, but after listening to some of Suji's previous songs and thinking about what I had done to Suji in the hotel room, I still sent it to her. Just consider it a small compensation. Bad news comes one after another, and Murphy's Law never disappoints. Many viewers are worried whether Dao Zidan, the king of singing, will make mistakes like Guan Yang did before. The final result was that although Dao Zidan did not make any mistakes, his performance on the spot can only be described as hard to describe. There were no mistakes, because almost the entire concert was a complete disaster and it cannot be described only by mistakes. Why is Dao Zidan's voice so bad now? I thought his song wasn't that difficult, so why was it so hard to sing it? I can't sing the high notes anymore, and I've deliberately avoided singing some of my past songs that had high notes that were too difficult, but it's still the same. It's terrible, even worse than the previous lead singer of the Rainbow Band. During Dao Zidan's singing, the filter of the barrage for this king of singers who once had many glorious moments was completely shattered. Shu Kong was also a little surprised. In the original owner's memory, although Dao Zidan sang pop songs most of the time, his singing skills had always been praised, especially his soul-stirring high notes. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Moreover, he was not at all unfamiliar with Dao Zidan's vocal problems at the moment. He was very familiar with them. He was like this in his previous life. Because of irregular work and rest, alcoholism, and bad smoking habits, by the time I realized what was happening, my throat was already completely ruined. This is also the reason why Shu Kong had to give up his original plan to become a singer and turn to acting. Dao Zidan's throat problem was definitely not as serious as it was in his previous life. But at the same time, Dao Zidan does not rely on her looks to make a living. For such a talented singer, if she has problems with her voice, it almost means that half of her career is over. From now on, whether it's various evening performances or music festivals, I'll have to say goodbye to open mics and become a complete studio singer. Singer Dao Zidan, the final vote count is 79 votes. When the results came out, many viewers felt quite sad. Shu Kong was also a little confused. If he were Dao Zidan and knew his own situation, he would definitely not accept the invitation from the singer program team. After all, even at concerts, various music festivals and performances, you can still choose to half open the mic or lip sync to get by. Now the problem with my voice has been completely exposed, and there is no room for maneuver. These two veteran singers who were originally placed with high hopes by everyone, one made an unnecessary mistake, and the other completely fell from the altar. Many viewers have been completely disappointed. The only ones left at this time were Huayi, a relatively unknown figure in the music industry, and Suji, China's youngest singing queen. It is not impossible for the two of them to surpass Avril Lavigne and William in front of them on the stage, but it is really a bit too much to ask. It gives me a sense of déjà vu of Go and Get Rid of Tang Monk and His Disciples. JPG. Huayi was the sixth to appear on stage and also sang his own song. It's an R&B song, and the performance is pretty stable without any major mistakes. Of course, it's not too eye-catching either. In the end, he got 82 votes, which was actually the best result except for two European and American singers. Dao Zidan had just finished her performance, so everyone was quite tolerant of Huayi. At least as a newcomer in the music industry, his performance is very good. The darkest moment of Chinese music. Alas, now the fig leaf of the domestic music scene has been completely torn off. What are these singers in the country doing? Many viewers watching the live broadcast felt a little uncomfortable. After a quick comparison, is the gap that big? Moreover, among the singers in this episode, Dao Zidan and Guan Yang are already among the top singers in the country. Just as the comments were full of admiration, Suji, the last person to appear, walked onto the stage. She was wearing a black evening dress today, which, paired with her refined short hair, was quite eye-catching. As the lights on the scene dimmed, a soft piano prelude began to play. Chapter 24, There are so many people in this world. Is Suji singing a new song this time? It is said that she is going to release a new album. Is she here to promote it this time? It's all over, there's probably no hope. Look who wrote the lyrics and composed this song. Fuck, Shu Kong? Is this true? Shu Kong helped write Suji's new song. How stupid. Why would Suji sing a song written by a popular celebrity? The company can't do this no matter how they arrange it. This is the stage of singer. The barrage of comments became noisy. After Suji came on stage, information about the song she was going to sing appeared on the screen. There are so many people in this world. Lyrics, Shu Kong. Composition, Shu Kong. Arranger, Shu Kong. Singer, Suji. As a top star, even if most ordinary audiences have not watched the talent shows and variety shows that Shu Kong participated in, they must be familiar with this name. But that's why everyone's reaction was so big. You should know that the variety show, Singer, is almost the top competitive music variety show in the country. It is unlikely that even just the name of a popular idol will appear on a show like this. Not to mention that Suji was the last singer to perform this time, and the song she sang was written by Shu Kong, which makes it even more incomprehensible. Before, there were still a small number of people, including Suji's own fans, who hoped that she could regain her status and get more votes than the previous two European and American singers. Now, most people have completely lost their minds. Although it was a live broadcast, Suji on the stage obviously could not see the audience's comments. Accompanied by the gentle sound of the piano, Suji's singing soon rang out. There are so many people in this world. There is an open door in the crowd. In my misty eyes forever. The first time I saw you in the blue morning. Just as he opened his mouth, the comments of complaints and grumblings were visibly reduced by more than half. Suji has always been famous for singing love songs. Her voice is somewhat inconsistent with her appearance. It is lazy and a little gentle, but at the same time has a strong sense of transparency, which makes Suji's singing carry the so-called sense of story. These can be discovered from some of Suji's past songs. But this time, the song that Shu Kong specially chose for the other party, regardless of the quality of the song itself, can indeed bring out the greatest advantages of Suji's voice. Of course, this song sounds easy, but in fact not every singer can sing it well, especially when it comes to singing out the song's gentle yet slightly sad atmosphere, which is even more difficult. Suji did not let Shu Kong down. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Shu Kong knew that this song was indeed very suitable for her. There are so many people in this world. How lucky I am to have us. The dawn and dusk of this long destiny often let me gaze into the distance in a trance. Suji continued singing. It was obvious that compared to the previous singers who were nervous and made mistakes, Suji got into the state almost instantly as soon as the prelude of the song sounded. Although she is the youngest in this singer program, it does not mean that her title of singing queen and the awards she won before are all fake. The most obvious contrast is among the audience watching the live broadcast at this time. The curses that filled the screen almost a minute ago had now completely disappeared. Fuck, it seems like Suji's new song is really good. It's nice to listen to. As soon as Suji starts singing, people are drawn into the atmosphere of the song. The lyrics are also well written. This song really suits her. I apologize to Shu Kong. I am indeed too prejudiced against him. But after listening to this song, I think I will change from hater to fan. The one who reacted the most was Guo Zihao, who was sitting next to Shu Kong. The look he gave Shu Kong was full of confusion. The previous song, Best Friend, could be attributed to luck or something, but what's the matter with this new song for Suji? Could it be that he had never understood Shu Kong before? In addition to his good looks, does this guy really have some talent? Flashing past in the evening breeze, a few frames from the past. Spinning while speeding, has it disappeared? Coming from the distant light, you are all sunny. There are so many people around me, but the world is silent. When it came to the chorus, Suji's voice became a little higher, but still maintained the restraint at the beginning. This song itself is not the type that requires high notes to stimulate the audience. On the contrary, it is the kind of restraint that is difficult to grasp that can bring the audience into the atmosphere of the song. This song is going to be a hit. This was the first thing Guo Zihao thought of after hearing the chorus of the song. Although he is not a very experienced agent. But if you don't have this kind of judgment, there's no need to stay in this industry. The whole song, from the arrangement to the lyrics, is so well done, and the melody of the song itself is very easy to remember. Given the popularity of the show, Singer, this new song written by Shu Kong for Suji is likely to become a hit. And it is far beyond imagination. I know. Shu Kong, on the contrary, behaved quite calmly. Of course, he knew that given the quality of the song, so many people in this world, it was only a matter of time before it became popular. In the previous life, it had already been tested by the market. If he hadn't wanted to compensate Suji, he would have been reluctant to do so. Even though Shukong himself certainly cannot sing this song, he can still exchange it for some resources that are beneficial to him or high copyright fees. However, with the memories of his previous life in mind, Shukong didn't feel too sad. There is such a person in this world. Live in me, the flying youth. A long kiss soaked in tears. It often makes me daydream. At this time, Suji's stage performance had come to an end. Compared with the previous singers, the number of barrages decreased a lot after Suji started singing. It's not that the audience didn't watch it, it's because most of them were listening to the song seriously. In the first episode of Singer, Suji was the only one who sang a new song that had never been released before. This in itself is very attractive, and the key is that the quality of the songs is so high. It's stable. I declare that the Chinese music scene still needs young people to save it. Suji is worthy of being the youngest singing queen in China. Suji's new song is so beautiful, and her stage performance was also perfect. No matter what the final result is, this stage is the undisputed number one of this show in my heart. It has to be Suji. It feels like everyone else is just resting on their laurels, but Suji has made huge progress compared to a few years ago. Shukong's new song is also crucial. It is so well written and seems to be tailor-made for Suji. With the screen full of praise, it was soon time for the final voting session. Singer Suji, the final vote count is. Chapter 25 new song becomes a big hit, with terrifying traffic. 95 votes. The number of votes Suji finally got was the highest number of votes in the first episode of Singer. Although most people had guessed before their vote that Suji's performance this time would definitely get a lot of votes, there was still an exclamation when the votes were announced. In addition to the live broadcast of this season of Singer, the fairness and strictness of the 100 media judges who voted can be seen from the voting process of other singers before. In addition to representatives of some well-known music platforms, there are also so-called well-known music critics and so on. It can almost represent most types of listeners in the country. Fuck, is he really better than Avril and William? Suji is awesome, Shukong is awesome. We finally got back some face for our Chinese singers. It was a close call. Fortunately, Suji stepped up. Otherwise, the top two spots in the first episode of Singer would have been taken by two singers from foreign countries. At this time, most of the comments were celebrating. There is almost nothing that can be questioned about Suji's performance. The quality of the song is also there. No one will question her first place result. Where are you going? As the show entered its final stage, Huayi, who was sitting next to Shukong, suddenly stood up, packed up his things and prepared to leave. Working overtime, I guess I'll have to stay up all night tonight. Huayi is naturally aware of how huge the chain reaction will be after the first episode of Singer is broadcast. In particular, Suji narrowly won the first place, and the song "There Are So Many People in This World" also appeared. For Shukong, the creator of this song, this wave of traffic will be even more exaggerated than he had imagined before. Of course, we can't just let it go. There is no need to deliberately market and control reviews. Let my fan group know too, and ask them to exercise some restraint. Shukong spoke up to remind him. Huayi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Although controlling comments and manipulating the direction of public opinion are already quite familiar to him. But this time is indeed different from the past. Because this time, there is a high probability that Shukong's reputation will usher in the best time since his debut. The quality of the song alone is enough to shut up the haters. If the marketing is too deliberate, it will be counterproductive. As Huayi expected, the first live broadcast of Singer had just ended, and the hot search list on Weibo was completely dominated by this program. #Suji is number 1. #explosion. #Singer first episode ranking #explosive. There are so many people in this world #Suji's new song was written by Shukong #. Many consecutive hot searches are almost all related to their Singer program. The ranking of singers in the first episode and the hot search where Suji got the first place were directly marked in red because they were so popular, and a conspicuous word, explosive, appeared. On the night when the first episode of Singer was broadcast, the number of related hot search terms alone reached a terrifying number of more than 20. During the live broadcast, the level of discussion was already incredibly high, attracting quite a lot of viewers who came to watch after seeing it on the trending search list. As for the biggest winner, in addition to Suji, who won first place, and Shukong, the composer of the song, it is the singer program team and Mango TV. When it comes to creating hype, they are experts. There is a reason why they have been called the #1 local TV station in the country for so many years. Of course, most of the netizens' discussions are definitely focused on Suji's performance and the new song, So Much in This World. Suji has saved the last bit of dignity of our Chinese music scene. When the final votes were announced, it was so exciting. Undisputed #1, whether it's the live stage performance or the quality of the songs. Fuck, has Shukong really evolved? From the last song, Best Friend, to this song, So Many People in This World, is Shukong, a popular idol, really that creative? It was just written by a ghostwriter. Who would believe Shukong could write such a song? No, if you were a ghostwriter and wrote a song called There Are So Many People in This World, would you be willing to sell it and put someone else's name on it? Most of the comments about Shukong are actually quite friendly. Shukong, this top star, has given almost everyone the impression, from his debut till now, that he is really handsome but his professional ability is really poor. Many people were shocked that he was able to write 2 high-quality new songs. Of course, the conspiracy theory that has existed since the time of Best Friends has unsurprisingly popped up again at this time. That was the gunman specially prepared by Shukong US company. Neither of these 2 songs was written by Shukong himself. Such speculation is actually not unreasonable. After all, Shukong has left a very deep impression on everyone in the past. When he first participated in the talent show, his stage performance was hard to describe, and even the fact that he won the championship in the end was criticized. If it weren't for Fengqing Entertainment's strong public relations, the reputation would probably be even worse. On the next day, Shukong received a message from Guo Zihao, stating that So Many People in This World had directly topped several charts on the 2 largest music platforms in China, QQ Music and Penguin Music, in just one night. New Songs Chart, Hot Songs Chart, Popular Songs Chart. Although the value of these lists is not very high. But the fact that it topped so many lists still says something. This new song became completely popular after the live broadcast of the first episode of Singer, and it was so popular that it became popular all over the internet. Of course, Shukong also successfully gained huge traffic. Guo Zihao did not sleep all night. The number of Shukong's Weibo fans alone increased by nearly 500,000 overnight without any purchase of fans. 3 new fan groups with 3,000 members were created in succession. Even for an artist who is already a top star, these data are quite terrifying. I'll tell you later about Mr. Yu's call. Shukong hung up the call from Guo Zihao. Hello. Shukong knew that although Yaqing had never said it in the company, she would still pay attention to various news about the artists under Fengqing Entertainment in private. The heat this time is so high, it is impossible for the other party to not know anything about it. Did you really write that song? Yaqing didn't beat around the bush and asked the question that concerned her the most right away. Of course, wasn't it you, Mr. Yu, who arranged it? Shukong was referring to the matter of asking him to collaborate with Suji and help each other write songs, which was a plan initiated by Fengqing Entertainment. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Yaqing's voice was heard again. Next time if you write a new song, remember to send it to me first. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that he heard a hint of regret in Mr. Yu's tone. Chapter 26. I know you like me wearing stockings, so I bought them just for you. The reason why Yaqing asked Shukong to help Suji write a song was indeed for a purpose. I don't just want to create an image of Shukong as a creative talent. This is also the reason why Fengqing Entertainment never wanted to help Shukong find a gunman from the beginning to the end. She wanted to see if Shukong could really write songs, or whether the previous song, Best Friend, was actually written by someone else. But the only thing that Yaqing didn't expect was that the new song written by Shukong was of such high quality. Thanks to the show, Singer, he became famous outside the circle in just one night. If she had heard the song, So Many People in This World, in advance, it is very likely that Yaqing would not let Shukong give this song to Suji, especially since their company had to put money into it. It was too exaggerated. After the first episode of Singer was broadcast, Guo Zihao became busy. All the preparations for the filming of Want to See You fell on Shukong alone. No matter what I say, Sister Hong insists on joining the group. Poor JPG. Just follow me. It's normal for an agent to join the crew. But then we won't have a chance to be alone together. Don't you want to be with me? Angry. While chatting with Song Yuyu, Shukong showed a bitter smile. When Shukong first asked Song Yuyu to play the female lead, he didn't think too much about it. He simply thought that he could negotiate a lower pay by relying on his relationship with her. But judging from his last conversation with Lin Hong, she had been on guard against him for a long time. He will probably have to live in fear for the next few months on the crew. Shukong still knows what's right for him and will definitely not do anything wrong under Lin Hong's nose. But I'm afraid that this girl Song Yuyu is too bold. Shukong still felt scared when he thought about the incident with the nanny car on Song Yuyu's crew last time. If Lin Hong had really come up at that time and found Song Yuyu squatting at his feet, he estimated that Feng Ji would have beaten him to death. The key point is that experience seemed to have awakened some extraordinary attributes in Song Yuyu. Not only do I not feel scared, but I actually really enjoyed this exciting feeling. During this period, the pictures that the other party sent to Shukong became increasingly explicit. It's such a headache. I heard that you wrote the script of that play yourself, and you plan to be the director. In the office of the chairman of Fengqing Entertainment, Yaqing looked at Shukong with a slightly suspicious look. The main reason for signing Shukong, besides being attracted to his body, was actually that Shukong's appearance was indeed suitable for being an idol. However, in Yaqing's original plan, some unexpected situations occurred in Shukong's career development. Shukong was originally positioned as a traffic idol who made a living by his looks, but now he can not only write songs, but also scripts, and he even plans to be a director himself. We should be able to officially start filming next week. Shukong honestly reported the project progress of Want to See You. The heroine is Song Yuyu. Yaqing has not read the script written by Shukong, mainly because she has been very busy recently. Fengqing Entertainment is now in a very critical period. The two dramas have a combined investment of more than 300 million yuan, so Yaqing must keep an eye on them personally. Shukong's investment in the drama was only 30 million, and Yaqing was prepared to lose the money, so naturally she didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. Of course, she still knew some news. For example, Shukong wrote, directed and acted in the film, and invited Song Yuyu, the nation's first love, to play the female lead. Everything went more smoothly than Yaqing had expected. Shukong did not encounter any difficulties in this matter, nor did he ask her or Fengqing Entertainment for help. I plan to give Song Yuyu 10% of the revenue from the show, from my share. Shukong spoke. Although Song Yuyu's pay has been decided, it is only over 2 million. But Shukong knew that with the other party's current fame and net worth, it would be easy for him to earn tens of millions in salary. Knowing that he got this advantage because of his relationship with Song Yuyu, Shukong chose to compensate in other ways. Since it's coming from your share of the profit, the company certainly has no objection. Yaqing was actually a little surprised that Shukong was able to invite Song Yuyu. Although not many people in the entertainment industry know the other party's identity, Yaqing, the president of Fengqing Entertainment, is clear about it. She didn't mention that inviting Song Yuyu this time would also be beneficial to Fengqing Entertainment. Considering Feng Ji's status in the entertainment industry, the company will probably be able to have a much smoother journey in the film and television industry now that Feng Ji has joined forces with it. But what confused Yaqing was how a newcomer like Shukong could invite Song Yuyu. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Although she felt it was a little outrageous, the look in her eyes when she looked at Shukong changed. Tell me honestly, is there anything wrong between you and Song Yuyu? Yaqing's words made Shukong feel inexplicably guilty. But he still pretended to be confused and asked back. What? Yaqing, that's good. Let me tell you, Song Yuyu's identity is not simple, don't mess with her recklessly. Yaqing revealed that Song Yuyu was the daughter of Chairman Fringer, but her expression was extremely serious. Just like what Guo Zihao thought at the beginning, if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't think in this direction. Not everyone can date Song Yuyu, the nation's first love. But Shukong's words could not be guaranteed. Especially Yaqing herself, she knows it best. Let us not talk about Shukong's other qualities for now. Just based on his looks, if he really wants to be with him, I guess no woman can refuse him. But since Shukong had already said it, she didn't ask any more questions. Yaqing also has strict requirements for other top stars in the company, such as Song Peiyu and others, especially when it comes to dating, which is quite fatal for idols. But Yaqing did not specifically emphasize the empty words. Most of these idols are young and yearn for love. It is normal for young people to be hot-tempered. The company can only try its best to find ways to avoid these risks. But Yaqing is different. Yaqing thinks that she has already fed Yaqing well on a regular basis, and the possibility of him having an underground love affair is lower than that of some other top stars in the company. In fact, Yaqing traveled through time at just the right time. If it had been done earlier, that skillful technique might have aroused Yaqing's suspicion. But at the beginning, Yaqing was still quite unfamiliar. Even when the more experienced Yaqing came through later, Yaqing just thought that Yaqing was trained by her personally. After finishing the business, as expected, Yaqing was pulled by President Yu to the lounge next door. Yaqing pulled up the other person's black business suit skirt and discovered that the pair of stockings Yaqing was wearing today were one piece, with two straps passing over her white thighs and leading straight to the top. After exploring upwards, Yaqing was greeted with a bigger surprise. The upper half of the one-piece stockings was actually transparent and hollow. "I know you like me wearing stockings, so I bought them especially for you." Yaqing's charming voice entered Yaqing's ears. Chapter 27. What a shit, I can do it too. Strictly speaking, the frequency of Yaqing and Yaqing's in-depth communication is not very high. After all, the other party is the boss of a company and is very busy most of the time. As a top star in the domestic entertainment industry, Yaqing's schedule is packed with announcements most of the time. Yaqing is very experienced with such frequencies. It can be seen that Yaqing is under a lot of pressure on a daily basis, otherwise she wouldn't reveal such subtle madness every time she looks for him. This is to use him as a special decompression tool. Yaqing was very familiar with it. He had come this way in his previous life. It was just that he accidentally went a little too far, which ultimately led to the end of his career as a top star. The influence of singer is still continuing. After a few days of popularity, so many people in this world has become even more popular. The total number of comments on the song on the two major music platforms has exceeded 100,000. With data like this, it is definitely a hot item. Yaqing, the composer of the song, also benefited a lot from it. Putting aside the growth in fans and fame, the biggest gain is the change in public opinion. In the past, when Yaqing was mentioned, most passers-by and netizens were either making jokes or mocking him. It can be said that apart from his fans, Yaqing does not have a very good reputation among passers-by. But now when Yaqing is mentioned, many people have begun to think that he still has some ability. He was able to write Best Friend and So Many People in This World, and his creative talent has been recognized by many ordinary netizens. It is no longer the original classic evaluation. Except for being handsome, he has no other advantages. Are you sure you pushed them all? There are quite a few popular variety shows, and the appearance fees for some of the performances are outrageous. Huayi's plan is to take advantage of the popularity of this season's singer and So Many People in This World, and Yaqing's reputation has also improved, so he will strike while the iron is hot and make his presence more felt. Whether it is participating in variety shows or running around for various performance notices, these are the most correct plans. But as the filming of the drama Want to See You was about to start, Yaqing directly asked him to turn down all these invitations and announcements. According to the shooting schedule, Yaqing will have to disappear from the public eye for at least 2 to 3 months. When it comes to some talented actors or singers, it actually doesn't have much impact. For example, someone like Suji can seclude herself for more than half a year to prepare for her new album. But for a top idol like Yaqing, it is not quite suitable. Yaqing was of course aware of this, and perhaps he was deliberately turning down some variety shows and exposure opportunities. Although he is still a top star in this life, Yaqing has already planned to change the way of development. "I am now the director, screenwriter, and leading actor of the entire show, and I also have the title of chief producer. Where's the time?" Yaqing's answer made Huayi at a loss as to how to refute it, and he could only mutter something in a low voice. "Isn't this all what you asked for?" Yaqing chose Hangzhou as the specific filming location for Want to See You, mainly because it is convenient enough. Of course, Yaqing still made some changes to some details of the whole drama. It is impossible to copy it completely. Especially since the previous version of this drama was a Taiwanese drama, it still needed some detailed localization processing. Fortunately, these are not troublesome things. This was the first time he had been a director in his 2 lives, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Fortunately, I had been in various film crews in my previous life, so I have a relatively clear understanding of some of the specific operating methods of the crew. At the opening ceremony, because there was no advance publicity, not many media were present, and it was mainly the entire crew of the crew who attended. There are also Song Yuyu and several other young actors. Apart from Song Yuyu and Shukong, most of the other supporting characters in the entire drama are little-known 5th and 6th tier actors. The second male lead is a new actor signed by Fengqing Entertainment some time ago. Speaking of which, Fengqing Entertainment has made many preparations to enter the film and television industry, which has made things convenient for Shukong. He found many people in the crew directly from the company. Mr. Shukong, I want to ask, in other words, you are the screenwriter, director, and male lead of this drama. The media present at this time were all invited by Guo Zihao in advance and had been given travel expenses. Shukong's original idea was just to have an opening ceremony, there was no need to make a big fuss about it. But Guo Zihao said that some necessary publicity was still necessary, so Shukong agreed. Before asking the question, the entertainment reporter had not expected that this was not only the first drama starred by Shukong, but that Shukong was also the director and screenwriter of the entire drama. Yes, after all, it's a story I came up with myself, and I still feel that only I can film it well. Of course, after all, whether it's being a director or an actor, it's my first attempt. Shukong spoke these polite words off the cuff without having to prepare them in advance. This is one of the professional abilities that a top star should have. But this time, the reporter who asked the question just now obviously had no intention of letting him go. You just said that you didn't have any experience. What made you think you could direct and act on your own? Translated, this actually means, how dare you, a traffic star. At this time, Guo Zihao on the side had already frowned. Obviously, for the reporters who received the red envelopes, these 2 issues were not within the scope of the previous discussion. He was about to interrupt, but Shukong spoke calmly at this moment. There's no special reason, I just took the photos when I wanted to. The reporter asked again, how did you convince the agency to let you do this? Or where did you get the confidence to think you could be a director? He knew very well why the reporter asked these questions. No doubt they were attracted by the topic of this top star planning to write, direct and act in his own film. Even if they received red envelopes, they still did not miss such headlines. Logically speaking, this was not the first time Shukong had encountered such a situation, and he could resolve it easily. Directly signal Guo Zihao to stop the questioning session, or use some more official rhetoric to get around it. But for some reason, perhaps because he was tired of being asked, or perhaps because he felt that the way he had been dealing with things was too frustrating, he suddenly spoke. I know what you want to hear, but there's nothing you can't say. Some time ago, I watched a lot of urban dramas with love themes in recent years. After watching them, I couldn't help but curse, what kind of crap is this? I can do it too. I thought I could take a better picture than them, so I took it. Shukong stared at the reporter who asked the question and asked. Are you satisfied with this answer? It is obvious that Shukong's words just now, although they seem very relaxed, can only be summed up in one word, that is, crazy. But this is obviously what the media wants to see most. The few invited reporters in the audience were stunned for a moment by Shukong's words, and then they started to get busy with surprise, as if they had found a treasure. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be big news that will attract a lot of attention. Now it depends on who is faster and can grab the hot search headlines. Chapter 28. Come to my room at night and I will tell you a story. Can you control this for a bit? What Shukong said at the opening ceremony gave Guo Zihao a headache. Logically speaking, Shukong has always been the type who doesn't need to be reminded, and is even more sensitive to public opinion than his agent. I don't know why, but this time I suddenly felt like I was letting myself go. It should be said that since the project of Want to See You was launched, Shukong has become different from the past. It's not a big deal, don't be so nervous. Shukong has now come to terms with it. Those words have already been said, so it's no big deal. Believe it or not, this will probably be a hot topic tonight. Guo Zihao said helplessly. After the filming of Want to See You started, he had more things to do. Now I have to think about public relations. Maybe we don't have to wait until tonight. I just saw the interview video on Weibo. Shukong couldn't help but remind him. You are truly my ancestor. Guo Guo Zihao stopped talking nonsense with Shu Kong and quickly picked up his phone to look at it. No, where does Shu Kong get this confidence from? Are all the popular idols nowadays so crazy? Even director Xu Jin, who won the Magnolia Award some time ago, wouldn't dare to say this, right? You wrote, directed and acted in the show yourself. Do you really think you're a genius? It looks like there will be another drama with a score below 3 this year. Shu Kong looked at the various discussions on Weibo with boredom. As expected, Shu Kong's words immediately became the #1 trending search on Weibo. There was almost no shortage of curses. No matter what time, everyone still prefers more humble people. If his words, "I can do it too," were said to other directors and stars in the entertainment industry, they would probably be scolded. What's more, he is a traffic idol who has never acted in a movie and relies on his looks to make a living. Don't worry, I've read the script. Brother Shu Kong, your drama will definitely be a hit. On the set, Song Yu expressed her full trust in Shu Kong. It can be said that in the entire crew, probably no one is optimistic about Shu Kong's new drama. Even Guo Zihao, the agent who had read the script, was still a little worried. It's okay. The worst that can happen is that I'll be ridiculed. That's not a big deal. In terms of psychological endurance, Shu Kong feels that no one is stronger than him among the top stars in the entire entertainment industry. When my house collapsed in my previous life, I was scolded by the whole network for such a long time that I have long been used to it. For him now, these are completely painless. On the first day of filming of Want to See You, director Shu Kong was still unfamiliar with the subject and had to ask the executive director of the crew about many things. But what no one expected was that Shu Kong, who had never acted before, actually acted quite well. Even in the rivalry with Song Yu, he was not at all inferior. Apart from the fact that the shooting progress was a little slow because it was his first time as a director and he was also the lead actor, Shu actually had to do very few ings. Most of the time it was because Shu Kong felt that he should keep one, so he shot it twice. Tell me, have you ever secretly taken acting classes? As Shu Kong's agent, Guo Zihao knows him best in the entire crew. He didn't know Shu Kong could act. Maybe this is talent. Shu Kong gave a rather cocky answer. However, he knew that most of these performance experiences were left over from his previous life. For the original owner, it was indeed the first time to film a movie in 20 years, but for him, he had been filming for almost 7 or 8 years in his previous life and almost succeeded in the transformation, so he was naturally familiar with it. What surprised Shu Kong the most was that this body of his seemed to have some talent for performing. It can be clearly felt that during the filming process of this life, he can easily control some subtle expressions on his face, and even the process of getting into the role is much faster. Everything went much more smoothly than Shu Kong had imagined. In his previous life, he spent a long time taking acting classes and practicing on the crew to barely master these things, but he still couldn't achieve the ideal effect. Compared with Shu Kong, Song Yu, the heroine, has more roles. After all, the whole story is told from the heroine's perspective. Because there was no audition session before, Song Yu's performance was so good that Shu Kong was a little surprised. Even though the protagonists Wang Yuxuan and Song Yu have very different personalities in real life, from the moment filming began, they seemed to have completely merged into the role. While filming a crying scene that day, Song Yu's tears came without warning. Even in Shu Kong's previous life, there were not many talented actors. But Song Yu is definitely one of them. With a backing like Feng Jie, it is only a matter of time before Song Yu wins a Best Actress award and becomes a top actress in China. The most important thing is that she is only 20 years old. How was my performance, brother Shu Kong? Every time after taking a shot, Song Yu couldn't wait to run to Shu Kong behind the monitor. Perfect. This one's passed. Shu Kong was not stingy with his praise. Song Yu smiled happily after hearing this. That's it for today. I'm telling you guys that we can call it a day. Shu Kong looked at Guo Zihao standing beside him and spoke. The other party is a stagehand in the crew. Although his work is diverse and numerous, it is not difficult. Brother Shu Kong, can you help me explain the scenes we're going to shoot tomorrow? Suddenly, Song Yu asked. His eyes subconsciously glanced at Lin Hong not far away. Of course, Shu Kong is not a fool, and he doesn't think that Song Yu really asked him to help with the play. As for the girl's purpose, Shu Kong knew it well. Logically speaking, Lin Hong was right next to him, so he should refuse. But, it's normal for a director to tell the actors about the scenes, right? Okay, then come to my room after dinner. After Shukong finished speaking, he was relieved to find that Lin Hong did not come out to stop him. After dinner, Shukong stayed in the hotel room, feeling a little uneasy. All he thought of were the pictures Song Yu sent him some time ago. Although I look at them with some criticism, I have to say that it is obvious that the designers of these clothes are quite talented. I don't know where Song Yu bought it. Just as Shukong was daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, the first thing I saw was Song Yu, who had a cute and innocent expression. She was wearing a fan-made sweatshirt and jeans, which almost wrapped her entire body tightly. While I was still wondering what to wear under this ordinary clothes, Lin Hong walked out from behind Song Yu. Chapter 29 Brother Shukong, what should I do if I can't control it? Why, Director Shu doesn't welcome me. When you're telling a play to Yu, it shouldn't be a problem if I just watch from the side, right? Lin Hong noticed the disappointment on Shukong's face and spoke up. How could that be? Of course not. What could Shukong say? He didn't expect Lin Hong to actually follow him. Is it really necessary to defend so strictly? When I entered Shukong's room, although it was booked in a hotel, it was a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Shukong poured a glass of water for the two of them, and then heard Song Yu say in a low voice. Sister Hong just wants to come with me, there's nothing I can do about it. Shukong pretended not to hear and took out the script he had prepared long ago very naturally. Huang Yuxuan and Chen Yinru are not the same person after all. There are actually big differences between them, but in terms of personality. Shukong didn't do anything tricky. After all, explaining the play to Song Yu was quite important, so he was quite serious about it. As for Song Yu, she had actually acted in several dramas before, but the personalities of the heroines in them were all similar. This time in the whole drama, Want to See You, one person needs to play 2 roles, which is quite difficult. At least compared to Shukong's role, it is not so easy to play well. Of course, although Song Yu is not very old, she has a talent for acting, so Shukong is not too worried that she will not perform well. In this way, Shukong spoke continuously for nearly an hour. Sister Hong, drink some water. Song Yu looked very well behaved and sensible at this moment. From the moment she came in till now, Shukong discovered that she had poured tea for Lin Hong several times. Of course, Shukong also discovered that compared with his father, the chairman of Funger, Song Yu seemed to be more afraid of Lin Hong as her agent. You guys continue, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Hong suddenly stood up and spoke. Shukong didn't care too much about it. After responding casually, he continued to talk seriously about the main scenes of tomorrow. This scene is very important, especially the feeling of the heroine when she sees the ring in the trunk. Shukong had just said half of his words when he suddenly felt a faint fragrance coming towards him. Song Yu had already kissed him, and he was completely unable to continue speaking. At the same time, this girl's hands are not honest either. Yu is really smart and can easily find Shukong's weakness. At this moment Shukong suddenly realized why this girl was so active in helping Lin Hong pour water. Waiting here. While wiping her hands with a tissue, Lin Hong looked at the two people not far away with some suspicion. Why did Shukong, who was talking incessantly just now, suddenly become quiet? Where was I just now? Shukong tried his best not to show any panic, but he was still a little nervous. On the other hand, Song Yu had already said that the other party was talented. Apart from a little redness on his face, he looked completely fine. He answered quite casually. The scene where Huang Yuxuan discovered the ring. Oh, yes. Shukong quickly responded and then returned to his serious state of discussing the play. Of course, there are still some impacts. Lin Hong came out suddenly, and the time she spent in the toilet was too short, so Shukong had no choice but to finish his speech. It was not until Lin Hong took Song Yu away that Shukong quickly took a cold shower and calmed down. Soon, the filming of Want to See You had been going on for more than a week. Shukong, as a director, is becoming more and more skilled. Compared to the beginning, the shooting progress of the entire crew has been greatly accelerated. Because Shukong discovered something quite buggy, which was that he didn't have to shoot any crap films at all. For some other crews, no matter how capable the director is, it is still inevitable to shoot much more material than the final film. This is all to facilitate the needs of later editing. Regardless of whether it will be edited into the final film, everyone will just start shooting it first. But Shukong already had a finished film in his mind as a reference, so there was no such thing as a waste film. I can focus all my energy on each scene and save a lot of time. This is an advantage that other directors do not have. During this period, Yaqing continued to discuss the play with Song Yuyu every day. At the same time, he also briefed the other actors in the crew, but only Song Yuyu was there at night. Lin Hong, as always, never leaves Song Yuyu's side. Not to mention when we were discussing the play alone at night, it was also the same during filming on the set during the day. Every time Song Yuyu sent a secret message to Yaqing, she would complain. Of course Yaqing was unwilling to do so, but he could only comfort the other party. Originally, Song Yuyu even thought about waiting for Lin Hong to fall asleep early in the night and then looking for him. Fortunately, Yaqing tried to persuade him for a long time and finally convinced him. There is a long time to come, there is no need to take such a risk. Yaqing cannot afford the consequences of being discovered. Why not use a stand-in? Song Yuyu, I'm warning you, you must listen to me on this matter. As soon as the filming began, the quarrel between Song Yuyu and Lin Hong was heard on the set. Sister Hong, I know you are doing this for my own good. But what professional actor doesn't do kissing scenes? I still want to try it myself this time. Lin Hong was very clear about Song Yuyu's little thoughts. You should know that Song Yuyu has already filmed 2 or 3 dramas, but almost all the kissing scenes were performed by stand-ins. These were all requested by Song Yuyu herself. Why did Song Yuyu have to act it out herself when it came to Yaqing? It was hard not to be suspicious. In addition, Yaqing was already a suspect, so Lin Hong couldn't help but be on guard. As a director, Yaqing knew that there would be a kissing scene today, but he didn't dare to give his suggestions easily. He already had a bad impression of the other party, so if Lin Hong took her anger out on him, there was no need to ask for trouble. Fortunately, after Song Yuyu's persuasion for a long time, Lin Hong finally agreed. Behave yourself. Before the kissing scene started, Lin Hong whispered directly to Yaqing. Yaqing didn't care. Although it was Song Yuyu's first screen kiss, wasn't he his own the same? It's hard to say who is taking advantage. Everything went smoothly during the previous filming. Finally, the hero and heroine revealed their true feelings and kissed each other out of deep love. According to the script, the kiss scene didn't need to be that long. But once Song Yuyu kissed him, she wouldn't let go. Song Yuyu became more and more involved, and even Yaqing couldn't control her. At this time, Lin Hong, who was standing outside the camera, turned pale. I need to start over. Ignoring Lin Hong's murderous look, Yaqing said with a wry smile after standing in front of the monitor and watching the footage just shot. Just control yourself a little. Put yourself in the role of Huang Yuxuan. Yaqing still reminded Song Yuyu in a low voice. He could clearly feel that during the kissing scene just now, Song Yuyu had probably forgotten that she was still filming. Brother Yaqing, what if I can't control it? Song Yuyu looked a little nervous. Just like that, Song Yuyu, who has a great acting talent and has usually performed well in one take since her debut, had a scene that had more than 10 consecutive ings for the first time. No one could have imagined that the most difficult scene for Song Yuyu was actually the kissing scene, or rather the kissing scene with Yaqing. Chapter 30 Suji's Sudden Contact. After filming the kissing scene with Song Yuyu, Yaqing felt that if Lin Hong's eyes could kill, he would have died countless times. But he really wanted to shout out that he was innocent. He didn't want to see such a thing happen. It was just filming, and there was no need for him to take advantage of Song Yuyu at this time. After all, he has done things that are countless times more excessive than this. But once Song Yuyu kissed him, she completely lost control of herself and was too involved in the whole process. Yaqing had to reshoot the scene many times out of consideration for the entire scene. Sister Hong, Lin Hong interrupted Yaqing, who was about to explain. Okay, don't mention this matter again. Lin Hong is not a fool, so of course she can't see that Song Yuyu was actually the active one throughout the whole process. This was the most helpless thing for her. After all, if Yaqing had any ill intentions or wanted to take advantage of her, she could still come out to control him. But Song Yuyu offered herself up, so it really couldn't be blamed on Yaqing. In the end, I can only pretend I didn't see it. But this matter must not be known to President Song. The filming of Want to See You is still proceeding at a leisurely pace, during which Yaqing is almost completely isolated from the outside world. Almost all announcements were turned down. This can be said to be the longest time Yaqing has disappeared from the public eye since his debut. Even Shukong's so-called loyal fans only knew that their brother was filming a movie. Shukong's Weibo account has been suspended for half a month, which is quite special for any top star. Did you watch this week's episode of The Singer? Huayi has gradually adapted to his role in the crew, but he still hasn't forgotten his identity as an agent. In addition to some miscellaneous matters in the crew, he was also dealing with some notices and performance invitations sent to Shukong. You know how busy I am. How can I have time to read it? Shukong answered. Suji ranked second to last this round, and was almost at the bottom. And this is the second time in a row. Her reputation online is not very good at all right now. Huayi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Shukong was just about to say what it had to do with him. But after thinking about it, he took out his phone and watched the latest 2 episodes of singer Suji's performance. Suji sang new songs from her albums both times. In fact, they are all relatively traditional love songs, and the quality of the songs is even quite good. But on a stage like Singer, it is a bit stretched. It can be seen that these 2 songs did not allow Suji to display her full strength. The problem with song selection is that the upper limit of songs is too low. Moreover, after the first episode of So Many People in This World, the audience obviously had high expectations for Suji, so after the next 2 episodes were broadcast, not many netizens felt satisfied. There are some issues with Suji's song selection in the past 2 episodes. I feel like the new songs sound rather ordinary and are not suitable for singing on the Singer stage. Alas, I originally thought that Suji should be able to maintain the last bit of face of our domestic music scene, but in the first episode, she only performed exceptionally well. Why do I feel that? Now it seems, Shukong's contribution is actually greater. The song So Many People in This World is really good, and it's very suitable for Suji. If this continues, I feel like Suji will be eliminated in the next round. Avril and William each won first place in 1 episode, and the votes were overwhelming. I feel like it doesn't matter who their domestic singers send to participate, the outcome has already been decided. Looking at these comments online, Shukong realized that Suji was under great pressure from public opinion at the moment. Because they unexpectedly won first place in the first episode, many netizens regarded them as the so-called last hope of the domestic music scene, which led to the audience's expectations being raised too high. For Suji at that time, it was definitely a good thing. But now, all the previous praise and flattery have become a backlash. But it really had nothing to do with Shukong. He just regarded it as a way to eat melons and pass the time during his spare time during filming. He originally thought so, but soon, he found that he seemed unable to stay out of it, because while he was eating melons, Suji actually took the initiative to send him a message. You should know that since the last embarrassing incident, the 2 of them have had no contact except for the song Shukong sent to the other party. Shukong couldn't imagine why he was looking for him at this time. Are you there? Are you free now? Looking at the message sent by Suji, Shukong hesitated for a moment, but still replied, I should be free, what's the matter? As soon as Shukong sent the message, Suji's voice call popped up. After the call was connected, the other end was very quiet, without any sound. After a while, Shukong couldn't stand it anymore and coughed slightly to break this weird scene. What's wrong? I don't know if it was because of what happened in the hotel that day, but Shukong always felt that there was an inexplicable sense of awkwardness when he was with Suji. Have you watched the last 2 episodes of Singer? Suji did not directly state her purpose. I saw it. You performed very well. Those 2 songs were pretty good too. After all, it's just a variety show. There's no need to take it so seriously. Shukong comforted him subconsciously. But soon Suji's cold voice came. I don't like the feeling of losing. After hearing this, Shukong didn't know what to say for a moment. This woman is really a topic terminator. Are you free next week? Suddenly, Suji spoke again. Shukong was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what the other party meant. Did he want him to help write songs again? Probably not. I'm currently filming a movie and I'm pretty busy. There was another silence. Good. Faced with Shukong's tactful refusal, Suji just said one word lightly. Etc. If you have something to say, just tell me directly, don't play tricks on me. Shukong hesitated for a moment, but still called out to the other party who was obviously about to hang up. If you don't have time, forget it. Can you tell me something first? Shukong was a little confused as to why Suji, who had been so unrestrained on the show before, became so fussy now. The next episode of Singer will be a collaboration competition, and we need to invite a guest to help sing. Finally, Suji told her purpose. But Shukong was a little stunned. You're not going to ask me to sing with you? Shukong had never thought of such a possibility. The main thing is that Suji is a singing queen, and it's outrageous no matter how you look at it for her to date him, a popular idol. After confirming Shukong's guess, Suji continued. If possible, I would like you to help write the song for the next guest singer. Chapter 31. It's too late, Shukong has already agreed. After talking for a long time, Shukong finally understood. Suji took the initiative to contact him this time in order to ask him to help write a song. The show has been on the countdown for 2 consecutive episodes, so I guess the other party is also panicking. There are even people online who have begun to criticize the quality of Suji's new album. As for the benefits of asking Shukong to help write songs, not to mention the copyright fees, it is obvious that inviting Shukong to be a guest singer is equivalent to a secret reward. Now that the traffic of the show, Singer, is so huge, I wonder how many singers are vying to be on the show. For a popular idol like Shukong, being able to perform on the stage of Singer is definitely a good thing for him. As for being scolded for poor performance on the show, it's actually not a big deal at all. What traffic stars fear is not their own reputation or something, but the lack of traffic and attention. I promise. As for the new duet song, I'll send it to you in 2 days. Shukong hesitated for a while and then answered. Even though I feel now that I will never be able to follow the old path of becoming a top star again. But it has to be said that participating in a program like Singer will definitely be beneficial to him with no harm. The most crucial thing is that Shukong had problems with his voice in his previous life. No matter how hard he works to hone his singing skills and stage works later, there won't be much change. But in this life, Shukong's voice can be said to be at its peak. Shukong also wants to experience Singer, a top domestic competitive music variety show. You have to go to Star City a few days in advance. We need to rehearse for a while first. Hearing Shukong agree, Suji breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to give instructions. After all, the two had never collaborated before, so there was no problem in getting to know each other in advance. In terms of time, it would only take 2 more days at most. Together with the Singer's live broadcast, it would only take 3 or 4 days at most. According to the current filming progress of Want to See You, there shouldn't be any major impact. For Shukong, writing songs is not a big deal. The only difficult part is choosing songs. On a stage like Singer, the choice of songs is still a very important thing. It also depends on his current singing level and whether he is suitable for Suji. You promised. After Guo Zihao heard what Shukong said, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. He begged Shukong to attend those performances, but Shukong refused all of them without even watching them. But Suji just made a phone call and Shukong agreed directly. He also said that the most important thing now is the filming of Want to See You. It's really double standards. Of course, the popularity of Singer is unquestionable. It is almost the program that leads the domestic variety shows of the same period in terms of data and discussion. Probably no one would have thought that Shukong would be able to perform on the stage of Singer. If other top stars in the country knew about this, they would probably be drooling with envy. If you really can't choose a song, pick a simpler one. The results don't matter, as long as there are no major mistakes. Guo Zihao opened his mouth and gave a warning. The song I sang this time was written by myself. It's a new song. Since Shukong has agreed to participate, he certainly won't be satisfied with mediocre performance. Since he failed to become a qualified singer in his previous life, he must still have some ambitions in this life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been practicing his singing skills almost non-stop from the time he traveled through time until now. Strictly speaking, anyone who watched the Rap of China finals carefully could find that Shukong, the top star, his success and stage performance are completely different from when he first debuted. This was mainly because the incident between Shukong and Yaqing was a hot topic at the time, and not many people paid attention to it. A new song again. Guo Zihao was much calmer at this time. Once or twice, he would be surprised by Shukong's sudden creative talent. But this is the 3rd song, and Guo Zihao has gradually accepted the fact that Shukong can really write songs. I hope you can think about it again. Inviting Shukong to help sing is too risky. You'll be held back then. Even if he can come up with a new song of the same quality as so many people in this world, who can guarantee that he can sing it well? At this moment in Suji's studio, Agent Yuan Anan was speaking with a serious expression. But soon, Suji's words made her fall into silence. It's too late. Shukong has already agreed. Suji's ranking in the past 2 episodes of Singer has been at the bottom, which must be a big deal for the studio. It is related to the popularity and reputation of Suji's new album in the future. So as early as after knowing that the 4th episode would have guest singing, Yuan Anan began to actively contact suitable singers in the circle. The final candidate is Gan Zihong, a veteran in the music industry. His qualifications are there, and his status is definitely high enough to be invited. He also has rich stage experience and will not make any big mistakes. Another candidate is Meng Chao, a new and very popular singer in China. If the other party cooperates with Suji, he will definitely be aiming for the first place in the next episode of Singer. Unfortunately, Meng Chao demanded that he should be the one to take the lead on stage, including choosing songs. These are things that Suji herself cannot accept, and the negotiations are still ongoing. However, Suji suddenly mentioned 2 days ago that perhaps she could ask Shukong to help her write a new song. But the agent knew that this was unlikely, especially after the hit of so many people in this world. Fengqing Entertainment was not stupid and would never agree to it since their goal had been achieved. Who knew that Suji suddenly mentioned that she could invite Shukong to be her guest singer? In this case, Shukong and Fengqing should not refuse. This matter was immediately rejected by Yuan Yinnan. She had seen Shukong's performances a few times before by chance, and it was hard to describe. Inviting a traffic star like Shukong will definitely make the team lag behind, and he might even be ranked last in the end. Suji didn't say anything at that time, and Yuan Anan thought that the other party just mentioned it casually. As a result, only 2 days had passed and Suji had actually secretly contacted Shukong and directly settled the matter. What should I say about you? You have no intention of listening to my advice, so what is the need for me as your agent? Looking at Yuan Anan, who left angrily, Suji did not chase after him. She knew it was risky, but she did it anyway. As for the reason, she couldn't tell. If she had to say, she wanted to know whether the previous song was written by Shukong. According to common sense, she also thought at first that the song was prepared by Fengqing Entertainment for Shukong. But she had a hunch that the top executives at Fengqing Entertainment were not that stupid. It was impossible that they could not hear the high quality of the song, so many people in this world, so they would give the song to her even if they were willing to lose money. The first impression Shukong left on Suji was that of a handsome newcomer in the circle. What happened in the hotel afterwards made people think that he was a bastard who was no different from some beasts in human form in the circle. But after listening to the song, "There are so many people in this world," sent by Shukong, some changes occurred. In short, this is the first time since Suji debuted as a teenager that she has shown such a great interest in a colleague in the same circle. She really wanted to know what kind of person Shukong was. Chapter 32. Do you like the smell of me? As Shukong accepted Suji's invitation, he began to prepare to go to Xingqing to prepare for the live broadcast of the next Singer singing competition. The crew of Want to See You will probably be forced to take a break for 3 to 4 days. Currently, the shooting progress of the whole drama has exceeded the halfway point, which is much faster than originally planned. Taking a few days off will not have much impact. However, Shukong will not stay in Star City for too long. After all, the entire crew, plus some temporary staff, has more than 100 people in total. Just 1 day of rest would cost a considerable amount of money. The budget for Want to See You is limited, but Shukong still hopes to spend the money wisely. Have you seen the trending searches? Netizens don't seem to be optimistic about you being Suji's backing singer. Guo Zihao spoke up. Shukong was not surprised by this. As a popular idol, it was big news in itself for him to participate in Singer, the most professional competitive music variety show in China. The show, Singer, has been on the air for more than a month, and almost every episode has been very popular. Every time a program is broadcast live, the hot search list on Weibo is almost completely flooded with it. Even if only some information about the replacement singer is exposed, it can attract countless netizens to watch. This time was no exception. As the list of guest singers for each singer on the show was revealed, it caused an uproar. Fuck, Avril's guest singer is Youssef. How can the others have fun? It's obvious that the intensity of the show has been getting higher and higher, and there is no weak singer among the singers invited. Not that there isn't one. Didn't Suji invite Yukong to help sing? I was just about to complain, Suji is completely rotten this time. Even if there is no one else in the domestic music scene, it won't be so embarrassing to let an idol like Yukong go up there, right? Alas, I just watched Yukong's performance on Produce Trainee last year. It's hard to describe. I feel like Suji will be at the bottom of the list if nothing unexpected happens. Among the revelations this time, the most discussed person was not the two foreign European and American singers, nor the domestic singing king like Guan Yang, but Yukong, the top star in the domestic entertainment industry. In such a relatively professional competitive music variety show, Yukong's name seems too abrupt. Looking back on the 1 year since Yukong debuted, in fact, apart from Fengqing Entertainment's various buying of hot searches and creating topics most of the time, he really has no outstanding works or performances. The only thing worth discussing is that Yukong wrote 2 hit singles, Best Friend and So Many People in This World. Some of Yukong's past dark history was dug up again. As a top star, it is natural that he is very popular, but at the same time, it is also an inevitable fact that he has many haters. Among the many top stars in the country today, anyone who does not have a large number of black fans cannot be called a qualified top idol. However, Yukong also watched some of the original owner's previous performances, and it was still a bit embarrassing. It was really too bad. It can't be said that he is tone deaf. In fact, the tone of Yukong's body is quite good. He has absolutely no skills or singing abilities, just a plain old hoarse voice. Even though he had taken special music courses at Fengqing Entertainment, neither his stage presence nor his live performance were up to par. If it weren't for the fact that he was so handsome, even if Fengqing Entertainment spent so much effort, it would still not be able to make Yukong famous. However, after the live broadcast of this episode of Singer, Yukong felt that everyone's stereotype of him might change. Guo Zihao had to help manage the crew of Want to See You, so he did not go to Xinjiang with Yukong this time. Yukong got off the plane with his assistant and 2 bodyguards. Of course, there is the inevitable fan reception at the airport. For top stars like Yukong, revealing their itinerary in advance has become a habit. Every time a singer arrives in a city, the number of fans who come to pick him up at the airport has often become the key to assessing whether he is still popular. After spending some time signing autographs and taking photos with fans, Yukong finally left the airport. At this time, Suji's agent's car was already waiting at the door. After getting on the car, Yukong saw Suji sitting in the back. The other person was wearing a half-length denim jacket today, with a black miniskirt underneath. It was still that ascetic face with no major expression, and very delicately trimmed short hair. After hesitating for a moment, Yukong did not sit in the front seat, but walked directly to the back row and sat down next to Suji. Suji didn't object too much. As the business car started to move, Suji asked, "Should we go to the hotel first, or go straight to the studio?" Yukong was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that the crew was indeed very busy during this period and he forgot to send the song to the other party in advance. "Let's go to the recording studio first. I'll let you listen to the new song we're singing together this time." Suji nodded silently, then said something to the driver. Sitting side by side, although there was some distance between them, Yukong could still smell the fragrance of the other person very clearly. The perfumes that Yaqing uses are all of a heavier type, with a strong scent but not pungent. The price is probably not cheap. As for Song Yu, it seems that she doesn't like to spray perfume, so every time they are in close contact with each other, the smell is of shampoo and shower gel. As for Suji, although Yukong couldn't tell what brand of perfume she was using, the scent was much lighter than Yaqing's, and it had the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Yukong didn't notice it. He subconsciously compared the smell of several girls and sniffed several times in a row. Such behavior was keenly noticed by Suji, who was sitting next to him. "Do you like the smell of me? Does it smell good?" Suji's sudden words made Yukong stunned. He didn't expect that his actions were discovered by the other party. And Suji said it directly. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them in the car besides the driver. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. After a slight cough, Yukong pretended nothing had happened and casually picked up the bottle of water in the car and started drinking. "What brand of perfume is that? I think I've smelled it before. It feels familiar." After asking this question, Suji did not answer him directly. Instead, she stared at Yukong very attentively and asked again with a curious expression. Do you often sniff other girls? After hearing this, Shukong almost spit out water. Finally it stabilized. I don't have the habit of wearing perfume, so you might have smelled it wrong. Suji, on the contrary, acted as if nothing had happened and continued to answer Shukong's question. Maybe I caught a cold some time ago and there's something wrong with my nose. Shukong just wanted to end the topic quickly, so he made up an excuse. Fortunately, Suji did not speak again. But after a while, Shukong in the car suddenly shook. Wait, no perfume. Could it be body odor? Chapter 33 Live production of new song accompaniment. In fact, he has heard too much about girls having body odor. But based on Shukong's experience of meeting countless women in his previous life, most of them were exaggerated or simply made up. In fact, most women, if they don't spray perfume and sweat a little, will probably still have the same sweat odor as men. If Suji wasn't lying, then it was definitely top-notch. Shukong shook his head and quickly stopped thinking. The embarrassing scene between him and Suji in the hotel was still vivid in his mind. And he doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes again in this life, so he must be more careful and cautious. Fortunately, Suji did not hold him responsible at that time, otherwise Shukong would feel that his new top career would be over after he traveled through time and space. But Shukong also didn't think that doing that kind of thing would leave a very good impression on Suji. He would be grateful that the other party did not pursue him, and Shukong has decided to be more honest in the future. Soon, the car stopped at a privately owned recording studio in Star City. The location is very secretive, without even a conspicuous sign, but the various recording equipment inside is quite complete. If Shukong guessed correctly, this place should not be the one prepared by the singer program team specifically for Suji, but a rental recording studio open to professional singers, and the price is not cheap. This is Saikongzai, the producer I usually work with, and this is Shukong. After entering the recording studio, Suji introduced Shukong to a middle-aged man with long hair. Shukong was not unfamiliar with Saikongzai's name. When he listened to some of Suji's previous songs, he could find that the arranger's name was the other party's name. He should be one of the producers that Suji has been working with regularly since her debut. As a queen of singing, Suji herself actually cannot write songs. For a singer, in addition to her own singing skills, having a suitable producer is also very important. Shukong guessed that the new album that Suji was about to release was made with the help of this person. Hello. Saikongzai seemed quite polite. But Shukong could clearly realize that when the other person looked at him, there was a hint of contempt and disgust in his eyes. Shukong was not unfamiliar with such looks, and could detect them very keenly. In my previous life, I often met people like this in the circle. After all, everyone is polite to a traffic idol like him on the surface, but in fact they all look down on him in their hearts. This is especially true for some professional singers. It's nothing more than wondering how a person with no works and no talent can have so many fans and such high popularity. He usually doesn't bother to explain anything. Existence is reasonable. In fact, the career planning and development directions of traffic stars and so-called powerful singers and actors are very different. Most of the so-called top stars rely on their youth to make a living, and only a few have successfully transformed themselves. Talented actors and singers envy the popularity and earning ability of these top stars, but Shukong knows that many top stars also envy some ordinary artists, because at least they don't have to worry about becoming out of date or being manipulated by the company. Except for a few, the career life cycle of most top stars who have no works is no more than 3 years, and that is when the company's marketing and operations are relatively good. If you still don't have any representative works within 3 years, it is only a matter of time before you are abandoned by the company. Some people are actively seeking transformation, while others simply give up and make money while there is still traffic. After all, the money earned from squeezing fans in a year is enough for ordinary people to spend until the next life. I heard from Suji that you wrote the song this time. Your previous song, There Are So Many People in This World, is indeed a rare masterpiece. Saikongzai spoke first. There wasn't much flattery in what he said. There is no need to say much about the market value of the song that Shukong wrote for Suji. It has already become a hit on the entire internet. As for the quality of the songs, Saikongzai was also convinced. But he is one of those who does not believe that this song was written by Shukong himself. So although he had great expectations for the new song that Shukong would bring this time, he still felt that the song was specially prepared for Shukong by Fengqing Entertainment. Being able to appear on a show like Singer and come up with a high-quality single is not a losing deal. I didn't have time to record a demo of the song, but I have finished writing the score and lyrics. If I want to compose music, can I borrow your equipment? Shukong spoke. These words surprised Saikong Zai and Suji. What they originally thought was that when Shukong arrived, he would directly come up with a finished new song. But now it seems that Shukong is planning to compose the music himself. Is it true that the previous two songs were written by Shukong himself? The main thing is that Shukong didn't need to make things so complicated. If they were acting just to establish their characters, and there was no camera filming, and it was just the two of them, there was no need for this at all. Without waiting for the two to reply, Shukong directly sent the lyrics and music score of the new song on his mobile phone to Suji, and then started arranging the music on his own. Moreover, Saikong Zai saw that Shukong was very familiar with all kinds of equipment and he really didn't look like a newcomer who knew nothing. In his previous life, Shukong did learn music arrangement. Although the quality of the accompaniments he produced varied greatly, he was no amateur after all. As for my so-called creative talent, I have tried to write my own songs, but the finished products are hard to describe, so I won't talk about them. But he still has the ability to compose the accompaniment based on the song in his mind. Time passed minute by minute. After almost an hour, Shukong stood up from the computer and stretched comfortably. Are you familiar with the new song? Shukong looked at Suji, who was still trying to sing, and asked. Suji nodded. An hour was enough time for her to become familiar with the new song. The lyrics are not complicated and I have memorized them a long time ago. But her mood at the moment was a little complicated. Her agent Yuan Anan's worries were not unreasonable, and she had also been hesitant before. Now that she saw the new song written by Shukong, she was a little bit unconvinced. She actually made the right bet. Although the quality of Shukong's new song is not better than the previous song, there are so many people in this world, it is definitely not low. And it is quite suitable for the stage of Singer. As for the producer Saikong Zai, he is not ignorant. After reading the lyrics and music score, he naturally understands the potential of this song. But this is not actually his area of expertise. For a song, in addition to lyrics and melody, arrangement is sometimes also very important. It is not known whether Shukong completed the lyrics and melody himself, but as for the arrangement, he did see Shukong making the accompaniment bit by bit with his own eyes. He was invited here by Suji, and this was actually his main job. If Shukong's arrangement was not suitable, he already had many ideas in his mind. Then let's try singing it first and see the effect. Chapter 34. No way, buddy, you really can do it. After reading the entire music score and lyrics of the song, Saikong Zai indeed had a lot of thoughts. In his opinion, the arrangement of this song has endless possibilities. He even couldn't wait to try it. If Shukong had not already finished the accompaniment, he probably would have lost control of his creative desire. Of course, he was also very curious about the arrangement made by Shukong. The appearance of this song was not enough to dispel his previous suspicion, that is, the song was still written by the company and Shukong was just an empty shell. He didn't want to see such a song ruined due to inappropriate accompaniment. So before Shukong played the accompaniment, he had already thought about how he was going to convince the other party to let him be responsible for the arrangement so as not to ruin such a good song. Shukong had no idea that the long-haired man in front of him had so many thoughts in his mind. After Suji indicated that she was ready, he began to play the accompaniment he had just finished. As the slightly sad electric guitar sounded, Shukong quickly got into the mood. This was not the first time he sang this song, but after all, he still felt a little pressure to sing with a singing queen like Suji. No, your state is too cold. You need to change your singing style. Before the crucial chorus part, Shukong stopped on his own initiative. Under Saikong Zai's slightly surprised gaze, he actually began to teach Suji very seriously how to sing. In fact, from the moment the accompaniment sounded, Saikong Zai realized that his previous guess was wrong. No way, buddy, it turns out you really can do it. It is obvious that this accompaniment has already set the tone when the song was created. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to achieve such a high level of completion in such a short time. Saikong Zai wanted to use his many years of experience as an arranger and producer to find some problems in Shukong's accompaniment. But in the end, nothing was gained. It can be said that some of the ideas in his mind coincided with the accompaniment made by Shukong. The quality of the finished products made by Shukong needs to be even more perfect. He knew that if he didn't know the song well, it would be difficult to create an accompaniment that fits the song so well. If it is true as rumored outside, that Yaqing's songs were all written by ghostwriters hired by Fengqing Entertainment, the possibility is too low. What's more, Yaqing really had a very clear plan on how to perform the entire song. Just by giving some suggestions to Suji, when the two of them tried it again later, the effect could be described as immediate. Could it be that this so-called traffic idol is actually a musical genius? I knew that Yaqing was only 20 years old. If the previous two songs, including this one, were originally written by Yaqing, then his potential was too exaggerated. I don't know why, but I ended up taking the path of becoming a traffic star through a talent show. Suji's singing skills are not comparable to Yaqing's current ones. After all, he had traveled through time and had only been practicing for a few months, so the gap between the two was quite large. However, Yaqing's understanding of this song is definitely better than Suji's. With the standard template in place, Yaqing knew how to perform this duet song well. For the final stage effect, Yaqing had to let Suji take care of herself a little. The singing style of the entire song was basically within Yaqing's comfort zone, but Suji's singing style was a little different from what she was usually good at. Fortunately, Suji's adaptability and musical talent were first-rate, and she quickly met Yaqing's requirements. As for Zai, who had just been a bystander throughout the whole process, he was even more surprised at this time. Although Yaqing's singing skills cannot be said to be very good, they are definitely at the level of a second-rate or even first-rate professional singer in China. This is indeed surprising for a top star in the domestic entertainment industry. Zai had also come into contact with Yaqing's colleagues before. It can only be said that Yaqing's performance at this time was enough to beat them all. Teacher Zai, do you think there is anything that needs to be improved in this arrangement? After all, he was the one she invited. Although Suji was very satisfied with the current version of the arrangement, she still asked politely. Although some areas need repairs, it is already very complete. Although Zai was somewhat reluctant in his heart, he still answered truthfully. After all, Suji is not an amateur, it is impossible for her not to be able to tell whether a song's arrangement is good or not. Although Yaqing didn't say anything, he had already anticipated such a result. After all, the arrangement of this song can be described as a classic. He doesn't believe that any random person in this world can do better in such a short time. So we'll stop here today. Yaqing glanced at the time and it was already past 6 in the afternoon. As soon as he got off the plane, he followed Suji to the recording studio. He played accompaniment and practiced singing for 4 or 5 hours without a rest, so he must be a little tired. The most important thing is that I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything since I got off the plane. After leaving the recording studio, Suji treated Yaqing to dinner with great hospitality. They are all local specialties of Star City. Yaqing had been here several times before, but they were basically boxed lunches provided by the variety show crew or performance organizers. He was quite satisfied with this meal. He also discovered that Suji usually spoke very little and would hardly take the initiative to find topics to talk to you. But when talking about topics that interest the other person, Suji can't stop talking. For example, Yaqing casually mentioned a few words about the 2 songs from Suji's new album that she had previously appeared on, Singer, but the other party insisted on asking Yaqing to comment on them. He just gave a few perfunctory compliments, saying that it was not suitable for the show. However, Suji was not very satisfied and realized that Yaqing was not telling the truth. Even Zai, who was standing by, was a little curious about what Yaqing would think of Suji's new album. The 2 songs released now have obviously not received very good reviews from the outside world, which made Zai, who was originally quite confident in Suji's new album, begin to doubt himself. You should know that Suji's new album took 2 or 3 years to polish, and during this period, she eliminated more than 100 songs just for song selection. It's okay, just tell me directly. I'm not the kind of singer who can't stand criticism, Suji said with a very serious expression. Yaqing hesitated for a moment, but finally gave his opinion. Then I'll just say it casually. In fact, I have only listened to the 2 new songs in your album, but I can basically see the style of the songs in this album. I feel like your team and you may have made a mistake, being too obsessed with the title of the Queen of Love songs. The songs in your new album don't represent a big breakthrough in style compared to the songs you released when you first debuted. The key is the quality of the songs, which are not much better. In fact, with your voice, there should be more possibilities. Shu Kong said silently. What he said was relatively tactful, the main reason was that the quality of the song was average. He knew that Suji had been pursuing the so-called improvement of singing skills over the years, but for most popular love songs, singing skills were not a high priority. The quality of the song and the audience's sense of involvement were the key. Just like the two new songs that the other party released on Singer before, the melodies were mediocre, the lyrics were empty, and the audience was not interested, so it was normal that they didn't become popular. Chapter 35. I seem to be born with this. Shu Kong's words made Suji and Sai Kong's eye fall into silence. Indeed, the plan for Suji's new album at that time was still mainly love songs. The main reason was that her starting point was too high, and Suji herself was still relatively young. Both the company and the producer Sai Kong-zai believed that there was no need to take too much risk, and that consolidating her position as a singing queen was the most important thing. But even the most experienced producers in the industry cannot be sure what the market response will be after the album is released. Shu Kong noticed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he quickly tried to make amends. I don't really understand, I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Not only Suji took these words to heart, but even Sai Kong-zai had to admit that what Shu Kong said made sense. He couldn't be so stupid as to treat Shu Kong as a novice who knew nothing about music. But the key point is that Suji's new album has been completed and is waiting to be released after she participates in Singer and promotes it. If we produce it at this time, whether it will be in time is secondary, but it is obviously unrealistic. For the next 2 days, Shu Kong stayed in the recording studio almost all the time, rehearsing the chorus performance with Suji. Although it was their first collaboration, the level of understanding between the two grew rapidly. It completely exceeded Shu Kong-zai's expectations. I have to say, it's a good experience to have no problems with his voice. In his previous life, he almost didn't dare to go on stage. Towards the end of his career, there were very few live performances with the MIC Live. Although her singing skills are still not as good as Suji's, she is not completely suppressed by the other party when they are on the same stage. Although Suji didn't say it directly, she was still very considerate of Shu Kong. When they were singing in chorus, their whole song was basically within Shu Kong's comfort zone. How about you ask Shu Kong to write 2 more songs for you, and then replace them from your new album? The day before the live recording of Singer, Sai Kong-zai couldn't help but speak. After spending these days together, he has firmly believed that Shu Kong's previous songs were written by him. This guy has musical talent that no one on the outside would believe. And Sai Kong-zai still listened to what Shu Kong said that day. What Shu Kong said made sense. Suji's new album still lacked some breakthroughs. The types of songs are too monotonous, all of them are the same old love songs. But at this point in time, it is obviously too late to find a new song suitable for Suji. It would be a good attempt to invite Shu Kong for help. Suji was a little surprised, because before Shu Kong came, Sai Kong-zai always looked disdainful when he mentioned the name of this top star in the domestic entertainment industry. I didn't expect that the other party's attitude would change so much in just a few days. I'll give it a try, Suji answered. In fact, she had no confidence. After all, he and Shu Kong were just acquaintances at best, and there was no question of them having any friendship. The reason why the other party agreed to help her sing this time was probably because of the popularity of the Singer program itself. If Suji asked Shu Kong to write a song for her again, she was not sure. In the evening, after Shu Kong and Guo Zihao learned that nothing had happened on the set of Want to See You, they prepared to go to bed early. Although the live broadcast of Singer will not start until tomorrow night, there will be advance rehearsals throughout the day, so it will probably be too busy to have much time to rest. Shu Kong, are you asleep? Shu Kong had just finished taking a shower when he heard a knock on the door. Not yet. After opening the door, it was Suji. The other person was wearing a black sports bra and yoga pants. Knowing that Suji had the habit of running at night, Shu Kong could tell that she must have just finished exercising. A few drops of crystal sweat slid down Suji's smooth neck. Even though he had already admired it before, he couldn't help but sigh that the other party was well funded and the size was definitely far beyond Yaqing's sea. I still have some questions about this new song. As Suji spoke, she walked in naturally. Afterwards, he did not go to the study in Shu Kong's hotel room, but sat directly on his bed. Shu Kong, who had just closed the door and turned back, saw a scene that almost made him lose his temper. I saw Suji sitting on the edge of the bed, her yoga pants sticking tightly to her lower body. Silently repeating to himself, "Don't look at what is inappropriate," Shukong pretended not to see it and walked to the chair beside the bed and sat down. "Don't be nervous. I think we've practiced enough before, and we'll be fine if we perform normally when the time comes. Because tomorrow is the live broadcast of Singer, it is normal to be nervous," Shukong subconsciously spoke to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Suji did not play by the rules at all. She did not respond to Shukong's words, but instead said, "Come sit here." Suji, who was sitting on Shukong's bed, felt like their host had taken over and pointed to the side next to her. He even moved to one side. Shukong didn't think much about it and subconsciously stood up and sat over. Suddenly, Suji moved towards him. "Smell it again, is this the smell?" "I think it's natural, I don't wear perfume." The faint scent similar to that mixed with osman dust that I smelled in the car that day appeared again, and it was more obvious. But at this moment, Shukong's mind was empty and he had no time to experience it carefully. Because when Suji came closer, the huge and dazzling white color suddenly gave him a great visual impact. It seems that there is. Shukong tried his best to control himself. Suji's face still had that expression that didn't change much from beginning to end. Perhaps because she had just finished running, there was a slight blush on her face and her eyes were blurry. "Yeah." After hearing Shukong's words, Suji subconsciously pulled up one of her shoulder straps and lowered her head to smell it. "Why can't I smell it myself?" Spring flashes by. As if she had noticed Shukong's somewhat burning gaze, Suji stopped her actions. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and Suji frowned slightly in pain. From Shukong's perspective, he could see that when the shoulder strap bounced back, a little red appeared on Suji's fair skin. Actually I just want to ask you, during the rehearsal tomorrow." Suji finally started talking about business. This finally made Shukong calm down a little. Of course, because of what had just happened, and the fact that he had been on the crew for more than half a month, Lin Hong had been on high alert the entire time, so Shukong had been holding it in for what was essentially a month. So later on, I almost didn't listen to Suji's words at all. This lasted for nearly 10 minutes. After confirming some details about tomorrow's performance stage, Suji got up and left. Shukong took another shower immediately, this time a cold shower. When he came out, he was exhausted both physically and mentally and was about to go to bed, but suddenly he was stunned. Walking towards the edge of the bed where Suji had just sat, he suddenly saw the not-so-obvious mark on the bed sheet. Subconsciously, I reached out and touched it, then looked at the outline. Shukong's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 36 Rehearsal Scene. What is certain is that Suji has a very sensitive physique. But Shukong was very glad that he was able to control himself and not do anything reckless like last time. But he was confused. Did Suji come to see him dressed like that on purpose or by accident? The marks left on the bed sheets proved that Suji must have felt something just now. He didn't believe that the other party didn't have any other intentions this time. Unfortunately, it can be said that Shukong is much more cautious than in his previous life, or it can be said that he is not as courageous. Anyway, the day before the official live broadcast of Singer, there was no follow-up to this little episode. Morning. Good morning. Early in the morning, Shukong met Suji at the hotel entrance. The other person only wore light makeup, but her face looked rosy and she seemed to be in good condition. The equipment of Singer should be the best in China, but after all, it is a live broadcast, so things like ear monitors and microphones must be carefully checked before going on stage. While getting on the car to the live broadcast site of Singer, Suji told Shukong about her experience on the show. According to the rankings in the previous issue, we should be the last to appear. The rehearsal will only last until about 6 p.m., and then we will prepare the stage for the official live broadcast. Shukong nodded to show that he understood. He had watched several replayed episodes of Singer before and had a basic understanding of the competition system. Except for the first episode, 2 European and American singers, Avril Lavigne and William, have taken the top 2 places in 2 consecutive episodes. As for the singers in the first episode, several have been eliminated and the remaining ones are Suji, Guanyang, and Huayi. There is another person that Shukong is not very familiar with, but he has heard of his name. His name is Huji, and he is in his early 40s. Although he does not have many so-called honors and is not a household name, he is also recognized as a powerful singer. Don't be nervous, it's nothing, just perform as normally as we practiced before. As if she noticed Shukong's trembling hands, Suji spoke up to comfort him. Shu Kong was somewhat surprised that the other party would actually comfort him. At the same time, he shook his head and replied with a smile, "I'm not nervous." Shu Kong was indeed not nervous. The reason why he was shaking all over was entirely due to excitement. In his previous life, Shu Kong had performed on all kinds of stages, including the Spring Festival Gala several times. There was really no need for him to be nervous about a singer. The main reason is that Shu Kong has been on such a big stage for a long time. Ever since his voice problem, Shu Kong's management team has almost stopped accepting performances that require full microphones. Apart from his previous performances on the Rap of China stage, this was Shu Kong's first time to appear on such a formal stage after his time travel. This time he was not troubled by the hard conditions of his voice and he was looking forward to his performance tonight. Shu Kong? Ah! Shu Kong is looking at me here. Come on, Shu Kong! Outside the live broadcast venue of Singer, although it was only morning, a large number of fans had already gathered. Among them, Shu Kong, the top star, has the largest number of fans. It's more than half. I have to say that when it comes to the drive and madness of fans, almost no one can compare to fans in fan clubs. Even though most of the guests on today's Singer show are long-established veterans, they are no match for Shu Kong alone in this regard. Even Suji's fan club has obviously become much less vocal. Shu Kong, can you tell me what song you are going to sing with Suji today? Excuse me, Miss Su, did you invite Shu Kong to help sing this time because of some kind of exchange of interests with Fengqing Entertainment? Suji, what place do you think you can get this time? Are you worried about being eliminated? Apart from the fans, the most annoying thing are the entertainment reporters surrounding the venue. Of course, faced with these questions, Suji and Shu Kong both tacitly ignored them and walked in under the protection of the security personnel. Everyone outside seems to be certain that the two of us will be at the bottom of this show. Shu Kong said with a smile. Ever since it was confirmed that he would be Suji's guest singer, there has been a constant stream of rumors online. There are ordinary netizens who are just watching the show, and there are also some negative reviews bought by some netizens. However, public opinion was almost not optimistic about the combination of Shu Kong and Suji. It seemed certain that he would hold Suji back. You'll get used to it. Suji answered nonchalantly. She had been criticized for being in the countdown for 2 consecutive episodes of her previous shows for more than half a month. Shu Kong also smiled. To him, these rhythms and public opinions are actually no more than a drizzle. Suji actually asked Shu Kong to help sing. At this time in the rehearsal studio of Singer, Huayi spoke with some surprise. Standing next to him was Wu Yoshua, the chief director of the show, Singer. Wu Yoshua himself joined Mango TV when he was in his 20s. At the beginning, he was just a director with little presence. But then he showed amazing talent in variety shows. Almost all of the well-known hit variety shows on Mango TV had his shadow behind them. It can be said that Mango TV's current status is almost inseparable from Wu Yoshua. He is currently the most powerful variety show director in the entire Mango channel, without a doubt. Even the establishment of each new program of Mango TV and the list of invited guests require Wu Yoshua's approval. So there is a saying in the circle, that is, you can even offend the director of Mango TV, but never offend Wu Yoshua, because the director may not have any relatively formal reasons to prevent you from appearing on their show. But for Wu Yoshua, it was just a matter of words. Not being able to appear on Mango TV's programs has not led to being banned from the domestic entertainment industry, but it has almost completely cut off access to Mango's amazing resources. Of course, with the growth of domestic online platforms such as Penguin Video and Kiwi, the voice of traditional domestic TV stations is gradually decreasing. But it has not reached the point of being completely replaced. Moreover, Mango TV still maintains its unshakable position as the industry leader among almost all local TV stations. The list has already been decided. What's so surprising about this? Wu Yoshua replied indifferently. I just feel that letting Shu Kong sing is a deliberate attempt to get eliminated, isn't it? Although Huayi is not an artist of Mango TV, his agency has close ties with Mango TV. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a newcomer like him to debut on the first episode of the Singer program and stay until now. Although he has never had an outstanding performance, Huayi's presence is definitely felt due to the high popularity of Singer. Moreover, Wu Yoshua deliberately wanted Huayi to gild himself and improve his status through the program Singer. After all, in this show, you get to compete with some of the best singers in the country. As a newcomer, this starting point is definitely high enough. Chapter 37. The live broadcast of Singer begins. Shukong and Suji were assigned to rehearse in the morning, so apart from them, there were only two other singers on the scene, Huayi and Guanyang, who were also scheduled to rehearse in the morning. We sang it 3 times in a row, and except for some minor problems with the coordination of the live band, everything went almost smoothly. Do you still think that Suji invited Shukong on purpose to get eliminated? At this time in the backstage area, Wu Yoshua looked at Yu Huai and asked. Yu Huai shook his head. Before Shukong and Suji started rehearsing, he could never have imagined that their stage performance would be like this. And it seems to be a new song? Suji came to participate in Singer and sang 3 new songs in 3 consecutive episodes. Except for the song So Many People in This World, written for her by Shukong, the other 2 songs did not actually receive high praise. Yu Huai also thought that they were just 2 ordinary love songs. But this time, he could feel that this song was not in Suji's style, and it was most likely from Shukong. It is not known whether it was written by Shukong himself or provided by the company. I didn't expect that Shukong's performance would improve so much. Wu Yoshua couldn't help but speak. As a new top star, Shukong has also appeared in many Mango TV variety shows. Naturally, there are some segments that require singing performances. Wu Yoshua had seen it once before, and Shukong sang the song Different at that time. This is the song that Fengqing Entertainment specially hired someone to help Shukong write for his fans. If you just listen to him live, you can't say that Shukong had any singing skills at that time. He couldn't even meet the minimum standards of a professional singer. It was only with the help of Mango's post-production sound editing that it reached a barely listenable level. At that time, Wu Yoshua actually paid special attention to the artist Shukong, mainly because of his good looks. But after seeing the other party's performance, I lost interest. An artist without professional ability can at best be a top star who makes a living by relying on his looks, but the upper limit is too low. After all, most of the top stars in the domestic entertainment industry still rely on the company's marketing and public relations capabilities. Just like Wu Yoshua, if he wanted to, it would not be difficult for him to produce a top star. But when he really reached his status, he realized that an artist with the potential to become a superstar must still have strong abilities and at the very least have some outstanding works. Everything else is empty. By noon, Shukong and Suji's rehearsal had completely ended. The lunch prepared by their Singer program team was quite sumptuous. Shukong ate 2 large bowls of rice in a row, which made Suji couldn't help but ask him if he didn't need to control his weight. However, after traveling through time, Shukong insisted on exercising every day, and since he was not fat, he had never specifically controlled his diet. It is obvious that Shukong is experienced in body management. Since I have a pretty good foundation in this life, I don't need to spend so much energy on this. During the period, he also greeted Wu Yoshua and other guests who arrived. Everyone was still very polite. No matter how much they criticized Shukong in private, they still behaved very politely when they really met. Some people have a misunderstanding and think that in the entertainment industry, where seniority is highly valued, the veterans will like to bully newcomers. But in fact, everyone who has been able to stay in the circle for so long, except for a few weirdos, has a high emotional intelligence. Of course, it is very clear what should and should not be said. The ones who actually have to deal with the bad tempers of the stars are actually the low-level staff. Just like Hu in this time, when she was talking to Shukong and others, she even spoke softly, like an elder who cares about the younger generation. But because of a small mistake made by the on-site staff, he could lose his temper and scold the person. The stars are also first-rate at adapting to the situation. Shukong believed that if he did not still have so many fans and was considered a top star in the domestic entertainment industry, he probably would not be treated so well. As time passed, Shukong and Suji began to put on makeup and pretend to be beautiful. Bai Ziyang, the host of the show, was holding a mobile phone and doing pre-match interviews before the show officially started. When he arrived at Suji and Shukong's place, Bai Ziyang's expression obviously changed. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and asked. Netizens asked me to ask Shukong, what was it like to be on the stage of Singer for the first time? Shukong was not nervous and spoke a lot of official words. I am just excited, thrilled, nervous, honored, and thank you all for your support. Of course, based on Shukong's many years of experience in surfing the internet, the barrage in the live broadcast room at this time could definitely not be so friendly. However, the show is about to begin, and it is obvious that Yaqing does not want to create any unnecessary trouble. The questions selected were most likely asked by Yaqing's fans. I believe that after today's show, everyone will have a new understanding of Yaqing. Please look forward to our subsequent performances. Suji actually said 2 nice words to Yaqing very seriously. This is a response to some previous conspiracy theories on the internet, which believed that Suji invited Yaqing to help sing because she was threatened by the company or something. Thanks. Yaqing looked at Suji and was also surprised that the other party would say this. Nothing, I'm just stating the truth. You'd make a very good singer-songwriter. Or rather, it has already been considered as such now. After practicing singing with Yaqing for so many days, Suji's previous prejudices against Yaqing have completely disappeared. At this moment, she believed without reservation that the previous songs, including this one, were all written by Yaqing. The other party is not what the outside world thinks, a traffic idol with nothing to offer except his face. Welcome everyone to watch our 4th episode of Singer. As all the audience entered the venue, the lights on the main stage lit up, and the host Yaqing walked up and delivered the opening remarks. Because the camera would occasionally cut to Yaqing and Suji's lounge, the two had no chance to take out their phones to watch the live broadcast. However, at this time, you can watch the performance on the stage in real time on the broadcast screen in the lounge. It's finally started. This pre-match interview has been dragging on for so long. The lineup for this singing contest is pretty amazing. I feel like it will be the most exciting episode of the show. I think so too. It's a pity that there are traffic stars like Yaqing. I hate him when I see him. Brother in front, are you trying to kill yourself? Yaqing's fans will bombard you with private messages soon. As the 4th episode of Singer live broadcast officially began, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased. At the same time, various complex comments began to flood the screen. In the previous 2 consecutive episodes, Avril and William took the top 2 spots, and most of the audience held their breath. What everyone wants to see is that this time, the domestic singers can truly rise. Chapter 38 is very difficult. Please welcome our first singer of this episode, William, and his guest singer. Following the hostess introduction, William, who won first place in the previous episode, came on stage. What was quite surprising was that William did not invite any singers from Europe or the United States to perform as the singing assistant this time, but instead invited a domestic newcomer, Xiaoxi. Even Yaqing didn't recognize him. He just knew that the other person seemed to be a rapper, but not as famous as Renyu Chender, the only one he knew. Given William's status and fame, it is impossible that he doesn't have 2 good friends in the European and American singer circles. Yaqing guessed that it was very likely that Xiaoxi's agency had made special efforts to get the spot. As for how much money was given to William, Yaqing estimated that the amount would not be low. Before the game, there was no news about William's backup singer, and many viewers watching the live broadcast were obviously confused. Who is this person? I've never heard of his name. It seems to be a rapper. I know him. He has some pretty good songs. I thought Suji inviting Yaqing was big enough, but I didn't expect William to directly let a little-known domestic newcomer to help sing. Yaqing was actually not surprised by this situation. After all, the popularity of Singer is so high that many people want to get a piece of the pie. No one knows how many private transactions that cannot be made public will occur. People like William and Avril, after all, are just getting paid to participate in the show, and they may not care much about the Chinese market. So if there are other sources of income, I probably won't refuse them. It can be seen that Xiaoxi made a lot of preparations for this singing competition. Just from what Yaqing knew, this set of branded clothes would probably cost tens of millions, which was enough to show how much importance was attached to this stage. Of course, that's what he said, but William's singing skills and stage experience are there. As soon as he opens his mouth, you can tell that his level of professionalism is not something that ordinary people can match. William still chose a new song that he had already released. Yaqing happened to have heard it before, but this time he made a new arrangement of it. There are some slight changes in style, but nothing major. Then it was Xiaoxi's turn, which was a fast rap, which strictly speaking didn't particularly match William's song. Yaqing couldn't help but want to complain. As rap became popular in China, this song form itself is indeed more flexible. In order to keep up with the trend, many singers and variety shows like to add a rap section to their songs. Some of the adaptations were indeed quite good, but Yaqing didn't like most of them at all. However, it is obvious that Xiaoxi's verse this time was rewritten, and she did not use the lyrics of some of her previous songs. It is quite consistent with the theme of William's song. It can still be seen that as a backing singer, William himself only sang the hook part throughout the whole song. If you don't know it in advance, it is difficult to tell who is the lead singer of this song. Xiaoxi's agency spent a lot of money this time. William's vote count for this issue is 87 votes. When the results came out, Yaqing nodded, thinking it was reasonable. Strictly speaking, if William had sung the entire song himself, the entire performance might have been better. Xiaoxi's rap part was kind of a drag. However, there were no major problems with the completion of the entire stage, and Xiaoxi's performance was also barely acceptable, so getting such a number of votes was expected. Compared to the previous few issues, where he almost consistently received more than 90 votes, William's votes this time were the lowest. What a pity. I always feel that Xiaoxi's rap part sounds a bit awkward. It still doesn't quite fit. Although the music has been rearranged to accommodate the rap part, anyone who has heard the original version would find it hard to give this version a high rating. Why do I feel that even if William's votes are not high this time, he is dragged down by our domestic singers? In the live broadcast room, there was a lot of discussion. Originally, everyone should be happy that William, a European and American singer, did not get very high votes. But it seemed that because Xiaoxi was holding him back, he couldn't be happy anymore. What everyone wants is to win fairly. The second person to appear on stage was the European and American female singer Avril Lavigne. The other party's guest singer is called Yusef. He is not well known in China, but if you have some understanding of the European and American music scene, you should know that he is one of the most popular newcomers abroad in recent years. Several consecutive hit singles have made him one of the most promising newcomers in the European and American music scene. Sure enough, although this song is a new song that is relatively unfamiliar to domestic audiences, the cooperation between the two and their stage style can be described as quite relaxed and comfortable. I even felt like I wasn't treating this as a so-called competition, but rather as my own private concert. 94 votes. When the vote count came out, even Yaqing was surprised. In his opinion, he always felt that the media judges were overly partial to the performances of European and American singers on the show. As if she could see Yaqing's surprise, Suji spoke up instead. That's normal. The media judges of this show probably like niche European and American singers like Yusef. Yaqing nodded in understanding. Although Yusef is not well known in China, some so-called niche guys like this gossip. Strictly speaking, Yaqing didn't think that the performance of the two of them together really deserved such a high number of votes. Neither the level of tacit understanding between the two nor the performance of the entire song was perfect. The main reason is because it is an English song, and the two of them have strong singing skills and are confident enough. Otherwise, if you listen carefully you can still feel that they are obviously singing their own songs. It's just that the feeling of separation is not as severe as that between William and Xiaoxi before. I feel a lot of pressure. I got 94 votes right away, which means I'm already the first place in this round. Avril's performance was indeed very good, but I think the number of votes is still too high. How did the media judges score? I think it makes sense. If you can do it, then go for it. Why doesn't the singer production team invite you to be a judge? Don't fool yourself. I'm asking you, can any of our domestic singers surpass this number of votes? No, right? It's very difficult. Their singing competition was less than halfway through its live broadcast, but most of the comments had already started to sound pessimistic. The main reason is that Avril got too many votes this time, and it is too difficult for the domestic singers to surpass her. Except for Suji, who won the first place in the first episode with the song "There Are So Many People in This World," the first and second places in the next two episodes were taken by two European and American singers. Although the remaining Huayi, Guanyang, and Suji are almost all the top singers in the country, the failures in the previous episodes have made most of the audience lose enough confidence. Chapter 39, Not as Good as Yaqing? That's not a crime. Next, please welcome singer Guanyang and his guest singer Jing Fei. Guanyang's guest singer Jing Fei is probably the one everyone is most familiar with in this episode. She was already very popular across the country in the 1990s and was an influential singer in China. Although they are both singing queens, Suji cannot compare to her fame and status. It can be seen that Guanyang attaches great importance to this program. Shu Kong believed that when the singing assistance competition system was announced, a large number of people who had close ties with Guanyang would definitely come to him. It's nothing more than wanting the other party to help bring new people to the show. No one would not be jealous of the popularity and exposure of Singer. But the other party still invited a singing queen like Jing Fei, and Guanyang definitely wanted to win. The song they sang this time is called Lonely and Speechless, a classic duet love song that is quite popular. However, this song is a bit old, so it was directly rearranged this time, and the style has changed from the original sad song to an R&B type with a slight jazz style. Judging from the quality of the song alone, this adaptation is definitely a success. It is more catchy and also tests the singer's singing skills better. However, it is a pity that the original song seems to be too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Shu Kong has already predicted that such an adaptation would not be accepted by everyone. Compared with the big mistake in the first episode, Guanyang's performance in this episode was much more stable. As for Jing Fei, her performance was impeccable. Although it had been rumored for a long time that she would retire soon, her condition was still surprisingly good and she was extremely stable throughout the whole process. Teacher Jing Fei is so amazing. Even Suji couldn't help but praise her. Although Jing Fei has gradually faded out of the public sight. But it has to be admitted that her appearance has influenced a large number of younger singers, including Suji. Unfortunately, the other party is not a contestant in this year's Singer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten by 2 European and American singers for 2 consecutive episodes without any ability to fight back. Guanyang, teacher Jing Fei's final number of votes this time is 91 votes. When the results came out, many people looked regretful. Originally, even Shu Kong thought that the number of votes should be able to surpass Avril Lavigne, who was ahead. Who knew that we were still 3 votes short? No, it's only 91 votes. How did the judges score it? I feel like I suffered a bit because I was the last one to come on stage. As for the song selection, Lonely and Speechless is too classic, a song that has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although the adaptation is good this time, I'm sure everyone will still be more receptive to the original version. Although Guanyang's votes did not exceed Avril's, she managed to reach 90 votes, which was not too embarrassing. At least it was better than William, who appeared first. The first 3 singers who appeared in this round of singing competition have all presented relatively good performances. It can even be said that this is the episode with the highest stage quality since the show Singer began. But this situation didn't last long before problems arose. Huayi, the 4th person to take the stage, also invited a well-known veteran in the music industry to help sing. But the gap in their singing skills was too great, resulting in Huayi being completely crushed by the other. In the chorus, one can even say that Huayi's voice cannot be heard. He really isn't very good at high notes. With 81 votes, it has successfully become the last one so far. I can guarantee that this Huayi definitely has connections with Mango. What a piece of crap. His performance in this show could even be said to have dragged down the guest singers, but he still managed to get more than 80 votes. This media judgment is too outrageous. At this time, in the live broadcast room of an internet celebrity who was watching the live broadcast of Singer, the anchor named Fei Neo spoke. In recent years, a relatively special type of self-media has begun to emerge on various online platforms. Internet celebrities and bloggers who became famous by making reaction videos. They will go watch or listen to some of the hottest new songs and singers' performances, record their own reactions while listening to the songs, and use sharp comments to attract the audience. It sounds a bit outrageous, but many people, including Fei Neo, have gained a lot of fans in this way. Unlike some traditional music critics, these internet celebrities who make reaction videos don't actually have much musical foundation. Many of them can be said to be tone deaf and don't even know basic music theory. The main reason why they became popular is that they are down to earth enough. Unlike traditional music critics who have a condescending attitude, most of these people give their evaluations from the perspective of ordinary audiences. Another part of the reason is that they dare to speak directly on the microphone. Unlike those music critics who are self-satisfied and think they are some kind of elegant person, they speak in a roundabout way, their praises are not direct, and their criticisms are not thorough. Sometimes, no matter how professional and exaggerated the music critic's copywriting is, it is still far less effective in making people relate to the music than the excited shouting of awesome in the video. Just like Fei Neo himself at this moment, he directly criticized Huayi on Singer and got the approval of many people. fans all felt that the other party was their internet substitute. Be careful about the singer production team and Huayi suing me. Let them sue whatever they want. I just don't believe it. Do I even have the right to tell the truth? Huayi's performance on this episode was shit. He was even hung up and beaten by the guest singer. While thanking fans for their gifts, Fat Bird started to speak passionately with saliva flying. In fact, he really hopes that the production team of Singer or Huayi will sue him. If that happens, it will probably bring another huge wave of traffic. What is the most important thing for an internet celebrity like him? Popularity, of course. Being black and red is also red, right? Not as good as Yaqing. That's not a crime. As for Yaqing, if you are interested, you can watch my previous videos. I am afraid of his fans anyway. After seeing a comment mentioning Suji as the guest singer in this episode, Fei was even more outspoken. He had previously made a reaction video of Yaqing's various stage performances, in which he almost described Yaqing as worthless. That video received over 8 million views on Bilibili, making him an instant hit and standing out from a crowd of internet celebrities who made reaction videos. Although he was blasted intensively by Yaqing's fans later on, it definitely brought more benefits to him. It can be said that if Yaqing has a so-called black fan ranking list, this Fat Bird will definitely be on the list, and one of the top ones. In his videos, he would occasionally use Yaqing, a top star, to make a joke, such as saying that this singer's singing is not as good as Yaqing's. Every time he did so, he would get a large number of people who agreed and replied in the barrage, "He doesn't deserve this." So, when Fei watched the live broadcast of Singer this time, what he was most looking forward to was actually the performance of Suji and Yaqing at the end. He is ready to attract a lot of traffic. Chapter 40 Yaqing, Suji appears. When, this person is even more of a scrap among the scraps. Don't brag to me about your singing skills or stage performance. I just want to ask, when has been in the industry for almost 30 years? Do you have any representative works of hers that left a deep impression on you? She claims to be a senior artist with a high status every day, but in fact, I don't see that she appears in variety shows less than some popular stars. It was definitely the biggest mistake for the Singer production team to invite her to participate. The number of people in Fei live broadcast room has almost exceeded 20,000. Obviously, he doesn't actually criticize everyone he meets. As an internet celebrity, people like Fei know how to judge the situation better than many people. He knows better than anyone who should be criticized and who should not be criticized, what words his fans like to hear and what words they don't like to hear. To put it more clearly, it means picking on the weak. People like Huayi, although they have a high status in the entertainment industry, have actually been out of date for a long time and do not have much of a fan base. The key point is that Huayi's status has been very awkward since her debut, neither high nor low. He doesn't have any widely circulated representative songs, nor has he won many awards of sufficient value. Therefore, Fei Niao's comments just now not only did not arouse much disgust among people, but many netizens expressed their agreement. But to be honest, Huayi will still compete. The song she chose this time is not easy, and it can show off her best high notes. This is the secret to getting a high number of votes. Of course, I have no interest in watching this performance a second time, let alone putting the song on repeat in my personal playlist. After the Fat Bird finished spraying, he suddenly pretended to be a rational person. As a singer who joined the show in the second episode, Huayi's performance has always been average. The same is true for this issue, which received 86 votes, which is definitely not low. It is unlikely that you will be eliminated, but there is little hope for you to compete for the first place. As a profession different from some traditional music critics, internet celebrities like Fei have the courage to speak boldly. The most important thing is that some traditional music critics still have more or less intersections with the entertainment industry and the domestic music scene. But as for internet celebrities, they don't care whether the singers hate them or not, they just need to satisfy the audience. There are so many ways for modern self-media to monetize that they feel fearless. For example, Fei could earn tens of thousands of yuan in one night just from the gifts he received from watching the live broadcast of the Singer program. There are still two singers who have not appeared yet. One is Suji, and the other is Maitsongwu. As for Suji, I've actually always liked her. After all, she's young and pretty, and as a singer who became famous at a young age, she has real talent. The only pity is that her guest singer is our old acquaintance Yaqing. Thinking of Yaqing's previous performances, I can't even imagine him and Suji singing together on stage. As for Might Sungwoo, many people may not have heard of his name, but I personally like his works very much, especially the songs in his new album last year. Definitely one of the best folk albums of the past year. But this is not a solo performance after all. It's very difficult to get more votes than Avril Lavigne. While making the comments, Faye Neo typed out his predicted final ranking for this episode of Singer on his computer notepad. The first one is Avril, followed by Guan Yang. His personal favorite singer Might Sungwoo was directly placed in third place. Next are several singers whose vote counts have been announced: William, Hu Wen, and Huayi. As for Suji, she was directly placed at the last place. Even though Suji hasn't performed officially yet. He also said, "This is the price Suji should pay." She should have thought of this when she invited Yaqing to be the guest singer. There's even a high probability that Suji will be the only singer in this episode with less than 80 votes. Although Huayi's votes are inflated, who can blame him for having connections with Mango? At this time, the live broadcast of Singer is still going on. Might Sungwoo, the second to last singer to perform, was obviously different from the previous singers. Others have a complete band to help with the music, but Might Sungwoo chose to just play the guitar and sing by himself. Of course, the singer who sang with him was also a folk singer. He was not very famous, but he also had one or two popular songs. The arrangement is too thin. After all, this is a professional stage like the singer. It's a bit naive to think that you can play with a whole band with just a guitar. In the waiting area of the Singer live broadcast, Yaqing, who was waiting to go on stage, couldn't help but speak. It's a classic folk song and there's nothing wrong with the duo's interpretation of it, but the whole song isn't too difficult at all. As for the quality of the song itself, Yaqing thinks it's just so-so. It's not that he doesn't like folk songs, he just thinks Might Sungwoo's songs are just average. Folk songs do pay more attention to the so-called atmosphere and lyrics, but they don't pay much attention to the arrangement and melody. On a big stage like Singer, you are bound to suffer a loss. 76 votes. The final vote count came out, and just as Yaqing had expected, Might Sungwoo's folk song directly became the last one so far in this issue. Because she was about to go on stage, Suji didn't pay much attention to the performance just now. Seeing Yaqing was watching the voting session with great interest, she couldn't help but remind him. "Don't look at it anymore, adjust yourself quickly, it's our turn soon." At this time, in Faye Neo's live broadcast room, looking at the screen full of question marks, he was obviously a little overwhelmed. It was even predicted that Might Sungwoo would be able to enter the top 3 in this issue, but he ended up being the last, and the difference was only a few minutes. No way, the duet still didn't allow Might Sungwoo to perform better. If he had played his own songs. Although Fat Bird is very aggressive, the audience in his live broadcast room are not easy to deal with either. It is almost a gathering place for trolls. After hearing Fat Bird's forced explanation, he started cursing. The anchor is just being stubborn. This Might Sungwoo is really not as powerful as you say. Isn't this pure idiocy? The production team prepared the best band in the country, but they just wanted to bring a broken guitar. Is it possible that these folk singers' arrangements are not that good to begin with, but they just don't want to give up the reputation of being original singers? When Fat Bird saw these comments, his face turned a little dark. Then he said, Might Sungwoo still has a chance to prove himself in the future. I really think his music is pretty good. Suji and Yaqing are at the bottom of the list. Might Sungwoo will not be eliminated this time. Faye Neo did not tell his fans that Might Sungwoo had contacted him privately before, saying that he liked his videos very much and even sent him a physical copy of the album. This made him, an internet celebrity who had always been disliked by domestic professional singers, suddenly feel an inexplicable respect. That's why I always speak up for the other person. In fact, Faye Neo had never listened to Might Sungwoo's songs before, and he couldn't say that he liked them very much. But of course he couldn't admit this, otherwise, with more than 20,000 people in the live broadcast room, he would be embarrassed. While Faye Neo was defending Might Sungwoo, Suji and Yaqing had already stepped onto the stage of Singer. Chapter 41 Shocking the audience, Yaqing after Super Evolution. You know what, these two are a good match. Who wouldn't love a handsome man and a beautiful woman? What a pity. Yaqing is so handsome. It would be better if he didn't think about joining the singer circle every day and just be his own idol. Although I didn't have high hopes for their performance, it was really pleasing to the eyes. Shu Kong was wearing a black suit today, which was specially designed for him by Huayi. It matches Suji's black evening dress very well, like a couple's outfit. There is no need for too many complicated stylings. Just a simple and refreshing 3:7 hair part and a face without any flaws are enough to be a good look. Especially in front of a group of singers like Lao Deng, whose average age is almost 40 years old, he is even more overwhelming. Of course, Suji is not bad either. Although he was a little immature when he first debuted and didn't have many styles. But now Suji has gradually found a style that suits her. With short black hair and an ascetic face without much expression, she is definitely the dream lover of many people in China. The only difference is that Suji no longer needs to rely on her looks. She has won a bunch of music awards since her debut. The title of the youngest queen of singing in the country is enough. I suggest that those who can't stand it can mute themselves temporarily. Shu Kong is expected to bring the most disastrous scene so far in the show, singer. In Fat Bird's live broadcast room, he said with a joking expression. Then I began to feel sorry for Suji, who made such a bad move as inviting Shu Kong to help sing. Otherwise, it would never be Suji's turn to be eliminated in this episode of Singer. As the lights in the venue began to dim, the sound of an electric guitar, grand yet slightly sad, began to sound. Information about the song the two sang this time also appeared on the screen. As Long as You Are. Singer, Suji, Shu Kong. Lyrics, Shu Kong. Composition, Shu Kong. Arranger, Shu Kong. Before the show was broadcast, there were some speculations about whether Suji would invite Shu Kong to help sing and whether the song she would sing would be one written by Shu Kong. Now, this has been confirmed. It seems to be another new song? Or was it written by Shu Kong? Is this true? Shu Kong has written a new song. And this time he's singing it with Suji. It must be a hired gun by the company. Is Fengqing Entertainment determined to establish Shu Kong's persona to the end? Even Fei Niao had the same idea at this time. He never thought that someone like Shu Kong, who couldn't even sing clearly, could write a song like So Many People in This World. In addition, Fengqing Entertainment also had a similar dark history, so he almost acquiesced that the two songs before Shu Kong were sung by the company with the help of ghostwriters. Just when most of the audience were still discussing whether Shu Kong had hired a ghostwriter, Suji on the stage spoke first. Can anyone tell me if there is such a pen? I can draw a pair of eyes without tears. To preserve the fleeting time in this world. It can make all beauty never fade away. Suji's singing style is different from her previous singing styles. Today, one can clearly feel that Suji is deliberately suppressing her voice. But it was just the opposite. The slightly low voice, coupled with the sad accompaniment, created a really good atmosphere. As soon as Suji opened her mouth, people felt drawn into the singing. Why do I feel that it's pretty good? The lyrics are well written, and the melody and arrangement are also quite good. Is Shu Kong really a genius? I feel like this new song is also well written. Although Fei Niao was reluctant, he had to admit it, but judging from the first few lines of lyrics sung by Suji, the song was indeed very good, and there was nothing wrong with Suji's singing. But he still said, Shu Kong's company must have spent a lot of money to find someone to write the song. You'll know when he opens his mouth. Before he could finish, the song reached Shu Kong's part. If that's the case, I can comfort myself. In the night without you, I can draw a ray of light. I can keep the happiness and give it all to you. The bitter taste turned sweet. As soon as Shu Kong opened his mouth, not only the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the screen, but even many of the participating guests on the scene showed surprised expressions. Fuck, is this true? Is this sung by Shu Kong? So steady? Is this still the Shu Kong I knew before? He actually caught it. He wasn't suppressed by Suji at all. This middle and low pitch and the transition must be weird. Before the audience had a chance to react, the chorus of the song soon began. From now on, there is no need to separate the heaven and earth that we love. The moon and the sun can meet again in the same sky. As long as I have you in my life, everything will change. From now on, there will be no more helpless separation in this world. I don't have to keep my eyes open to watch you walk away. There is no bad youth, no lost love. The chorus of the song is quite telling. If you listen carefully, you will find that the first half of the chorus of the first paragraph is sung by Suji alone, but in the second half, Shu Kong joins in and it becomes a duet between the two. The second part was just the opposite. Shu Kong sang the first half alone, and then Suji joined in. Both of them were intentionally controlling their voices. Although it was a chorus, it felt more like they were singing harmony for each other. After these days of rehearsal, the two of them have perfected their chemistry. In particular, the theme of the whole song itself is the dependence and longing for each other in love, coupled with the sad arrangement. This way of singing is almost the best interpretation of the song. There were also knowledgeable viewers in the barrage, and many of them began their own analysis at this time. This song is well written. The melody, lyrics, and even the accompaniment are all eye-catching. It's been a long time since I heard such a heavy love song. Indeed, Shukong's song is far superior to those messy sad love songs nowadays. I was really excited to listen to it. Not only that, this song is also quite difficult. The mid-bass part has a lot of transitions, which are extremely difficult. If you're not careful, you'll be out of tune. The high notes are also prone to breaking. Suji's performance was indeed good, but Shukong's progress is too exaggerated. It's like he's suddenly evolved. At this time in Feiniao's live broadcast room, he used to be a chatterbox who would say a few words from time to time, but after Shukong spoke, he became completely silent. Host, please say something. How is Shukong singing? What's wrong with the anchor? Why don't you scold Shukong anymore? Is it because you don't want to? Keep criticizing, you were so sure they would be at the bottom. In the second part of the song, although it is repeated, the high notes have been raised several tones in succession. Shukong almost didn't get to sing, and this was the result of Suji's deliberate suppression. Choosing this song was indeed a big challenge for him. Fortunately, his voice is not damaged in this life, and he has been practicing singing seriously enough during this period. There is no bad youth, no lost love. All promises are as eternal as the stars. As the two sang the last line of the chorus, Shukong and Suji's performance came to an end. At this time, the fat bird in the live broadcast room gave a bitter smile. What the hell can I say? Who knew that Shukong really evolved? Feiniao stopped trying to be stubborn, mainly because it was useless to try. Unless one was deaf, it was impossible not to hear how perfect the performance of Suji and Shukong was. From the song itself to the live performance of the two, there is nothing wrong with it. Chapter 42 successfully won the first place and dominated the hot search again. Suji, Shukong's final number of votes is 95 votes. When the vote count was announced, there was loud applause from the audience. One vote, just one vote difference, but the first place was taken back from two European and American singers. It's impossible not to be inspiring. Even the audience watching the live broadcast at this time seemed very happy. Makes sense. This episode was far more exciting than expected. It's true that only this performance could get more votes than Avril Lavigne. No one expected that Suji and Shukong, who had little hope before the game, would be able to perform like this. The most surprising thing is Shukong. His performance was so stable. I feel that he will be able to get rid of the criticism of his poor professional ability in the future. The show, Singer, has been broadcast for a total of 4 episodes so far. Except for the first episode, in the first 2 episodes, 2 European and American singers, William and Avril, won the first place with almost an overwhelming advantage in votes. As for the domestic music scene, the entire internet is filled with pessimistic voices. Many people feel that no matter which domestic singer is allowed to appear on the show, it will be difficult for them to beat the 2 European and American singers. Who knew that in the end, it was still Suji who took back the first place? And this is under the premise that a popular idol Shukong is helping to sing. The host was arrogant at first but respectful later, which made people laugh. Why are you giving in now? I thought you were going to fight to the death with Shukong's fans. Although I don't want to admit it, Shukong's performance in this episode of Singer is indeed impeccable. Feiniao looked at the comments in his live broadcast room and immediately explained. This is not a face-changing, the key is that we have to judge objectively and fairly. As for Shukong's song As Long As I Have You, the quality of the song is there. Let's not talk about whether Shukong hired someone to do it, but considering the difficulty of singing the whole song and the performance, it's really unreasonable for me to deliberately criticize him. I have always said that I am not a fan of anyone, but I am also not a hater of anyone. If they don't sing well, it is normal for us to criticize them. If they perform well, we should still praise them. There is nothing wrong with that. It has to be said that although Feiniao is just an internet celebrity, he knows how to judge the situation and follow the direction of public opinion. He used to scold Yaqing to get huge traffic, but now it has turned into praising him, and the popularity will not be low either. On the contrary, it can give him an objective and fair label, so why not do it? Originally, he and Yaqing didn't have much in common. This is called a man of insight. After all, it is foreseeable that after the live broadcast of this episode of Singer, Yaqing's reputation will probably reach the highest point since his debut. For a top star in the domestic entertainment industry to have such a performance on a professional stage like Singer, and the entire process to be broadcast live, not to mention the fans who would praise him, even passers-by would find it hard not to say a few words of praise. The popularity this time is too exaggerated. Almost all of the top 3 are related to you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wasn't prepared at all. The live broadcast of Singer had just ended when Yaqing received a call from Guo. Although he seemed to be complaining, one could tell from the tone of his voice that he was happy. Didn't I tell you long ago that the song I sang for Suji this time was written by me? Yaqing was quite calm. In fact, when he was performing on stage, he had already thought of some subsequent chain reactions. Compared to this, he actually enjoyed the feeling of being on such a big stage again. Although he was still a little nervous during the process, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. And he didn't have to lip sync or sing with the mic half open, and it was a song that was not easy to sing, and he sang it smoothly. The positive feedback he received from these things actually outweighed the so-called number of trending searches he had appeared on. Of course, after hanging up the phone, Yaqing still took out his mobile phone and started checking Weibo. The most searched topic at this time is the very conspicuous #Suji, Yaqing is number 1. Hash. The following are Yaqing's new song hash, as long as you are there hash. The entire Weibo hot search list is almost entirely filled with topics related to their Singer program, which shows how popular this program is. The most important thing is that even ordinary passers-by and netizens spoke highly of him this time. I apologize for questioning Suji's invitation of Yaqing to help sing. I apologized directly. Now it seems that inviting Yaqing to help sing is very cost-effective. In addition to the person, he also brought a new song he wrote. I don't know if you have noticed that Suji and Yaqing have such a good understanding of each other. Yaqing's new song is not easy to sing, but the two of them hardly made any mistakes. I have the same idea. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that Suji and Yaqing are a good match. Just after watching this performance, I want to support them as a couple. Sometimes, netizens' focus is so peculiar. After the live broadcast of Singer ended, apart from the netizens who were seriously discussing the stage, many people did not care about these things and started to ship the couple inexplicably. No matter what time, although appearance is justice, is a joke, it is actually the truth. Yaqing's appearance itself makes it easier for him to win the audience's favor, and coupled with his performance this time which exceeded everyone's expectations, it would be difficult for anyone, at least among the female audience, to be disgusted by him. This phenomenon is quite interesting. For traffic idols like Yaqing, the general perception of them is that they have no representative works and their singing and acting skills are a mess. However, when Yaqing performed well once, he received a lot of praise. But like Dao Zidan, who appeared on the show in the first episode, as a king of singers, he has won almost all kinds of honors and awards in the country in his career. He is even considered a singer who can be recorded in the history of Chinese music. But just because of a poor performance on stage, he became the target of public criticism and his reputation was ruined. It is true that people are more tolerant of prodigals. Thanks. After leaving their Singer live broadcast venue, Suji spoke in the car. People outside may think that Yaqing performed exceptionally well this time, but in fact he is still not as good as the queen of singing. But only Suji knew how much contribution Yaqing made to this stage. In addition to writing the song As Long As You Are With Me, Yaqing also came up with ideas throughout the process, including how to present the entire song on stage and some changes in her singing style. It can be said that without Yaqing, it would be unlikely for her to get the first place this time. Just by selecting songs from her unreleased album, even if she invited some other talented singers in the circle to help sing, it would be hellish to get more votes than Avril Lavigne. Chapter 43. When is the next time? Are you sure you want to leave today? For some reason, when Suji said this, Yaqing actually saw some reluctance in the other party's tone and expression. The crew will resume filming tomorrow, so I have to rush back tonight. Sorry. Yaqing spoke. Suji nodded, and then told the driver to drive directly to Huayi Airport. This time, I participated in the recording of Singer, and together with the previous singing practice with Suji, it took a total of 4 days. After all, the filming of Want to See You has not yet ended, and Shukong cannot continue to stay outside for too long. So long before, Shukong asked his assistant to book a flight ticket back to Hangzhou after the live broadcast of Singer ended. When they arrived at the airport, the car carrying Shukong's assistant and bodyguard had not arrived yet, so he simply asked Suji to drop him off at the airport entrance and wait for them to arrive. "Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by fans?" Suji replied calmly and ignored him. The business car carrying the two drove into the airport parking lot. The driver said he wanted to go to the toilet and got off the car, leaving Shukong and Suji alone in the car. Suddenly, Shukong felt his lips get cold. Before he could even react, Suji just pecked him lightly and then distanced herself from him. Suji still had that calm expression, as if nothing had happened. "Don't think too much, it's just a small thank you gift for you." Shukong couldn't help but want to complain. It was fine if they launched a surprise attack, but how could they remain so calm? How could he not think too much? He has never been the kind of person who would not take revenge. So without waiting for Suji to react, Shukong simply moved sideways and pressed forward. Because her mouth was blocked by Shukong, Suji couldn't speak at this time. Almost subconsciously, Shukong always felt that something was missing in his hands. Then he realized that what he saw before was all deception. Only by truly experiencing it yourself can you know how strong Suji's capital is. It is no longer a question of whether one can fully grasp it with one hand, but one can clearly feel the feeling seeping out from between the fingers. Shukong is like a professional clay sculptor who constantly changes the clay into various shapes for his own works. I don't know how long it took, but I heard the sound of the car door opening. Suji's driver came back. Shukong and Suji had already separated at this time. In the dim car, if you look closely, you can see that Suji's exquisite black evening dress is a little messy and there is an obvious blush on her face. Not long after, the driver got out of the car again, apparently to contact Suji's assistant. Shukong calmed down and turned to look at Suji beside him. Just now, Suji did not respond to him at all, but at the same time, she did not resist at all. Shukong felt a little nervous for a moment. Faintly, he saw the part above Suji's evening dress. The originally fair skin had now become somewhat horrible. The conspicuous red fingerprints seemed to be complaining about what had just happened. "Sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Shukong realized that he had lost control just now, and quickly apologized and wanted to explain something. Unexpectedly, Suji shook her head. "Don't blame you, this is natural to me." Shukong had guessed long before that Suji had a sensitive physique, and now it was officially confirmed. "But I don't seem to hate it." Suji spoke again, her expression did not change much, but rather she looked quite serious. "Fuck, this girl is not AM at heart, right?" Shukong was a little surprised and complained in his heart. But before Shukong could think further, Suji asked again. "Are you satisfied with this thank you gift?" After hearing this, Shukong couldn't help but laugh guiltily. The kiss Suji gave just now seemed to be just a so-called thank you gift, with no other meaning. But he misunderstood and acted impulsively again. For a moment, Shukong felt that Suji was probably the most special woman he had ever met in his 2 lifetimes. Her thought process could not be guessed by normal analysis. Suddenly, he smelled a special smell. After spending so many days together, Shukong also knew that Suji really didn't like the smell of perfume. Even in her own car, she would not put deodorants like aromatherapy. "This means that every time I sit in a car with Suji, I can clearly smell each other's jasmine-like body fragrance." But now, in addition to Suji's body fragrance, he seemed to smell a slightly different smell. Combining the previous experiences, Shukong vaguely guessed something. But obviously there is no chance to verify it now. "Mr. Shu, your assistants are here." Soon, with the arrival of Shukong's assistant and others, Shukong also boarded the plane back to Hangzhou. When leaving, Suji suddenly said, "Don't forget, you owe me one." Shukong was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what the other party was referring to. "Are you referring to his behavior just now that was a bit too inappropriate?" But there were a lot of people around the two of them at the moment, so Shukong didn't feel comfortable speaking directly. So I could only smile and reply, "I'll treat you to a good meal next time we meet." This is almost a polite response from adults. But Suji looked at him seriously and asked, "When is the next time?" Shu Kong was speechless for a moment, but he reacted quickly. You can contact me anytime you want, just come to Hangzhou. Or maybe after I finish filming this movie, I'll have time. If Shu Kong had not realized at this moment that Suji had special feelings for him, he would have spent so many years in the entertainment industry in vain. When will the next time be? When will the next day be? How long will the next be? When you just give a polite reply but the other party takes it very seriously, everything is self-evident. He came to help Suji sing this time, but he actually didn't have any other ideas. The main reason was that being able to be on a show like Singer would definitely be a good thing for his career. Who knows, it seems like I've gotten into trouble that I hadn't thought of before. When Shu Kong returned to Hangzhou, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. Without contacting Guo Zihao to pick him up, Shu Kong returned directly to the crew of Want to See You, accompanied by his assistant and 2 bodyguards. Although it seemed that the program was only recorded for more than 3 hours, in fact, Shu Kong did not have any time to rest for the entire day, and was extremely nervous and tense at one point. So after casually removing his makeup and taking a shower, Shu Kong lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Shu Kong had a dream. In the dream, he was surrounded by smoke, as if it was a hot spring. Their whole person seemed to be immersed in the warmth of the hot spring and completely relaxed. Suddenly, Shu Kong woke up and saw the hotel ceiling with patterns. Then he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and subconsciously lifted the quilt covering himself and looked inside. Yuzu. Chapter 44, The Light of the Top Stream in Domestic Entertainment. Shu Kong glanced out the window. It was already dawn. Why are you here? Although Shu Kong had told Song Yuyu in advance when he came back, he did not go to see her because he was too tired and it was late at night. I didn't expect that when I woke up, Song Yuyu launched a surprise attack. However, Yuyu obviously doesn't have time to answer Shu Kong's question now. It has to be said that every once in a while, Shu Kong would have a new understanding of Song Yuyu. This chick's skills are improving rapidly. From the young and immature man when we first met, to now, he has become a veteran. This habit is getting weirder and weirder. Shu Kong said that he needed to clarify something. It really has nothing to do with him. He didn't teach these things. Sister Hong has to go back to the company for something, and I'm finally free these days. Song Yuyu spoke with excitement on her face. Obviously, she couldn't hold it in any longer because of Lin Hong's full and close surveillance. That's why when Shu Kong returned to the crew, Song Yuyu came to him. For the entire morning, the other party stuck to Shu Kong and was unwilling to let go. In desperation, the time originally scheduled to resume filming had to be postponed to the afternoon. Brother Shu Kong, can you come to our company? I will let you be the director and male lead of all the dramas I shoot in the future. This way we can always film together. Song Yuyu heard that the filming of Want to See You would be completed around the end of the month. Thinking that she only had less than a month left to spend with Shu Kong, she showed a somewhat reluctant expression. I think so, but it's not up to me to decide. And it's not like we won't have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Of course Shu Kong knew that what Song Yuyu said was not very realistic. But still try to coax each other as much as possible. Yuyu is good in every way except that she is too clingy. And she is the type who doesn't care what people around her think when she is infatuated with someone. Before, when Lin Hong was in the crew, she could still control the other party. But now, even on the set, Song Yuyu's eyes were almost tearing when she looked at Shu Kong. Even Guo Zihao couldn't help but remind him, you should pay attention to the impact. Now many people in our crew have started to spread rumors about you and Song Yuyu. Before, Guo Zihao was very supportive of Shu Kong and Song Yuyu's relationship, but due to his job as an agent, he certainly didn't want Shu Kong and Song Yuyu to make their relationship public or have some gossip media take pictures of them that shouldn't be taken. I see. Shu Kong replied casually. But he couldn't help but complain in his heart that it would be great if he could control Song Yuyu. By the way, things about you and Suji are all over the internet now. You too. Perhaps because of his preconceived notions, Guo Zihao is a staunch supporter of Shu Yu, so when he sees many people supporting the couple Shu Kong and Suji, he can't help but find it hard to accept. No, I just went to help sing a song, what could I have to do with Suji? Shu Kong denied it almost without thinking. Of course, thinking about what happened in the garage at Star City Airport, Shu Kong couldn't help but feel a little shaken. But as a top-tier professional, Shu Kong was very clear that he should deny all emotional matters, as no one had any so-called solid evidence anyway. Your traffic is almost full this time. Now the opinions about you online have almost completely changed. You don't even need a PR team to hire a troll army. Guo Zihao said with great satisfaction. When Xu Kong decided to participate in Singer, Guo Zihao was actually somewhat opposed to it. After all, it was a stage like that, and it was in the form of a live broadcast. If Xu Kong failed, one could imagine how much bad reviews he would receive. But who would have known that after the live broadcast of Singer ended, Xu Kong became the biggest winner of the entire show? Many people are not fools, and there are even a lot of people who know a lot on the internet. Suji was able to suddenly become the first from the last in the previous 2 episodes. Xu Kong's singing, especially Xu Kong's original song As Long As You Are There, played a decisive role. What's more crucial is that Xu Kong's performance, which everyone had previously assumed was a mess, turned out not to be the case at all. His performance in the live broadcast of Singer was perfect. Now no one doubted Xu Kong's singing skills anymore, and he even became the best among all the top idols in the domestic entertainment industry. Even the agent Guo Zihao was a little uncomfortable. The wind direction changed too quickly, and Xu Kong was used to being scolded. Now when I see the compliments from passers-by and netizens, I subconsciously want to control the comments or something, but later I find that it seems unnecessary. In just a few days, Xu Kong went from being a nobody except for his good looks to being the so-called top star in the domestic entertainment industry. These top stars in the domestic entertainment industry should really learn from Xu Kong. The most important thing is to work hard to improve their singing and professional abilities. Don't just hype and market every day. Xu Kong, the star of the domestic entertainment industry, has made tremendous progress, to the point where it is shocking. Don't let others learn it. Will they be able to learn it? Guo Zihao knew the internet celebrity Fei Niao, and was considered a professional hater of Xu Kong. Fengqing Entertainment had even planned to send a lawyer's letter to him. But this time, even this stubborn black man completely changed his face. In his latest video, he suddenly praised Xu Kong a lot. Guo Zihao felt that the fat man looked much more pleasing to the eye, and the originally planned lawyer's letter was temporarily postponed. No one expected that Xu Kong would suddenly become the so-called top star, and his momentum was even getting stronger and stronger. If the company was not deliberately controlling it, it would feel like he was being flattered. Of course, for Xu Kong, in addition to the traffic and popularity this time, he gained the most important thing, which is something that many other top stars do not have. That is very good reputation among passers-by. The longer a top star has been famous, the more black fans he or she actually has, and his or her popularity among the public is extremely poor. If you want to truly achieve a successful transformation and extend your career as an artist, word of mouth and popularity are essential. Xu Kong has only been in the industry for a year, and has not actually reached the point where he needs to transform, but now it seems that he has already done so ahead of time. Click, this one is past, everyone take a break first. On the 3rd day after Xu Kong returned to the crew, the filming of Want to See You returned to normal. According to the current progress, it is estimated that the filming will be completed in about half a month before the end of the month. The only thing that gave Xu Kong a headache was that Lin Hong had not come back yet. Although he was young and in good health, Song Yuyu kept pestering him tirelessly every day, which was still a bit too much for him to bear. He actually missed the annoying Lin Hong. Xu Kong, come here for a moment. Hearing Guo Zihao's voice, Xu Kong stood up and walked towards him. What's wrong? Guo Zihao said, Boss Yu is here on the set. Chapter 45. You are my most effective stress relief tool. Yaqing is here? Xu Kong was a little surprised. It's not that there is anything wrong with visiting the set as a boss. However, according to the current situation of Fengqing Entertainment during this period, the other party should be very busy, so why did he suddenly come here? Is it because I haven't seen him for a long time? Xu Kong just thought about it for a moment and shook his head with a funny feeling. Yaqing is not a girl like Song Yuyu who is easily obsessed with love. Strictly speaking, the two of them do not have too much feelings for each other, and their relationship is very simple. This strong woman who was able to found Fengqing Entertainment and develop it to its current scale knows better than anyone what she wants and what she should do. I'll go there after I finish filming this last scene. Please arrange for Mr. Yu to stay at the hotel first. Xu Kong spoke. No matter what, since the boss came to visit the set, Xu Kong still had to show him the proper respect. It has been arranged. Boss Yu also said there's no need to worry. He told you to focus on the crew's business first and not to worry about her. Hua Zihao was not clear about the private relationship between Shukong and Yu Yaqing, but from the time Shukong joined the company until now, it was common knowledge that President Yu valued Shukong. Shukong was halfway through filming when he suddenly remembered that Song Yuyu was also in the crew. It would be troublesome if Yu Yaqing discovered his relationship with Song Yuyu, or if Song Yuyu noticed something special between him and the company boss. It is best to avoid the two of them meeting. Sorry for getting distracted. Let's start over. After the shooting ended that day, Shukong specifically pulled Song Yuyu aside. Yuyu, don't come to see me these 2 days. After Song Yuyu heard this, her originally happy expression suddenly fell. She had watched several videos and learned a very powerful new trick, and she was going to put it into practice on Shukong tonight. Why? Shukong pondered for a moment before explaining. The boss of our company is coming. You know, as a top star, if the boss finds out about your relationship with me, I'll probably be in trouble. Song Yu pondered for a moment, then actually said. That's great. I'll see if I can dig you up and bring you to finger. Shukong was startled and quickly started to persuade him again. After much persuasion and the promise to compensate the other party after Yu Yaqing left, Song Yu finally gave up. Is filming going well? As soon as Shukong returned to their hotel, he found Yu Yaqing who had been waiting for him. It's going pretty smoothly. It should be finished within this month. After not seeing her for a while, Yu Yaqing's long black hair was curled, but she was still wearing the same mature OL professional suit. Mr. Yu, why are you here this time? Shukong asked tentatively. Come to my room and talk. Without answering Shukong's question, Yu Yaqing turned around and walked into their hotel elevator. Like Shukong's room, it was their hotel's most upscale suite. After following the other party and after swiping the room card, before Shukong could react, Yu Yaqing, who had started from 0 frame, had already pressed the door. After a while, Shukong finally breathed fresh air. At this moment, Yu Yaqing in front of him had seductive eyes and was breathing heavily. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that there have been too many things going on recently, and the pressure is a bit high. You are my most effective stress relief tool tilder. After Yu Yaqing finished speaking, Shukong naturally understood everything. Stop saying anything more and use practical actions to help the other person release stress. An hour later, in Yu Yaqing's room, seeing the lady's cigarette that the other party took out, Shukong found a lighter to help her light it. In the dim firelight, one could clearly see that Yu Yaqing's originally delicate makeup had become a little smudged. I have to say that Yu Yaqing has taken good care of herself. Even at the age of over 30, there are still no wrinkles on her face. Taking a deep puff of the cigarette in her hand, Yu Yaqing frowned, as if thinking about something. Is it about the company? Shukong couldn't help but asked. It has nothing to do with you. Just make sure you film your drama well. Yu Yaqing seemed unwilling to say more, but Shukong could still guess some. Fengqing Entertainment's plan this time is inevitably a bit too radical. Although Fengqing Entertainment started out by relying on various variety shows, most of its advantages lie in the operation and marketing of the artists under the company. It is impossible to suddenly plunge into the film and television industry without encountering any setbacks. More importantly, it can be seen that Yu Yaqing was a little too impatient and almost put all the company's resources and cash into it. 2 dramas with investments of over 100 million yuan at one time, plus this drama of his, the production cost is over 300 million yuan, not including the cost of post-marketing. It can be said that failure would be a devastating blow to Fengqing Entertainment. By the way, I watched the live broadcast of Singer a few days ago. You did a great job. As if she was aware of her own situation and wanted to adjust the atmosphere, Yu Yaqing spoke. Although Shukong never said it, he could feel that Yu Yaqing had always treated him as a not-so-sensible younger brother since he joined the company. I have never talked to him much about things at Fengqing Entertainment Company. The reason why Shukong was able to develop so smoothly and become a top star in the domestic entertainment industry within a year was because Yu Yaqing had been helping him to clear most of the obstacles. By the way, Song Yuyu didn't put forward any excessive conditions, right? Yu Yaqing knew Song Yuyu's identity, so naturally she didn't want Shukong to offend her. What I'm afraid of is that the other party has a spoiled daughter's temper and will deliberately make things difficult for Shukong, the director and the leading male actor. That's not the case. Shukong replied. I couldn't help but add in my heart that there were indeed many excessive conditions, but I met them all. If this is the case, try to satisfy her and don't offend her because of a low-budget drama. Yu Yaqing opened her mouth and gave some instructions. Shu Kong nodded honestly. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When Shu Kong picked it up, he found that it was Song Yu calling. Brother Shu Kong, are we still going to talk about drama today? Shu Kong was stunned for a moment. Didn't he tell the other party in advance? Why did Song Yu come here anyway? At this time, Yu Yaqing was beside him, so Shu Kong couldn't ask more questions and could only answer, I have something to do today. Before Shu Kong could finish his words, Yu Yaqing interrupted him with a gesture. After confirming Yu Yaqing's intention, Shu Kong said helplessly, it's okay now, come find me after dinner. Can you tell a play? Yu Yaqing was quite surprised. Shu Kong replied, isn't it normal for a director to explain the play to an actor? Yu Yaqing suddenly lost her temper and suggested with interest. Take me with you then, I want to listen too. Shu Kong's heart skipped a beat. The situation he least wanted to see happened. Yu Yaqing still has to meet Song Yu.